Preface. As in many other of these studies, and perhaps more than in most, the task attempted in the present volume is mainly of a tentative and preliminary character. There is here little scope, yet for the presentation of definite scientific results. However it may be in the physical universe, in the cosmos of science our knowledge must be nebulous before it constellates into definitely measurable shapes, and nothing is gained by attempting to anticipate the evolutionary process. Thus it is that here, for the most part, we have to content ourselves at present with the task of mapping out the field in broad and general outlines, bringing together the facts and considerations which indicate the direction in which more extended and precise results will in the future be probably found. In his famous Descent of Man, wherein he first set forth the doctrine of sexual selection, Darwin injured an essentially sound principle by introducing into it a psychological confusion whereby the physiological sensory stimuli through which sexual selection operates were regarded as equivalent to aesthetic preferences. This confusion misled many, and it is only within recent years, as has been set forth in the analysis of the sexual impulse, in the previous volume of these studies, that the investigations and criticisms of numerous workers have placed the doctrine of sexual selection on a firm basis by eliminating its hazardous aesthetic element. Love springs up as a response to a number of stimuli to tumescence, the object that most adequately arouses tumescence being that which evokes love. The question of aesthetic beauty, although it develops on this basis, is not itself fundamental and need not even be consciously present at all. When we look at these phenomena in their broadest biological aspects, love is only to a limited extent a response to beauty. To a greater extent, beauty is simply a name for the complexus of stimuli which most adequately arouses love. If we analyze these stimuli to tumescence as they proceed from a person of the opposite sex, we find that they are all appeals which must come through the channels of four senses: touch, smell, hearing, and, above all, vision. When a man or a woman experiences sexual love for one particular person from among the multitude by which he or she is surrounded, this is due to the influences of a group of stimuli coming through the channels of one or more of these senses. There has been a sexual selection conditioned by sensory stimuli. This is true even of the finer and more spiritual influences that proceed from one person to another. Although, in order to grasp the phenomena adequately, it is best to insist on the more fundamental and less complex forms which they assume. In this sense, sexual selection is no longer a hypothesis concerning the truth of which it is possible to dispute. It is a self-evident fact. The difficulty is not as to its existence, but as to the methods by which it may be most precisely measured. It is fundamentally a psychological process and should be approached from the psychological side. This is the reason for dealing with it here. Obscure as the psychological aspects of sexual selection still remain, they are full of fascination, for they reveal to us the more intimate sides of human evolution, of the process whereby man is molded into the shapes we know. Havelock Ellis, Carbis Water, Lelant, Cornwall, England. Sexual selection in man. The external sensory stimuli affecting selection in man. The four senses involved. Touch. Eye. The primitive character of the skin. Its qualities. Touch, the earliest source of sensory pleasure. The characteristics of touch. As the alpha and omega of affection. The sexual organs, a special adaptation of touch. Sexual attraction, as originated by touch. Sexual hyperesthesia to touch. The sexual associations of acne. Roman 2. Ticklishness. Its origin and significance. The psychology of tickling. Laughter. Laughter as a kind of detumescence. The sexual relationships of itching. The pleasure of tickling. Its decrease with age and sexual activity. Roman 3. The secondary sexual skin centers. Orificial contacts. Cunnilingus and fellatio. The kiss. The nipples. The sympathy of the breasts with the primary sexual centers. This connection operative both through the nerves and through the blood. The influence of lactation on the sexual centers. Suckling and sexual emotion. The significance of the association between suckling and sexual emotion. The association as a cause of sexual perversity. Roman 4. The bass. Antagonism of primitive Christianity to the cult of the skin. Its cult of personal filth. The reasons which justify this attitude. The worldwide tendency to association between extreme cleanliness and sexual licentiousness. The immorality associated with public baths in Europe down to modern times. V. Summary. Fundamental importance of touch. The skin, the mother of all the other senses. Smell. I. The primitiveness of smell. The anatomical seat of the olfactory centers. Predominance of smell among the lower mammals. Its diminished importance in man. The attention paid to odors by savages. Roman 2. Rise of the study of olfaction. Klake. Zwaardemaker. The theory of smell. The classification of odors. The special characteristics of olfactory sensation in man. Smell as the sense of imagination. Odors as nervous stimulants. Vasomotor and muscular effects. Odorous substances as drugs. Roman 3. The specific body odors of various peoples. The Negro, etc. The European. The ability to distinguish individuals by smell. The odor of sanctity. The odor of death. The odors of different parts of the body. The appearance of specific odors at puberty. The odors of sexual excitement. The odors of menstruation. Body odors as a secondary sexual character. The custom of salutation by smell. The kiss. Sexual selection by smell. The alleged association between size of nose and sexual vigor. The probably intimate relationship between the olfactory and genital spheres. Reflex influences from the nose. Reflex influences from the genital sphere. Olfactory hallucinations in insanity as related to sexual states. The olfactive type. The sense of smell in neurasthenic and allied states. In certain poets and novelists. Olfactory fetishism. The part played by olfaction in normal sexual attraction. In the East, etc. in modern Europe. The odor of the armpit and its variations. As a sexual and general stimulant. Body odors in civilization tend to cause sexual antipathy unless some degree of tumescence is already present. The question whether men or women are more liable to feel olfactory influences. Women usually more attentive to odors. The special interest in odors felt by sexual inverts. Roman 4. The influence of perfumes. Their aboriginal relationship to sexual body odors. This true even of the fragrance of flowers. The synthetic manufacture of perfumes. The sexual effects of perfumes. Perfumes perhaps originally used to heighten the body odors. The special significance of the musk odor. Its wide natural diffusion in plants and animals and man. Musk a powerful stimulant. Its widespread use as a perfume. Podaspagni. The smell of leather and its occasional sexual effects. The sexual influence of the odors of flowers. The identity of many plant odors with certain normal and abnormal body odors. The smell of semen in this connection. V. The evil effects of excessive olfactory stimulation. The symptoms of vanalism. The occasional dangerous results of the odors of flowers. Effects of flowers on the voice. Roman 6. The place of smell in human sexual selections. It has given place to the predominance of vision, largely because in civilized man it fails to act at a distance. It still plays a part by contributing to the sympathies or the antipathies of intimate contact. Hearing. I. The physiological basis of rhythm. Rhythm as a physiological stimulus. The intimate relation of rhythm to movement. The physiological influence of music on muscular action, circulation, respiration, etc. The place of music in sexual selection among the lower animals. Its comparatively small place in courtship among mammals. The larynx and voice in man. The significance of the pubertal changes. Ancient beliefs concerning the influence of music in morals, education, and medicine. Its therapeutic uses. Significance of the romantic interest in music at puberty. Men comparatively insusceptible to the specifically sexual influence of music. Rarity of sexual perversions on the basis of the sense of hearing. The part of music in primitive human courtship. Women notably susceptible to the specifically sexual influence of music and the voice. Roman 2. Summary. Why the influence of music in human sexual selection is comparatively small. Vision. Primacy of vision in man. Beauty as a sexual allurement. The objective element in beauty. Ideals of feminine beauty in various parts of the world. Savage women, sometimes beautiful from European point of view. Savages often admire European beauty. The appeal of beauty to some extent, common even to animals and man. Roman 2. Beauty to some extent consists primitively in an exaggeration of the sexual characters. The sexual organs. Mutilations, adornments, and garments. Sexual allurement, the original object of such devices. The religious element. Unesthetic character of the sexual organs. Importance of the secondary sexual characters. The pelvis and hips. Steatopygia. Obesity. Gait. The pregnant woman as a medieval type of beauty. The ideals of the Renaissance. The breasts. The corset. Its object. Its history. Hair. The beard. The element of national or racial type in beauty. The relative beauty of blondes and brunettes. The general European admiration for blondes. The individual factors in the constitution of the idea of beauty. The love of the exotic. Roman 3. Beauty not the sole element in the sexual appeal of vision. Movement. The mirror. Narcissism. Pygmalionism. Mixoscopy. The indifference of women to male beauty. The significance of woman's admiration of strength. The spectacle of strength is a tactile quality made visible. Roman 4. The alleged charm of disparity in sexual attraction. The admiration for high stature. The admiration for dark pigmentation. The charm of parity. Conjugal mating. The statistical results of observation as regards general appearance, stature, and pigmentation of married couples. Preferential mating and assortative mating. The nature of the advantage attained by the fair in sexual selection. The abhorrence of incest and the theories of its cause. The explanation in reality simple. The abhorrence of incest in relation to sexual selection. The limits to the charm of parity in conjugal mating. The charm of disparity in secondary sexual characters. V. Summary of the conclusions at present attainable in regard to the nature of beauty and its relation to sexual selection. Appendix A. The origins of the kiss. Appendix B. Histories of sexual development. Sexual selection in man. The external sensory stimuli affecting selection in man, the four senses involved. Tumescence, the process by which the organism is brought into the physical and psychic state necessary to ensure conjugation and detumescence to some extent comes about through the spontaneous action of internal forces. To that extent, it is analogous to the physical and psychic changes which accompany the gradual filling of the bladder and precede its evacuation. But even among animals who are by no means high in the zoological scale, the process is more complicated than this. External stimuli act at every stage, arousing or heightening the process of tumescence, and in normal human beings, it may be said that the process is never completed without the aid of such stimuli, for even in the autoerotic sphere external stimuli are still active, either actually or in imagination. The chief stimuli which influence tumescence and thus direct sexual choice come chiefly indeed, exclusively through the four senses of touch, smell, hearing, and sight. All the phenomena of sexual selection, so far as they are based externally, act through these four senses. The reality of the influence thus exerted may be demonstrated statistically even in civilized man, and it has been shown that, as regards, for instance, eye color, conjugal partners differ sensibly from the unmarried persons by whom they are surrounded. When, therefore, we are exploring the nature of the influence which stimuli, acting through the sensory channels, exert on the strength and direction of the sexual impulse, we are intimately concerned with the process by which the actual form and color, not alone of living things generally, but of our own species, have been shaped and are still being shaped. At the same time, it is probable, we are exploring the mystery which underlies all the subtle appreciations, all the emotional undertones, which are woven in the web of the whole world as it appeals to us through those sensory passages by which alone it can reach us. We are here approaching, therefore, a fundamental subject of unsurpassable importance, a subject which has not yet been accurately explored save at a few isolated points, and one which it is therefore impossible to deal with fully and adequately. Yet it cannot be passed over, for it enters into the whole psychology of the sexual instinct. Of the four senses touch, smell, hearing, and sight with which we are here concerned, touch is the most primitive, and it may be said to be the most important, though it is usually the last to make its appeal felt. Smell, which occupies the chief place among many animals, is of comparatively less importance, though of considerable interest, in man. It is only less intimate and final than touch. Sight occupies an intermediate position, and on this account, and also on account of the very great part played by vision in life, generally as well as in art, it is the most important of all the senses from the human sexual point of view. Hearing, from the same point of view, is the most remote of all the senses in its appeal to the sexual impulse, and on that account it is, when it intervenes, among the first to make its influence felt. Footnotes. Taste must, I believe, be excluded, for if we abstract the parts of touch and smell, even in those abnormal sexual acts in which it may seem to be affected, taste could scarcely have any influence. Most of our tasting, as Waller puts it, is done by the nose, which in man is in specially close relationship, posteriorly, with the mouth. There are at most four taste sensations: sweet, bitter, salt, and sour, if even all of these are simple tastes. What commonly pass for taste sensations, as shown by some experiments of G.T.W. Patrick's Psychological Review, 1898 p. 160, are the composite results of the mingling of sensations of smell, touch, temperature, sight, and taste. Touch. The primitive character of the skinets, qualities touch the earliest source of sensory, pleasure the characteristics of touch as the alpha and omega of affection the sexual organs, a special adaptation of touch sexual attraction, as originated by touch sexual hyperesthesia, to touch the sexual associations of acne. We are accustomed to regard the skin as mainly owing its existence to the need for the protection of the delicate vessels, nerves, viscera, and muscles underneath. Undoubtedly it performs, and by its tough and elastic texture is well fitted to perform, this extremely important service. But the skin is not merely a method of protection against the external world. It is also a method of bringing us into sensitive contact with the external world. It is thus, as the organ of touch, the seat of the most widely diffuse sense we possess, and, moreover, the sense which is the most ancient and fundamental of all the mother of the other senses. It is scarcely necessary to insist that the primitive nature of the sensory function of the skin with the derivative nature of the other senses is a well ascertained and demonstrable fact. The lower we descend in the animal scale, the more varied we find the functions of the skin to be, and if in the higher animals much of the complexity has disappeared, that is only because the specialization of the various skin regions into distinct organs has rendered this complexity unnecessary. Even yet, however, in man himself the skin still retains, in a more or less latent condition, much of its varied and primary power, and the analysis of pathological and even normal phenomena serves to bring these old powers into clear light. Woods Hutchinson, Studies in Human and Comparative Pathology, chapters Roman 7 and Roman 8, has admirably set forth the immense importance of the skin, as in the first place, a tissue which is silk to the touch, the most exquisitely beautiful surface in the universe to the eye, and yet a wall of adamant against hostile attack. Impervious alike, by virtue of its wonderful responsive vitality to moisture and drought, cold and heat, electrical changes, hostile bacteria, the most virulent of poisons and the deadliest of gases. It is one of the real wonders of the world. More beautiful than velvet, softer and more pliable than silk, more impervious than rubber, and more durable under exposure than steel, well nigh as resistant to electric currents as glass, it is one of the toughest and most danger-proof substances in the three kingdoms of nature. Although, as this author adds, we hardly dare permit it to see the sunlight or breathe the open air. But it is more than this. It is, as Woods Hutchinson expresses it, the creator of the entire body. Its embryonic enfoldings form the alimentary canal, the brain, the spinal cord, while every sense is but a specialization of its general organic activity. It is furthermore a kind of skin heart, promoting the circulation by its own energy. It is the great heat-regulating organ of the body. It is an excretory organ only second to the kidneys, which descend from it, and finally it still remains the seat of touch. It may be added that the extreme beauty of the skin as a surface is very clearly brought out by the inadequacy of the comparisons commonly used in order to express its beauty. Snow, marble, alabaster, ivory, milk, cream, silk, velvet, and all the other conventional similes furnish surfaces which from any point of view are incomparably inferior to the skin itself. Cf. Strats die Schoonheid des weiblichen Körpers, Chapter 12. With reference to the extraordinary vitality of the skin emphasized by Woods Hutchinson, it may be added that, when experimenting on the skin with the electric current, Waller found that healthy skin showed signs of life 10 days or more after excision. It has been found also that fragments of skin, which have been preserved in sterile fluid for even as long as 9 months, may still be successfully transplanted onto the body. British Medical Journal, July 19, 1902. Everything indicates, remark Stanley Hall and Donaldson, Motor Sensations in the Skin, Mind, 1885, that the skin is not only the primeval and most reliable source of our knowledge of the external world or the archaeological field of psychology, but a field in which work may shed light on some of the most fundamental problems of psychic action. Greuze Spiel der Menschen, pp. 816, also deals with the primitive character of touch sensations. Touch sensations are without doubt the first of all the sensory impressions to prove pleasurable. We should, indeed, expect this from the fact that the skin reflexes have already appeared before birth, while a pleasurable sensitiveness of the lips is doubtless a factor in the child's response to the contact of the maternal nipple. Very early memories of sensory pleasure seem to be frequently, perhaps most frequently, tactile in character, though this fact is often disguised in recollection, owing to tactile impression being vague and diffused. There is thus in Elizabeth Potwin's Study of Early Memories, Psychological Review, November, 1901, no separate group of tactile memories, and the more elaborate investigation by Colgrove, Individual Memories, American Journal of Psychology, January, 1899, yields no decisive results under this head. See, however, Stanley Hall's valuable study, Some Aspects of the Early Sense of Self, American Journal of Psychology, April, 1898. Culp has a discussion of the psychology of cutaneous sensations, Outlines of Psychology, pp. 87 et seq. Harriet Martineau, at the beginning of her autobiography, referring to the vivid character of tactile sensations in early childhood, remarks, concerning an early memory of touching a velvet button, that the rapture of the sensation was really monstrous. And a lady tells me that one of her earliest memories at the age of 3 is of the exquisite sensation of the casual contact of a cool stone with the vulva in the act of urinating. Such sensations, of course, cannot be termed specifically sexual, though they help to furnish the tactile basis on which the specifically sexual sensations develop. The elementary sensitiveness of the skin is shown by the fact that moderate excitation suffices to raise the temperature, while Heidenhain and others have shown that in animals cutaneous stimuli modify the sensibility of the brain cortex, slight stimulus increasing excitability and strong stimulus diminishing it. Fear has shown that the slight stimulus to the skin furnished by placing a piece of metal on the arm or elsewhere suffices to increase the output of work with the ergograph. Fear, Comtesse Rendus Société de Biologie, July 12, 1902. Id. Pathologic des Emotions, pp. 40 et seq. Fear found that the application of a mustard plaster to the skin, or an ice bag, or a hot water bottle, or even a light touch with a painter's brush, all exerted a powerful effect in increasing muscular work with the ergograph. The tonic effect of cutaneous excitation, he remarks, throws light on the psychology of the caress. It is always the most sensitive parts of the body which seek to give or to receive caresses. Many animals rub or lick each other. The mucous surfaces share in this irritability of the skin. The kiss is not only an expression of feeling, it is a means of provoking it. Cataglottism is by no means confined to pigeons. The tonic value of cutaneous stimulation is indeed a commonly accepted idea. Wrestlers rub their hands or limbs, and the handshake also is not without its physiological basis. Cutaneous excitations may cause painful sensations to cease. Many massage practices which favor work act chiefly as sensorial stimulants. On this account, many nervous persons cannot abandon them, and the Greeks and Romans found in massage not only health, but pleasure. Lauder Brunton regards many common maneuvers, like scratching the head and pulling the mustache, as methods of dilating the blood vessels of the brain by stimulating the facial nerve. The motor reactions of cutaneous excitations favor this hypothesis. Fear, Travail et Plaisir, Chapter 15, Influence des excitations du toucher sur le travail. The main characteristics of the primitive sense of touch are its wide diffusion over the whole body and the massive vagueness and imprecision of the messages it sends to the brain. This is the reason why it is, of all the senses, the least intellectual and the least aesthetic. It is also the reason why it is, of all the senses, the most profoundly emotional. Touch, wrote Bain in his Emotions and Will, is both the alpha and the omega of affection, and he insisted on the special significance in this connection of tenderness, a characteristic emotional quality of affection which is directly founded on sensations of touch. If tenderness is the alpha of affection, even between the sexes, its omega is to be found in the sexual embrace, which may be said to be a method of obtaining, through a specialized organization of the skin, the most exquisite and intense sensations of touch. We believe nothing is so exciting to the instinct or mere passions as the presence of the hand or those tactile caresses which mark affection, states the anonymous author of an article on Woman in Her Psychological Relations, in the Journal of Psychological Medicine, 1851. They are the most general stimuli in lower animals, the first recourse in difficulty or danger, and the primary solace in anguish, for woman is the bosom of her husband or her lover. She seeks solace and protection and repose on that part of the body where she herself places the objects of her own affection. Woman appears to have the same instinctive impulse in this respect all over the world. It is because the sexual orgasm is founded on a special adaptation and intensification of touch sensations that the sense of touch generally is to be regarded as occupying the very first place in reference to the sexual emotions. Fear, Mantegazza, Penta, and most other writers on this question are here agreed. Touch sensations constitute a vast gamut for the expression of affection, with at one end the note of minimum personal affection in the brief and limited touch involved by the conventional handshake and the conventional kiss, and at the other end, the final and intimate contact in which passion finds the supreme satisfaction of its most profound desire. The intermediate region has its great significance for us because it offers a field in which affection has its full scope, but in which every road may possibly lead to the goal of sexual love. It is the intimacy of touch contacts, their inevitable approach to the threshold of sexual emotion, which leads to a jealous and instinctive parsimony in the contact of skin, and to the tendency with the increased sensitiveness of the nervous system involved by civilization to restrain even the conventional touch manifestation of ordinary affection and esteem. In China, fathers leave off kissing their daughters while they are still young children. In England, the kiss as an ordinary greeting between men and women, a custom inherited from classic and early Christian antiquity still, persisted to the beginning of the 18th century. In France, the same custom existed in the 17th century, but in the middle of that century was beginning to be regarded as dangerous, while at the present time the conventional kiss on the cheek is strictly differentiated from the kiss on the mouth, which is reserved for lovers. Touch contacts between person and person, other than those limited and defined by custom, tend to become either unpleasant as an undesired intrusion into an intimate sphere or else, when occurring between man and woman at some peculiar moment, they may make a powerful reverberation in the emotional and more specifically sexual sphere. One man falls in love with his future wife because he has to carry her upstairs with a sprained ankle. Another dates his love story from a romp, in which his cheek accidentally came in contact with that of his future wife. A woman will sometimes instinctively strive to attract the attention of the man, who appeals to her by a peculiar and prolonged pressure of the hand, the only touch contact permitted to her. Dante, as Penta has remarked, refers to sight or touch as the two channels through which a woman's love is revived, Purgatorio, Roman 8:76. Even the handshake of a sympathetic man is enough in some chaste and sensitive women to produce sexual excitement, or sometimes even the orgasm. The cases in which love arises from the influence of stimuli coming through the sense of touch are no doubt frequent, and they would be still more frequent if it were not that the very proximity of this sense to the sexual sphere causes it to be guarded with a care, which in the case of the other senses it is impossible to exercise. This intimacy of touch and the reaction against its sexual approximations leads to what James has called the antisexual instinct, the instinct of personal isolation, the actual repulsiveness to us of the idea of intimate contact with most of the persons we meet, especially those of our own sex. He refers in this connection to the unpleasantness of the sensation felt on occupying a seat still warm from the body of another person. The Catholic Church has always recognized the risks of voluptuous emotion involved in tactile contacts, and the facility with which even the most innocent contacts may take on a libidinous character. The following observations were written by a lady aged 30 who has never had sexual relationships. I am only conscious of a very sweet and pleasurable emotion when coming in contact with honorable men, and consider that a comparison can be made between the idealism of such emotions and those of music, of beauties of nature, and of productions of art. While studying and writing articles upon a new subject, I came in contact with a specialist, who rendered me considerable aid, and one day, while jointly correcting a piece of work, he touched my hand. This produced a sweet and pure sensation of thrill through the whole system. I said nothing, in fact was too thrilled for speech, and never to this day have shown any responsive action, but for months at certain periods, generally twice a month, I have experienced the most pleasurable emotions. I have seen this friend twice since, and have a curious feeling that I stand on one side of a hedge while he is on the other. And, as neither makes an approach, pleasure of the highest kind is experienced, but not allowed to go beyond reasonable and health-giving bounds. In some moments, I feel overcome by a sense of mastery by this man, and yet, feeling that any approach would be undignified, some pleasure is experienced in restraining and keeping within proper bounds this passional emotion. All these thrills of pleasurable emotion possess a psychic value, and so long as the nervous system is kept in perfect health, they do not seem to have the power to injure, but rather one is able to utilize the passionate emotions as weapons for pleasure and work. Various parts of the skin surface appear to have special sexual sensitiveness, peculiarly marked in many individuals, especially women. So that, as Fear remarks, El Instinct Sexual, 2nd edition, 1902, p. 130, contact stimulation of the lips, lobe of ear, nape of neck, little finger, knee, etc., may suffice even to produce the orgasm. Some sexually hyperesthetic women, as has already been noted, experience this when shaking hands with a man who is attractive to them. In some neurotic persons, this sensibility, as Fear shows, may exist in so morbid a degree that even the contact of the sensitive spot with unattractive persons or inanimate objects may produce the orgasm. In this connection, reference may be made to the well-known fact that in some hysterical subjects, there are so-called erogenous zones, simple pressure on which suffices to evoke the complete orgasm. There is perhaps some significance, from our present point of view, in the fact that, as emphasized by Saville, hysterical skin symptoms, Lancet, January 30, 1904, the skin is one of the very best places to study hysteria. The intimate connection between the skin and the sexual sphere is also shown in pathological conditions of the skin, especially in acne as well as simple pimples on the face. The sexual development of puberty involves a development of hair in various regions of the body, which previously were hairless. As, however, the sebaceous glands on the face and elsewhere are the vestiges of former hairs and survive from a period when the whole body was hairy, they also tend to experience in an abortive manner this same impulse. Thus, we may say that, with the development of the sexual organs at puberty, there is correlated excitement of the whole pilosebaceous apparatus. In the regions where this apparatus is vestigial, and notably in the face, this abortive attempt of the hair follicles and their sebaceous appendages to produce hairs tends only to disorganization, and simple comedones or pustular acne pimples are liable to occur. As a rule, acne appears about puberty and dies out slowly during adolescence. While fairly common in young women, it is usually much less severe, but tends to be exacerbated at the menstrual periods. It is also apt to appear at the change of life. Stephen Mackenzie, The Etiology and Treatment of Acne Vulgaris, British Medical Journal, September 29, 1894. Laycock Nervous Diseases of Women, 1840, p. 23, pointed out that acne occurs chiefly in those parts of the surface covered by sexual hair. A lucid account of the origin of acne will be found in Woods-Hutchinson's studies in Human and Comparative Pathology, pp. -184. G.J. Engelman, The Hysteroneuroses, Gynecological Transactions, 1887, pp. 124 et seq. Discusses various pathological disorders of the skin as reflex disturbances originating in the sexual sphere. The influence of menstruation in exacerbating acne has been called in question, but it seems to be well established. Thus, Bulkley, Relation between Certain Diseases of the Skin and the Menstrual Function, Transactions of the Medical Society of New York, 1901, p. 328, found that, in 510 cases of acne in women, or nearly one-third, were worse about the monthly period. Sometimes it only appeared during menstruation. The exacerbation occurred much more frequently just before than just after the period. There was usually some disturbance of menstruation. Various other disorders of the skin show a similar relationship to menstruation. It has been asserted that masturbation is a frequent or constant cause of acne at puberty. See, e.g., discussion in British Medical Journal, July 1882. This cannot be accepted. Acne very frequently occurs without masturbation, and masturbation is very frequently practiced without producing acne. At the same time, we may well believe that at the period of puberty, when the pilosebaceous system is already in sensitive touch with the sexual system, the shock of frequently repeated masturbation may, in the same way as disordered menstruation, have its repercussion on the skin. Thus, a lady has informed me that at about the age of 18, she found that frequently repeated masturbation was followed by the appearance of comedones. Footnotes: A. Franklin, Les Soins de Toilette, p. 81. W. James, Principles of Psychology, Volume 2. p. 347. Numerous passages from the theologians bearing on this point are brought together in Mokiologia, pp. 220, 1-20. Roman 2. Ticklishness, its origin and significance, the psychology of tickling laughter, as a kind of detumescence, the sexual relationships of itching, the pleasure of tickling, its decrease with age and sexual activity. Touch, as has already been remarked, is the least intellectual of the senses. There is, however, one form of touch sensation that, is to say, ticklishness, which is of so special and peculiar a nature that it has sometimes been put aside in a class apart from all other touch sensations. Scaliger proposed to class titillation as a sixth, or separate sense. Allrutz of Uppsala regards tickling as a milder degree of itching, and considers that the two together constitute a sensation of distinct quality with distinct end organs, for the mediation of that quality. However we may regard this extreme view, tickling is certainly a specialized modification of touch, and it is at the same time the most intellectual mode of touch sensation, and that with the closest connection with the sexual sphere. To regard tickling as an intellectual manifestation may cause surprise, more especially when it is remembered that ticklishness is a form of sensation which reaches full development very early in life. And it has to be admitted that, as compared even with the messages that may be sent through smell and taste, the intellectual element in ticklishness remains small. But its presence here has been independently recognized by various investigators. Greuze points out the psychic factor in tickling as evidenced by the impossibility of self-tickling. Louis Robinson considers that ticklishness appears to be one of the simplest developments of mechanical and automatic nervous processes in the direction of the complex functioning of the higher centers, which comes within the scope of psychology. Stanley Hall and Allen remark that these minimal touch excitations represent the very oldest stratum of psychic life in the soul. Herman Stanley, in a somewhat similar manner, pushes the intellectual element in ticklishness very far back and associates it with tentacular experience. By temporary self-extension, he remarks, even low amoeboid organisms have slight, but suggestive touch experiences that stimulate very general and violent reactions, and in higher organisms extended touch organs, as tentacles, antennae, hair, etc., become permanent and very delicately sensitive organs, where minimal contacts have very distinct and powerful reactions. Thus, ticklishness would be the survival of long-past ancestral tentacular experience, which, originally a stimulation producing intense agitation and alarm, has now become merely a play activity and a source of keen pleasure. We need not, however, go so far back in the zoological series to explain the origin and significance of tickling in the human species. Sir J.Y. Simpson suggested, in an elaborate study of the position of the child in the womb, that the extreme excitomotory sensibility of the skin in various regions, such as the sole of the foot, the knee, the sides, which already exists before birth, has for its object the excitation and preservation of the muscular movements necessary to keep the fetus in the most favorable position in the womb. It is, in fact, certainly the case that the stimulation of all the ticklish regions in the body tends to produce exactly that curled-up position of extreme muscular flexion and general ovoid shape, which is the normal position of the fetus in the womb. We may well believe that in this early developed reflex activity, we have the basis of that somewhat more complex ticklishness, which appears somewhat later. The mental element in tickling is indicated by the fact that even a child in whom ticklishness is highly developed cannot tickle himself, so that tickling is not a simple reflex. This fact was long ago pointed out by Erasmus Darwin, and he accounted for it by supposing that voluntary exertion diminishes the energy of sensation. This explanation is, however, inadmissible, for, although we cannot easily tickle ourselves by the contact of the skin with our own fingers, we can do so with the aid of a foreign body, like a feather. We may perhaps suppose that, as ticklishness has probably developed under the influence of natural selection as a method of protection against attack and a warning of the approach of foreign bodies, its end would be defeated if it involved a simple reaction to the contact of the organism with itself. This need of protection it is which involves the necessity of a minimal excitation producing a maximal effect, though the mechanism whereby this takes place has caused considerable discussion. We may, it is probable, best account for it by invoking the summation irradiation theory of pain-pleasure, the summation of the stimuli in their course through the nerves, aided by capillary congestion, leading to irradiation due to anastomoses between the tactile corpuscles, not to speak of the much wider irradiation which is possible by means of central nervous connections. Prof. C.L. Herrick adopts this explanation of the phenomena of tickling and rests it, in part, on Dogill's study of the tactile corpuscles, Psychological Corollaries of Modern Neurological Discoveries, Journal of Comparative Neurology, March, 1898. The following remarks of Prof. A. Allen may also be quoted in further explanation of the same theory. So far as ticklishness is concerned, a very important factor in the production of this feeling is undoubtedly that of the summation of stimuli. In a research of Sterling's, carried on under Ludwig's direction, it was shown that reflex contractions only occur from repeated shocks to the nerve centers, that is, through summation of successive stimuli. That this result is also due in some degree to an alternating increase in the sensibility of the various areas in question from altered supply of blood is reasonably certain. As a consequence of this summation process, there would result in many cases, and in cases of excessive nervous discharge, the opposite of pleasure, namely, pain. A number of instances have been recorded of death resulting from tickling, and there is no reason to doubt the truth of the statement that Simon de Montfort, during the persecution of the Albigenses, put some of them to death by tickling the soles of their feet with a feather. An additional causal factor in the production of tickling may lie in the nature and structure of the nervous process involved in perception in general. According to certain histological researches of recent years, we know that between the sense organs and the central nervous system, there exist closely connected chains of conductors or neurons, along which an impression received by a single sensory cell on the periphery is propagated avalanche-like through an increasing number of neurons until the brain is reached. If on the periphery a single cell is excited, the avalanche-like process continues until finally hundreds or thousands of nerve cells in the cortex are aroused to considerable activity. Golgi, Ramon Y. Cagel, Koliker, Held Ritzius, and others have demonstrated the histological basis of this law for vision, hearing, and smell, and we may safely assume from the phenomena of tickling that the sense of touch is not lacking in a similar arrangement. May not a suggestion be offered with some plausibility that even in ideal or representative tickling, where tickling results, say, from someone pointing a finger at the ticklish places, this avalanche-like process may be incited from central centers, thus producing, although in a modified degree, the pleasant phenomena in question. As to the deepest causal factor, I should say that tickling is the result of vasomotor shock. A. Allen on laughter. Psychological Review, May 1903. The intellectual element in tickling connies out in its connection with laughter and the sense of the comic, of which it may be said to constitute the physical basis. While we are not here concerned with laughter and the comic sense subject, which has lately attracted considerable attention, it may be instructive to point out that there is more than an analogy between laughter and the phenomena of sexual tumescence and detumescence. The process whereby prolonged tickling, with its nervous summation and irradiation and accompanying hyperemia, finds sudden relief in an explosion of laughter, is a real example of tumescence as it has been defined in the study in another volume entitled An Analysis of the Sexual Impulse, resulting finally in the orgasm of detumescence. The reality of the connection between the sexual embrace and tickling is indicated by the fact that in some languages, as in that of the Fuegians, the same word is applied to both. That ordinary tickling is not sexual is due to the circumstances of the case and the regions to which the tickling is applied. If, however, the tickling is applied within the sexual sphere, then there is a tendency for orgasm to take place instead of laughter. The connection which, through the phenomena of tickling, laughter thus bears to the sexual sphere is well indicated, as Greuze has pointed out, by the fact that in sexually minded people, sexual illusions tend to produce laughter, this being the method by which they are diverted from the risks of more specifically sexual detumescence. Reference has been made to the view of Allrutz, according to which tickling is a milder degree of itching. It is more convenient and probably more correct to regard itching or pruritus, as it is termed in its pathological forms, as a distinct sensation. for it does not arise under precisely the same conditions as tickling, nor is it relieved in the same way. There is interest, however, in pointing out in this connection that, like tickling, itching has a real parallelism to the specialized sexual sensations. Bronson, who has very ably interpreted the sensations of itching, New York Neurological Society, October 7, 1890. Medical News, February 14, 1903, and summarized in the British Medical Journal, March 7, 1903, and elsewhere, regards it as a perversion of the sense of touch, a dysesthesia due to obstructed nerve excitation with imperfect conduction of the generated force into correlated nervous energy. The scratching which relieves itching directs the nervous energy into freer channels, sometimes substituting for the pruritus either painful or voluptuous sensations. Such voluptuous sensations may be regarded as a generalized aphrodisiac sense comparable to the specialized sexual orgasm. Bronson refers to the significant fact that itching occurs so frequently in the sexual region, and states that sexual neurasthenia is sometimes the only discoverable cause of genital and anal pruritus. Cf. Discussion on Pruritus, British Medical Journal, November 30, 1895. Gilman, again American Journal of Psychology, Roman 6, p. 22, considers that scratching, as well as sneezing, is comparable to coitus. The sexual embrace has an intimate connection with the phenomena of ticklishness, which could not fail to be recognized. This connection is, indeed, the basis of Spinoza's famous definition of love, amor est titillatio quidem concomitante idea causi externi, a statement which seems to be reflected in Chamfort's definition of love as l'échange de deux fantasies et le contact de deux epidermes. The sexual act, says Gowers, is, in fact, a skin reflex. The sexual parts, Hall and Allen state, have a ticklishness as unique as their function and as keen as their importance. Herrick finds the supreme illustration of the summation and irradiation theory of tickling in the phenomena of erotic excitement, and points out that in harmony with this the skin of the sexual region is, as Dogel has shown, that portion of the body in which the tactile corpuscles are most thoroughly and elaborately provided with anastomosing fibers. It has been pointed out that, when ordinary tactile sensibility is partially abolished, especially in hemianesthesia, in the insane some sexual disturbance is specially apt to be found in association. In young children, in girls even when they are no longer children, and occasionally in men, tickling may be a source of acute pleasure, which in very early life is not sexual, but later tends to become so under circumstances predisposing to the production of erotic emotion, and especially when the nervous system is keyed up to a high tone favorable for the production of the maximum effect of tickling. When young, writes a lady aged 28, I was extremely fond of being tickled, and I am to some extent still. Between the ages of 12, it gave me exquisite pleasure, which I now regard as sexual in character. I used to bribe my younger sister to tickle my feet until she was tired. Stanley Hall and Allen, in their investigation of the phenomena of tickling, largely carried out among young women teachers, found that in 60 clearly marked cases ticklishness was more marked at one time than another, as when they have been carrying on, or are in a happy mood, are nervous or unwell after a good meal, when being washed, when in perfect health, when with people they like, etc. Hall and Allen, Tickling and Laughter, American Journal of Psychology, October, 1897. It will be observed that most of the conditions mentioned are such as would be favorable to excitations of an emotionally sexual character. The palms of the hands may be very ticklish during sexual excitement, especially in women, and mal contraire sexualempfindung, p. 180, remarks that in some men titillation of the skin of the back, of the feet, and even of the forehead evokes erotic feelings. It may be added that, as might be expected, titillation of the skin often has the same significance in animals as in man. In some animals, remarks Louis Robinson Art. Ticklishness, Dictionary of Psychological Medicine. Local titillation of the skin, though in parts remote from the reproductive organs, plainly acts indirectly upon them as a stimulus. Thus, Harvey records that, by stroking the back of a favorite parrot, which he had possessed for years and supposed to be a male, He not only gave the bird gratification, which was the sole intention of the illustrious physiologist, but also caused it to reveal its sex by laying an egg. The sexual significance of tickling is very clearly indicated by the fact that the general ticklishness of the body, which is so marked in children and in young girls, greatly diminishes, as a rule, after sexual relationships have been established. Dr. Gina Lombroso, who investigated the cutaneous reflexes, found that both the abdominal and plantar reflexes, which are well marked in childhood and in young people between the ages of 15 and 18, were much diminished in older persons, and to a greater extent in women than in men, to a greater extent in the abdominal region than on the soles of the feet. Her results do not directly show the influence of sexual relationship, but they have an indirect bearing which is worth noting. The difference in ticklishness between the unmarried woman and the married woman corresponds to their difference in degree of modesty. Both modesty and ticklishness may be said to be characters, which are no longer needed. From this point of view, the general ticklishness of the skin is a kind of body modesty. It is so even apart from any sexual significance of tickling, and Louis Robinson has pointed out that in young apes, puppies, and other like animals, the most ticklish regions correspond to the most vulnerable spots in a fight, and that consequently in the mock fights of early life skill in defending these spots is attained. In Iceland, according to Margaret Phyllis, as quoted by Max Bartels, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1900, HT. 23 p. 57, it may be known whether a youth is pure or a maid is intact by their susceptibility to tickling. It is considered a bad sign if that is lost. I am indebted to a medical correspondent for the following communication. Married women have told me that they find that after marriage they are not ticklish under the arms or on the breasts, though before marriage any tickling or touching in these regions, especially by a man, would make them jump or get hysterical or queer, as they call it. Before coitus, the sexual energy seems to be dissipated along all the nerve channels and especially along the secondary sexual roots, the breasts, nape of neck, eyebrows, lips, cheeks, armpits, and hair thereon, etc. But after marriage, the surplus energy is diverted from these secondary channels, and response to tickling is diminished. I have often noted in insane cases, especially mania in adolescent girls, that they are excessively ticklish. Again, in ordinary routine practice, I have observed that, though married women show no ticklishness during auscultation and percussion of the chest, this is by no means always so in young girls. Perhaps ticklishness in virgins is nature's self-protection against rape and sexual advances, and the young girl instinctively wishing to hide the armpits, breasts, and other ticklish regions, tucks herself up to prevent these parts being touched. The married woman, being in love with a man, does not shut up these parts, as she reciprocates the advances that he makes. She no longer requires ticklishness as a protection against sexual aggression. Footnotes. Allretz's views are summarized in Psychological Review, Sept. 1901. Die Spiel der Menschen, 1899 p. 206. L. Robinson, Art. Ticklishness, Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine. Stanley Hall and Allen, Tickling and Laughter. American Journal of Psychology, October, 1897. H. M. Stanley, Remarks on Tickling and Laughter. American Journal of Psychology, Volume Roman 9, January, 1898. Simpson, On the Attitude of the Fetus in Utero. Obstetric Memoirs, 1856, Volume Roman 2. Erasmus Darwin, Zoonomia Sect. Roman 17, 4. Heides and Denneker, Mission Scientifique du Cap Horn, Volume Roman 7. p. 296. Such an interpretation is supported by the arguments of W. McDougall, The Theory of Laughter, Nature, February 5, 1903, who contends, without any reference to the sexual field, that one of the objects of laughter is automatically to disperse our attention. Even the structure of the vaginal mucous membrane, it may be noted, is analogous to that of the skin. D. Barry Hart, Note on the Development of the Clitoris, Vagina, and Hymen. Transactions of the Edinburgh Obstetrical Society, Volume Roman 21, 1896. WHB. Stoddart, Anesthesia in the Insane. Journal of Mental Science, October, 1899. Gina Lombroso, Sur les Reflexes Cutanes. International Congress of Criminal Anthropology, Amsterdam, Comps Rendus p. 295. Roman 3. The secondary sexual skin, centers orificial contact scunalingus, and fellatio the kistha, nipples the sympathy of the breasts with the primary sexual centers this connection, operative both through the nerves and through the blood the influence of lactation on the sexual centers suckling, and sexual emotion the significance of the association between suckling and sexual emotion this association, as a cause of sexual perversity. We have seen that the skin generally has a high degree of sensibility, which frequently tends to be in more or less definite association with the sexual centers. We have seen also that the central and specific sexual sensation, the sexual embrace itself, is, in large measure, a specialized kind of skin reflex. Between the generalized skin sensations and the great primary sexual center of sensation, there are certain secondary sexual centers which, on account of their importance, may here be briefly considered. These secondary centers have in common the fact that they always involve the entrances and the exits of the body, the regions. That is, where skin merges into mucous membrane, and where, in the course of evolution, tactile sensibility has become highly refined. It may, indeed, be said generally of these frontier regions of the body that their contact with the same or a similar frontier region in another person of opposite sex, under conditions otherwise favorable to tumescence, will tend to produce a minimum and even sometimes a maximum degree of sexual excitation. Contact of these regions with each other or with the sexual region itself so closely simulates the central sexual reflex that channels are set up for the same nervous energy and secondary sexual centers are constituted. It is important to remember that the phenomena we are here concerned with are essentially normal. Many of them are commonly spoken of as perversions. In so far, however, as they are aids to tumescence, they must be regarded as coming within the range of normal variation. They may be considered unaesthetic, but that is another matter. It has, moreover, to be remembered that aesthetic values are changed under the influence of sexual emotion. From the lover's point of view, many things are beautiful which are unbeautiful from the point of view of him who is not a lover. And the greater the degree to which the lover is swayed by his passion, the greater the extent to which his normal aesthetic standard is liable to be modified. A broad consideration of the phenomena among civilized and uncivilized peoples amply suffices to show the fallacy of the tendency, so common among unscientific writers on these subjects, to introduce normal aesthetic standards into the sexual sphere. From the normal standpoint of ordinary daily life, indeed, the whole process of sex is unaesthetic, except the earlier stages of tumescence. So long as they constitute a part of the phase of tumescence, the utilization of the sexual excitations obtainable through these channels must be considered within the normal range of variation, as we may observe, indeed, among many animals. When, however, such contacts of the orifices of the body, other than those of the male and female sexual organs proper, are used to procure not merely tumescence, but detumescence, they become, in the strict and technical sense, perversions. They are perversions in exactly the same sense as are the methods of intercourse, which involve the use of checks to prevent fecundation. The aesthetic question, however, remains the same as if we were dealing with tumescence. It is necessary that this should be pointed out clearly, even at the risk of misapprehension, as confusions are here very common. The essentially sexual character of the sensitivity of the orificial contacts is shown by the fact that it may sometimes be accidentally developed, even in early childhood. This is well illustrated in a case recorded by Fear. A little girl of 4, of nervous temperament, and liable to fits of anger in which she would roll on the ground and tear her clothes, once ran out into the garden in such a fit of temper, and threw herself on the lawn in a half-naked condition. As she lay there, 2 dogs with whom she was accustomed to play came up and began to lick the uncovered parts of the body. It so happened that as one dog licked her mouth, the other licked her sexual parts. She experienced a shock of intense sensation, which she could never forget and never describe, accompanied by a delicious tension of the sexual organs. She rose and ran away with a feeling of shame, though she could not comprehend what had happened. The impression thus made was so profound that it persisted throughout life and served as the point of departure of sexual perversions, while the contact of a dog's tongue with her mouth alone afterward sufficed to evoke sexual pleasure. Fear Archives de Neurology, 1903 No. 90. I do not purpose to discuss here either cunnilingus, the apposition of the mouth to the female pudendum, or fellatio, the apposition of the mouth to the male organ. The agent in the former case being, in normal heterosexual relationships, a man, in the latter a woman. They are not purely tactile phenomena, but involve various other physical and psychic elements. Cunnilingus was a very familiar manifestation in classic times, as shown by frequent and mostly very contemptuous references in Aristophanes, Juvenal, and many other Greek and Roman writers. The Greeks regarded it as a Phoenician practice, just as it is now commonly considered French. It tends to be especially prevalent at all periods of high civilization. Fellatio has also been equally well known in both ancient and modern times, especially as practiced by inverted men. It may be accepted that both cunnilingus and fellatio, as practiced by either sex, are liable to occur among healthy or morbid persons in heterosexual or homosexual relationships. They have little psychological significance, except to the extent that when practiced to the exclusion of normal sexual relationships, they become perversions, and as such tend to be associated with various degenerative conditions, although such associations are not invariable. The essentially normal character of cunnilingus and fellatio, when occurring as incidents in the process of tumescence, is shown by the fact that they are practiced by many animals. This is the case, for instance, among dogs. Moll points out that not infrequently the bitch, while under the dog but before intermission, will change her position to lick the dog's penis apparently from an instinctive impulse to heighten her own and his excitement and then return to the normal position, while cunnilingus is of constant occurrence among animals, and on account of its frequency among dogs was called by the Greek skylax. Rosenbaum, Geschichte der Lustsucht im Altertum, 5th edition, pp. 262-78, also notes in Moll, Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis, BD. IPP 134, 369, and Bloch, Beiträge zur Ideologie der Psychopathia Sexualis, Teil Roman 2, pp. Et seq. The occurrence of cunnilingus as a sexual episode of tumescence among lower human races is well illustrated by a practice of the natives of the Caroline Islands, as recorded by Cubery in his ethnographic study of this people, and quoted by Ploss and Bartels, Des Weib, Volume I. It is here customary for a man to place a piece of fish between the labia, while he stimulates the latter by his tongue and teeth until, under stress of sexual excitement, the woman urinates. This is regarded as an indication that the proper moment for intercourse has arrived. Such a practice rests on physiologically sound facts, whatever may be thought of it from an aesthetic standpoint. The contrast between the normal aesthetic standpoint in this matter and the lovers is well illustrated by the following quotations. Dr. A.B. Holder, in the course of his description of the American Indian boat, remarks concerning fellatio, "Of all the many varieties of sexual perversion, this, it seems to me, is the most debased that could be conceived of." On the other hand, in a communication from a writer and scholar of high intellectual distinction occurs the statement, "I affirm that, of all sexual acts, fellatio is most an affair of imagination and sympathy." It must be pointed out that there is no contradiction in these two statements, and that each is justified, according as we take the point of view of the ordinary onlooker or of the impassioned lover eager to give a final proof of his or her devotion. It must be added that from a scientific point of view, we are not entitled to take either side. Of the whole of this group of phenomena, the most typical and the most widespread example is certainly the kiss. We have in the lips a highly sensitive frontier region between skin and mucous membrane, in many respects analogous to the vulvovaginal orifice, and reinforceable, moreover, by the active movements of the still more highly sensitive tongue. Close and prolonged contact of these regions, therefore, under conditions favorable to tumescence, sets up a powerful current of nervous stimulation. After those contacts in which the sexual regions themselves take a direct part, there is certainly no such channel for directing nervous force into the sexual sphere as the kiss. This is nowhere so well recognized as in France, where a young girl's lips are religiously kept for her lover, to such an extent, indeed, that young girls sometimes come to believe that the whole physical side of love is comprehended in a kiss on the mouth. So highly intelligent a woman as Madame Adam has described the agony she felt as a girl when kissed on the lips by a man, owing to the conviction that she had thereby lost her virtue. Although the lips occupy this highly important position as a secondary sexual focus in the sphere of touch, the kiss is unlike cunnilingus and fellatio confined to man, and indeed, to a large extent, to civilized man. It is the outcome of a compound evolution which had its beginning outside the sphere of touch, and it would therefore be out of place to deal with the interesting question of its development in this place. It will be discussed elsewhere. There is yet another orificial frontier region which is a highly important tactile sexual focus, the nipple. The breasts raise, indeed, several interesting questions in their intimate connection with the sexual sphere, and it may be worthwhile to consider them at this point. The breasts have from the present point of view this special significance among the sexual centers that they primarily exist, not for the contact of the lover, but the contact of the child. This is doubtless, indeed, the fundamental fact on which all the touch contacts we are here concerned with have grown up. The sexual sensitivity of the lover's lips to orificial contacts has been developed from the sensitivity of the infant's lips to contact with his mother's nipple. It is on the ground of that evolution that we are bound to consider here the precise position of the breasts as a sexual center. As the great secreting organs of milk, the function of the breasts must begin immediately. The child is cut off from the nutrition derived from direct contact with his mother's blood. It is therefore essential that the connection between the sexual organs proper, more especially the womb, and the breasts should be exceedingly intimate, so that the breasts may be in a condition to respond adequately to the demand of the child's sucking lips at the earliest moment after birth. As a matter of fact, this connection is very intimate, so intimate that it takes place in two totally distinct ways by the nervous system and by the blood. The breasts of young girls sometimes become tender at puberty in sympathy with the evolution of the sexual organs, although the swelling of the breasts at this period is not normally a glandular process. At the recurring periods of menstruation again, sensations in the breasts are not uncommon. It is not, however, until impregnation occurs that really decisive changes take place in the breasts. As soon as the ovum is impregnated, that is to say within a few days, as WDA. Griffith states it, The Diagnosis of Pregnancy, British Medical Journal, April 11, 1903. The changes begin to occur in the breast, changes which are just as well worked out as are the changes in the uterus and the vagina, which, from the commencement of pregnancy, prepare for the labor which ought to follow 9 months afterward. These are changes in the direction of marked activity of function. An organ which was previously quite passive, without activity of circulation and the effects of active circulation, begins to grow and continues to grow in activity and size as pregnancy progresses. The association between breasts and womb is so obvious that it has not escaped many savage peoples, who are often, indeed, excellent observers. Among one primitive people, at least the activity of the breast at impregnation seems to be clearly recognized. The Sinangalo of British New Guinea, says Seligman, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, July-December 1902, p. 298, believe that conception takes place in the breasts. On this account, they hold that coitus should never take place before the child is weaned, or he might imbibe semen with the milk. It is natural to assume that this connection between the activity of the womb and the glandular activity of the breasts is a nervous connection, by means of the spinal cord, and such a connection certainly exists and plays a very important part in the stimulating action of the breasts on the sexual organs. but that there is a more direct channel of communication, even than the nervous system, is shown by the fact that the secretion of milk will take place at parturition, even when the nervous connection has been destroyed. Meyernoff found that, when the mammary gland is completely separated from the central nervous system, secretion, though slightly diminished, still continued. In 2 goats, he cut the nerves shortly before parturition, and after birth the breasts still swelled and functioned normally. Archives des Sciences Biologiques, St. Petersburg, 1895, summarized in L'Année Biologique, 1895, p. 329. Ribert, again, cut out the mammary gland of a young rabbit and transplanted it into the ear. 5 months after the rabbit bore young and the gland secreted milk freely. The case has been reported of a woman whose spinal cord was destroyed by an accident at the level of the 5th and 6th dorsal vertebrae, yet lactation was perfectly normal. British Medical Journal, August 5, 1899, p. 374. We are driven to suppose that there is some chemical change in the blood, some internal secretion from the uterus or the ovaries, which acts as a direct stimulant to the breasts. See a comprehensive discussion of the phenomena of the connection between the breasts and sexual organs, though the conclusions are not unassailable, by Temesbury, Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology of the British Empire, June, 1903. That this hypothetical secretion starts from the womb rather than the ovaries seems to be indicated by the fact that removal of both ovaries during pregnancy will not suffice to prevent lactation. In favor of the ovaries, see Beatson, Lancet, July. In favor of the uterus, Armand Routh. On the interaction between the ovaries and the mammary glands, British Medical Journal, September 30, 1899. While, however, the communications from the sexual organs to the breast are of a complex and at present ill-understood character, the communication from the breasts to the sexual organs is without doubt mainly and chiefly nervous. When the child is put to the breast after birth, the suction of the nipple causes a reflex contraction of the womb, and it is held by many, though not all, authorities that in a woman who does not suckle her child, there is some risk that the womb will not return to its normal involuted size. It has also been asserted that to put a child to the breast during the early months of pregnancy causes so great a degree of uterine contraction that abortion may result. Freund found in Germany that stimulation of the nipples by an electrical cupping apparatus brought about contraction of the pregnant uterus. At an earlier period, it was recommended to irritate the nipple in order to excite the uterus to parturient action. Simpson, while pointing out that this was scarcely adequate to produce the effect desired, thought that placing a child to the breast after labor had begun might increase uterine action. J.Y. Simpson, Obstetric Memoirs, Volume IP. 836, also Fear, Elinstinct Sexual, 2nd edition, p. 132. The influence of lactation over the womb in preventing the return of menstruation during its continuance is well known. According to Rimfry's investigation of 900 cases in England, in 57% of cases there is no menstruation during lactation. L. Rimfry, in paper read before Obstetrical Society of London, summarized in the British Medical Journal, January 11, 1896, p. Bendix, in Germany, found among 140 cases that in about 40%. There was no menstruation during lactation. Paper read before Dusseldorf Meeting of the Society of German Naturalists and Physicians, 1899. When the child is not suckled, menstruation tends to reappear about 6 months after parturition. It is possible that the divergent opinions of authorities concerning the necessarily favorable influence of lactation in promoting the return of the womb to its normal size may be due to a confusion of 2 distinct influences: the reflex action of the nipple on the womb and the effects of prolonged glandular secretion of the breasts in debilitated persons. The act of suckling undoubtedly tends to promote uterine contraction, and in healthy women during lactation, the womb may even, according to Weinberg, be temporarily reduced to a smaller size than before impregnation, thus producing what is known as lactation atrophy. In debilitated women, however, the strain of milk production may lead to general lack of muscular tone, and involution of the womb thus be hindered rather than aided by lactation. On the objective side, then, the nipple is to be regarded as an erectile organ, richly supplied with nerves and vessels, which, under the stimulation of the infant's lips or any similar compression, and even under the influence of emotion or cold becomes firm and projects, mainly as a result of muscular contraction. For, unlike the penis and the clitoris, the nipple contains no true erectile tissue and little capacity for vascular engorgement. We must then suppose that an impetus tends to be transmitted through the spinal cord to the sexual organs, setting up a greater or less degree of nervous and muscular excitement with uterine contraction. These being the objective manifestations, what manifestations are to be noted on the subjective side? It is a remarkable proof of the general indifference with which in Europe even the fairly constant and prominent characteristics of the psychology of women have been treated until recent times that, so far as I am aware, though I have made no special research to this end, no one before the end of the 18th century had recorded the fact that the act of suckling tends to produce in women voluptuous sexual emotions. Cabanis in 1802, in the memoir on Influence des Sexes, in his Rapports du physique et du moral de l'homme, wrote that several suckling women had told him that the child in sucking the breast made them experience a vivid sensation of pleasure, shared in some degree by the sexual organs. There can be no doubt that in healthy suckling women this phenomenon is exceedingly common. Though in the absence of any methodical and precise investigation, it cannot be affirmed that it is experienced by every woman in some degree, and it is highly probable that this is not the case. One lady, perfectly normal, states that she has had stronger sexual feelings in suckling her children than she has ever experienced with her husband, but that so far as possible she has tried to repress them, as she regards them as brutish under these circumstances. Many other women state generally that suckling is the most delicious physical feeling they have ever experienced. In most cases, however, it does not appear to lead to a desire for intercourse, and some of those who make this statement have no desire for coitus during lactation, though they may have strong sexual needs at other times. It is probable that this corresponds to the normal condition, and that the voluptuous sensations aroused by suckling are adequately gratified by the child. It may be added that there are probably many women who could say, with a lady quoted by Fear, that the only real pleasures of sex they have ever known are those derived from their suckling infants. It is not difficult to see why this normal association of sexual emotion with suckling should have come about. It is essential for the preservation of the lives of young mammals that the mothers should have an adequate motive in pleasurable sensation for enduring the trouble of suckling. The most obvious method for obtaining the necessary degree of pleasurable sensation lay in utilizing the reservoir of sexual emotion, with which channels of communication might already be said to be open through the action of the sexual organs on the breasts during pregnancy. The voluptuous element in suckling may thus be called a merciful provision of nature for securing the maintenance of the child. Cabanis seems to have realized the significance of this connection as the basis of the sympathy between mother and child, and more recently Lombroso and Ferrero have remarked, La Donna Delinquent, p. 438, on the fact that maternal love has a sexual basis in the element of venereal pleasure, though usually inconsiderable, experienced during suckling. Hughes has referred to the fact that in the majority of animals, the relation between mother and offspring is only close during the period of lactation, and this is certainly connected with the fact that it is only during lactation that the female animal can derive physical gratification from her offspring. When living on a farm, I have ascertained that cows sometimes, though not frequently, exhibit slight signs of sexual excitement with secretion of mucus while being milked, so that, as the dairymaid herself observed, it is as if they were being bulled. The sow, like some other mammals, often eats her own young after birth, mistaking them, it is thought, for the placenta, which is normally eaten by most mammals. It is said that the sow never eats her young when they have once taken the teat. It occasionally happens that this normal tendency for suckling to produce voluptuous sexual emotions is present in an extreme degree and may lead to sexual perversions. It does not appear that the sexual sensations aroused by suckling usually culminate in the orgasm. This, however, was noted in a case recorded by Fear of a slightly neurotic woman in whom intense sexual excitement occurred during suckling, especially if prolonged. So far as possible, she shortened the periods of suckling in order to prevent, not always successfully, the occurrence of the orgasm. Fear, Archives de Neurologie No. 30, 1903. Icard refers to the case of a woman who sought to become pregnant solely for the sake of the voluptuous sensations she derived from suckling, and Yellowlee's Art. Masturbation, Dictionary of Psychological Medicine, speaks of the overwhelming character of the storms of sexual feeling sometimes observed during lactation. It may be remarked that the frequency of the association between lactation and the sexual sensations is indicated by the fact that, as Savage remarks, lactational insanity is often accompanied by fancies regarding the reproductive organs. When we have realized the special sensitivity of the orificial regions and the peculiarly close relationships between the breasts and the sexual organs, we may easily understand the considerable part which they normally play in the art of love. As one of the chief secondary sexual characters in women, and one of her chief beauties, a woman's breasts offer themselves to the lover's lips with a less intimate attraction than her mouth, only because the mouth is better able to respond. On her side, such contact is often instinctively desired. Just as the sexual disturbance of pregnancy is accompanied by a sympathetic disturbance in the breasts, so the sexual excitement produced by the lover's proximity reacts on the breasts. The nipple becomes turgid and erect in sympathy with the clitoris. The woman craves to place her lover in the place of the child, and experiences a sensation in which these two supreme objects of her desire are deliciously mingled. The powerful effect which stimulation of the nipple produces on the sexual sphere has led to the breasts playing a prominent part in the erotic art of those lands, in which this art has been most carefully cultivated. Thus, in India, according to Vatsayana, many authors are of the opinion that in approaching a woman, a lover should begin by sucking the nipples of her breasts. And in the songs of the Bayadirs of southern India, sucking the nipple is mentioned as one of the natural preliminaries of coitus. In some cases, and more especially in neurotic persons, the sexual pleasure derived from manipulation of the nipple passes normal limits, and being preferred even to coitus becomes a perversion. In girls' schools, it is said, especially in France, sucking and titillation of the breasts are not uncommon. In men also, titillation of the nipples occasionally produces sexual sensations. Fear, El Instinct Sexual, 2nd edition, p. 132. Hildebrandt recorded the case of a young woman whose nipples had been sucked by her lover. By constantly drawing her breasts, she became able to suck them herself, and thus attained extreme sexual pleasure. A.J. Bloch of New Orleans has noted the case of a woman who complained of swelling of the breasts. The gentlest manipulation produced an orgasm, and it was found that the swelling had been intentionally produced for the sake of this manipulation. Moraglia in Italy knew a very beautiful woman who was perfectly cold in normal sexual relationships, but madly excited when her husband pressed or sucked her breasts. Lambrose, Archivio di Psichiatria, 1885, Fasc. Roman 4 has described the somewhat similar case of a woman who had no sexual sensitivity in the clitoris, vagina, or labia, and no pleasure in coitus except in very strange positions, but possessed intense sexual feelings in the right nipple as well as in the upper third of the thigh. It is remarkable that not only is suckling apt to be accompanied by sexual pleasure in the mother, but that, in some cases, the infant also appears to have a somewhat similar experience. This is, at all events, indicated in a remarkable case recorded by Fear, El Instinct Sexual, 2nd edition, p. 257. A female infant child of slightly neurotic heredity was weaned at the age of 14 months, but so great was her affection for her mother's breasts, though she had already become accustomed to other food, that this was only accomplished with great difficulty, and by allowing her still to caress the naked breasts several times a day. This went on for many months, when the mother, becoming again pregnant, insisted on putting an end to it. So jealous was the child, however, that it was necessary to conceal from her the fact that her younger sister was suckled at her mother's breasts. And once at the age of 3, when she saw her father aiding her mother to undress, she became violently jealous of him. This jealousy, as well as the passion for her mother's breasts, persisted to the age of puberty, though she learned to conceal it. At the age of 13, when menstruation began, she noticed in dancing with her favorite girl friends that when her breasts came in contact with theirs, she experienced a very agreeable sensation, with erection of the nipples. But it was not till the age of 16 that she observed that the sexual region took part in this excitement and became moist. From this period, she had erotic dreams about young girls. She never experienced any attraction for young men, but eventually married. Though having much esteem and affection for her husband, she never felt any but the slightest sexual enjoyment in his arms, and then only by evoking feminine images. This case, in which the sensations of an infant at the breast formed the point of departure of a sexual perversion which lasted through life, is, so far as I am aware, unique. Footnotes: Jonas Cohn, Allgemeine Ästhetik, 1901 p. 11, lays it down that psychology has nothing to do with good or bad taste. The distinction between good and bad taste has no meaning for psychology. On this account, the fundamental conceptions of aesthetics cannot arise from psychology. It may be a question whether this view can be accepted quite absolutely. See Appendix I, The Origins of the Kiss. C.J.B. Hellier on the Nipple Reflex, British Medical Journal, November 7, 1896. Fear Elinstinct Sexual, 2nd edition, p. 147. Roman 4. The bath antagonism of primitive Christianity to the cult of the Skinheads' cult of personal filth, the reasons which justified this attitude, the worldwide tendency to association between extreme cleanliness and sexual licentiousness, the immorality associated with public baths in Europe down to modern times. The hygiene of the skin, as well as its special cult, consists in bathing. The bath, as is well known, attained under the Romans a degree of development which, in Europe at all events, it has never reached before or since, and the modern visitor to Rome carries away with him no more impressive memory than that of the baths of Caracalla. Since the coming of Christianity, the cult of the skin, and even its hygiene, have never again attained the same general and unquestioned exaltation. The Church killed the bath. St. Jerome tells us with approval that when the holy Paula noted that any of her nuns were too careful in this matter, she would gravely reprove them, saying that the purity of the body and its garments means the impurity of the soul. Or, as the modern monk of Mount Athos still declares, a man should live in dirt as in a coat of mail, so that his soul may sojourn more securely within. Our knowledge of the bathing arrangements of Roman days is chiefly derived from Pompeii. 3 public baths, 2 for both men and women, who were also probably allowed to use the third occasionally, have so far been excavated in this small town, as well as at least 3 private bathing establishments, at least one of them for women, while about a dozen houses contain complete baths for private use. Even in a little farmhouse at Boscorial, 2 miles out of Pompeii, there was an elaborate series of bathing rooms. It may be added that Pompeii was well supplied with water. All houses but the poorest had flowing jets, and some houses had as many as 10 jets. See Mans Pompeii, chapters Roman 26, Roman 28. The Church succeeded to the domination of imperial Rome and adopted many of the methods of its predecessor. But there could be no greater contrast than is presented by the attitude of paganism and of Christianity toward the bath. As regards the tendencies of the public baths in imperial Rome, some of the evidence is brought together in the section on this subject in Rosenbaum's Geschichte der Lustsucht im Altertum. As regards the attitude of the earliest Christian ascetics in this matter, I may refer the reader to an interesting passage in Lecky's History of European Morals, Volume Roman 2, pp. 107-112, in which are brought together a number of highly instructive examples of the manner in which many of the most eminent of the early saints deliberately cultivated personal filth. In the Middle Ages, when the extreme excesses of the early ascetics had died out and monasticism became regulated, monks generally took 2 baths a year when in health, In illness, they could be taken as often as necessary. The rules of Cluny only allowed 3 towels to the community, one for the novices, one for the professed, and one for the lay brothers. At the end of the 17th century, Madame de Mazarin, having retired to a convent of Visitandines, one day desired to wash her feet, but the whole establishment was set in an uproar at such an idea, and she received a direct refusal. In 1760, the Dominican Richard wrote that in itself the bath is permissible, but it must be taken solely for necessity, not for pleasure. The Church taught, and this lesson is still inculcated in convent schools, that it is wrong to expose the body even to one's own gaze, and it is not surprising that many holy persons boasted that they had never even washed their hands. Most of these facts have been taken from A. Franklin Les Soins de Toilette, one of the Vie privée d'autrefois series, in which further details may be found. In 16th century Italy, a land of supreme elegance and fashion, superior even to France, the conditions were the same. And how little water found favor even with aristocratic ladies we may gather from the contemporary books on the toilet, which abound with recipes against itch and similar diseases. It should be added that Burckhardt, Die Kultur der Renaissance in Italien, 8th edition, Volume 2, p. 92, considers that in spite of skin diseases the Italians of the Renaissance were the first nation in Europe for cleanliness. It is unnecessary to consider the state of things in other European countries. The aristocratic conditions of former days are the plebeian conditions of today. So far as England is concerned, such documents as Chadwick's report on the sanitary condition of the laboring population of Great Britain, 1842, sufficiently illustrate the ideas and the practices as regards personal cleanliness which prevailed among the masses during the 19th century and which to a large extent still prevail. A considerable amount of opprobrium has been cast upon the Catholic Church for its direct and indirect influence in promoting bodily uncleanliness. Nietzsche sarcastically refers to the facts, and Mr. Frederick Harrison asserts that the tone of the Middle Ages in the matter of dirt was a form of mental disease. It would be easy to quote many other authors to the same effect. It is necessary to point out, however, that the writers who have committed themselves to such utterances have not only done an injustice to Christianity, but have shown a lack of historical insight. Christianity was essentially and fundamentally a rebellion against the classic world, against its vices, and against their concomitant virtues, against both its practices and its ideals. It sprang up in a different part of the Mediterranean basin, from a different level of culture. It found its supporters in a new and lower social stratum. The cult of charity, simplicity, and faith, while not primarily ascetic, became inevitably allied with asceticism, because from its point of view, sexuality was the very stronghold of the classic world. In the 2nd century, the genius of Clement of Alexandria and of the great Christian thinkers who followed him seized on all those elements in classic life and philosophy which could be amalgamated with Christianity without, as they trusted, destroying its essence. But in the matter of sexuality, there could be no compromise, and the condemnation of sexuality involved the condemnation of the bath. It required very little insight and sagacity for the Christians to see, though we are now apt to slur over the fact that the cult of the bath was in very truth the cult of the flesh. However profound their ignorance of anatomy, physiology, and psychology might be, they had before them ample evidence to show that the skin is an outlying sexual zone, and that every application which promoted the purity, brilliance, and healthfulness of the skin constituted a direct appeal, feeble or strong as the case might be, to those passions against which they were warring. The moral was evident. Better let the temporary garment of your flesh be soaked with dirt than risk staining the radiant purity of your immortal soul. If Christianity had not drawn that moral, with clear insight and relentless logic, Christianity would never have been a great force in the world. If any doubt is felt as to the really essential character of the connection between cleanliness and the sexual impulse, it may be dispelled by the consideration that the association is by no means confined to Christian Europe. If we go outside Europe and even Christendom altogether, to the other side of the world, we find it still well marked. The wantonness of the luxurious people of Tahiti when first discovered by European voyagers, is notorious. The Arioi of Tahiti, a society largely constituted on a basis of debauchery, is a unique institution so far as primitive peoples are concerned. Cook, after giving one of the earliest descriptions of this society and its objects at Tahiti, Hawkesworth, An Account of Voyages, etc., 1775, Volume Roman II, p. immediately goes on to describe the extreme and scrupulous cleanliness of the people of Tahiti in every respect. They not only bathed their bodies and clothes every day, but in all respects they carried cleanliness to a higher point than even the politest assembly in Europe. Another traveler bears similar testimony. The inhabitants of the Society Isles are, among all the nations of the South Seas, the most cleanly, and the better sort of them carry cleanliness to a very great length. They bathe morning and evening in the sea, he remarks, and afterward in fresh water to remove the particles of salt, wash their hands before and after meals, etc. Jr. Forster, Observations Made During a Voyage Round the World, 1798, p. 398. And William Ellis, in his detailed description of the people of Tahiti, Polynesian Researches, 1832, Volume I, especially chapters Roman 6 and Roman 9, while emphasizing their extreme cleanliness, every person of every class bathing at least once or twice a day, dwells on what he considers their unspeakable moral debasement. Notwithstanding the apparent mildness of their disposition and the cheerful vivacity of their conversation, no portion of the human race was ever perhaps sunk lower in brutal licentiousness and moral degradation. After leaving Tahiti, Cook went on to New Zealand. Here he found that the people were more virtuous than at Tahiti, and also, he found, less clean. It is, however, a mistake to suppose that physical uncleanliness ruled supreme through medieval and later times. It is true that the 18th century, which saw the birth of so much that marks our modern world, witnessed a revival of the old ideal of bodily purity. But the struggle between two opposing ideals had been carried on for 1,000 years or more before this. The Church, indeed, was in this matter founded on an impregnable rock. But there never has been a time when influences outside the Church have not found a shelter somewhere. Those traditions of the classic world, which Christianity threw aside as useless or worse, quietly reappeared. In no respect was this more notably the case than in regard to the love of pure water and the cult of the bath. Islam adopted the complete Roman bath and made it an institution of daily life, a necessity for all classes. Granada is the spot in Europe where today we find the most exquisite remains of Mohammedan culture. And, though the fury of Christian conquest dragged the harrow over the soil of Granada, even yet streams and fountains spring up there and gush abundantly, and one seldom loses the sound of the plash of water. The flower of Christian chivalry and Christian intelligence went to Palestine to wrest the Holy Sepulchre from the hands of pagan Mohammedans. They found there many excellent things which they had not gone out to seek, and the Crusaders produced a kind of premature and abortive Renaissance, the shadow of lost classic things reflected on Christian Europe from the mirror of Islam. Yet it is worthwhile to point out, as bearing on the associations of the bath here emphasized, that even in Islam we may trace the existence of a religious attitude unfavorable to the bath. Before the time of Mohammed, there were no public baths in Arabia, and it was and is believed that baths are specially haunted by the jinn, the evil spirits. Mohammed himself was at first so prejudiced against public baths that he forbade both men and women to enter them. Afterward, however, he permitted men to use them provided they wore a cloth round the loins, and women also when they could not conveniently bathe at home. Among the Prophet's sayings is found the assertion, "Whatever woman enters a bath, the devil is with her, and all the earth is given to me as a place of prayer, and is pure except the burial ground and the bath." C. E.G. E.W. Lane, Arabian Society in the Middle Ages, 1883, pp. 179-183. Although, therefore, the bath, or hammam, on grounds of ritual ablution, hygiene, and enjoyment, speedily became universally popular in Islam among all classes and both sexes, Mohammed himself may be said to have opposed it. Among the discoveries which the Crusaders made and brought home with them One of the most notable was that of the bath, which in its more elaborate forms seems to have been absolutely forgotten in Europe, though Roman baths might everywhere have been found underground. All authorities seem to be agreed in finding here the origin of the revival of the public bath. It is to Rome first, and later to Islam, the lineal inheritor of classic culture, that we owe the cult of water and of physical purity. Even today, the Turkish bath, which is the most popular of elaborate methods of bathing, recalls by its characteristics, and its name the fact that it is a Mohammedan survival of Roman life. From the 12th century onward, baths have repeatedly been introduced from the East and reintroduced afresh in slightly modified forms, and have flourished with varying degrees of success. In the 13th century, they were very common, especially in Paris, and though they were often used, more especially in Germany, by both sexes in common, every effort was made to keep them orderly and respectable. These efforts were, however, always unsuccessful in the end. A bath always tended in the end to become a brothel, and hence either became unfashionable or was suppressed by the authorities. It is sufficient to refer to the reputation in England of hothouses and bagnios. It was not until toward the end of the 18th century that it began to be recognized that the claims of physical cleanliness were sufficiently imperative to make it necessary that the fairly avoidable risks to morality in bathing should be avoided and the unavoidable risks bravely incurred. At the present day, now that we are accustomed to weave ingeniously together in the texture of our lives the conflicting traditions of classic and Christian days, we have almost persuaded ourselves that the pagan virtue of cleanliness comes next after godliness, and we bathe, forgetful of the great moral struggle which once went on around the bath. But we refrain from building ourselves palaces to bathe in, and for the most part we bathe with exceeding moderation. It is probable that we may best harmonize our conflicting traditions by rejecting not only the Christian glorification of dirt, but also, save for definitely therapeutic purposes, the excessive heat, friction, and stimulation involved by the classic forms of bathing. Our reasonable ideal should render it easy and natural for every man, woman, and child to have a simple bath, tepid in winter, cold in summer, all the year round. For the history of the bath in medieval times and later Europe, ca. Franklin, Les Soins de Toilette in the Vie privée d'autrefois series, Rudek, Geschichte der öffentlichen Sittlichkeit in Deutschland, t. Write the Homes of Other Days, e. Duren, des Geschlechtlichen Leben in England, bd. 1. Outside the church, there was a greater amount of cleanliness than we are sometimes apt to suppose. It may, indeed, be said that the uncleanliness of holy men and women would have attracted no attention if it had corresponded to the condition generally prevailing. Before public baths were established, bathing in private was certainly practiced. Thus Ordericus Vitalis, in narrating the murder of Mabel, the Countess de Montgomery, in Normandy in 1082, casually mentions that she was lying on the bed after her bath, Ecclesiastical History, Book 5, Chapter 13. In warm weather, it would appear medieval ladies bathed in streams, as we may still see countrywomen do in Russia, Bohemia, and occasionally nearer home. The statement of the historian Michelet, therefore, that Percival, Iseult, and the other ethereal personages of medieval times certainly never washed, La Sorcière, p. 110, requires some qualification. In 1292, there were 26 bathing establishments in Paris, and an attendant would go through the streets in the morning announcing that they were ready. One could have a vapor bath only or a hot bath to succeed it, as in the East. No woman of bad reputation, leper, or vagabond was at this time allowed to frequent the baths, which were closed on Sundays and feast days. By the 14th century, however, the baths began to have a reputation for immorality as well as luxury, and, according to Duffer, the baths of Paris rivaled those of imperial Rome. Love, prostitution, and debauchery attracted the majority to the bathing establishments, where everything was covered by a decent veil. He adds that, notwithstanding the scandal thus caused and the invectives of preachers, all went to the baths, young and old, rich and poor, and he makes the statement, which seems to echo the constant assertion of the early fathers, that a woman who frequented the baths returned home physically pure only at the expense of her moral purity. In Germany, there was even greater freedom of manners in bathing, though, it would seem, less real licentiousness. Even the smallest towns had their baths, which were frequented by all classes. As soon as the horn blew to announce that the baths were ready, all hastened along the street, the poorer folk almost completely undressing themselves before leaving their homes. Bathing was nearly always in common without any garment being worn. Women attendants commonly rubbed and massaged both sexes, and the dressing room was frequently used by men and women in common. This led to obvious evils. The Germans, as Weinhold points out, Die Deutschen Frauen im Mittelalter, 1882 BD. Roman II pp. 112 et seq. Have been fond of bathing in the open air in streams from the days of Tacitus and Caesar until comparatively modern times, when the police have interfered. It was the same in Switzerland. Poggio, early in the 16th century, founded the custom for men and women to bathe together at Baden, and said that he seemed to be assisting at the Floralia of ancient Rome or in Plato's Republic. Senenker, who quotes the passage de Elamer, 1834, volume IP. 313, remarks that at the beginning of the 19th century, there was still great liberty at the Baden baths. Of the 13th century in England, Thomas Wright, Homes of Other Days, 1871, p. 271, remarks, "The practice of warm bathing prevailed very generally in all classes of society, and is frequently alluded to in the medieval romances and stories. For this purpose, a large bathing tub was used. People sometimes bathed immediately after rising in the morning, and we find the bath used after dinner and before going to bed. A bath was also often prepared for a visitor on his arrival from a journey, and, what seems still more singular, in the numerous stories of amorous intrigues, the two lovers usually began their interviews by bathing together. In England, the association between bathing and immorality was established with special rapidity and thoroughness. Baths were here officially recognized as brothels, and this as early as the 12th century under Henry Roman II. These organized bath brothels were confined to Southwark, outside the walls of the city, a quarter which was also given up to various sports and amusements. At a later period, hot houses, bagnios, and hammams, the Eastern hammam, were spread all over London and remained closely identified with prostitution, these names, indeed, constantly tending to become synonymous with brothels. T. Wright, Homes of Other Days, 1871, pp. 494-496, gives an account of them. In France, the baths, being anathematized by both Catholics and Huguenots, began to lose vogue and disappear. Morality gained, remarks Franklin, but cleanliness lost. Even the charming and elegant Margaret of Navarre found it quite natural for a lady to mention incidentally to her lover that she had not washed her hands for a week. Then began an extreme tendency to use cosmetics, essences, perfumes, and a fierce war with vermin, up to the 17th century, when some progress was made, and persons who desired to be very elegant and refined were recommended to wash their faces nearly every day. Even in 1782, however, while a linen cloth was advised for the purpose of cleaning the face and hands, the use of water was still somewhat discountenanced. The use of hot and cold baths was now, however, beginning to be established in Paris and elsewhere, and the bathing establishments at the great European health resorts were also beginning to be put on the orderly footing which is now customary. When Casanova, in the middle of the 18th century, went to the public baths at Bern, he was evidently somewhat surprised when he found that he was invited to choose his own attendant from a number of young women, and when he realized that these attendants were, in all respects, at the disposition of the bathers. It is evident that establishments of this kind were then already dying out, although it may be added that the customs described by Casanova appear to have persisted in Budapest and St. Petersburg almost or quite up to the present. The great European public baths have long been above suspicion in this respect, though homosexual practices are not quite excluded. While it is well recognized that many kinds of hot baths now in use produce a powerfully stimulating action upon the sexual system, and patients taking such baths for medical purposes are frequently warned against giving way to these influences. The struggle which in former ages went on around bathing establishments has now been in part transferred to massage establishments. Massage is an equally powerful stimulant to the skin and the sexual sphere, acting mainly by friction instead of mainly by heat, and it has not yet attained that position of general recognition and popularity, which, in the case of bathing establishments, renders it bad policy to court disrepute. Like bathing, massage is a hygienic and therapeutic method of influencing the skin and subjacent tissues, which, together with its advantages, has certain concomitant disadvantages in its liability to affect the sexual sphere. This influence is apt to be experienced by individuals of both sexes, though it is perhaps specially marked in women. Juin, quoted in Paris Journal de Médecine, April 23, 1893, found that of 20 women treated by massage, of whom he made inquiries, 14 declared that they experienced voluptuous sensations. 8 of these belonged to respectable families. The other 6 were women of the demi-monde and gave precise details. Juin refers in this connection to the Alps of Rome. It is unnecessary to add that the gynecological massage introduced in recent years by the Swedish teacher of gymnastics, Theurbrandt, as involving prolonged rubbing and kneading of the pelvic regions, pression glissante du vagin, etc., Massage gynecologique, by G. De Frumery, whatever its therapeutic value, cannot fail in a large proportion of cases to stimulate the sexual emotions. Eulenberg remarks that for sexual anesthesia in women, the Theurbrandt system of massage may naturally be recommended. Sexual neuropathy, p. 78. I have been informed that in London and elsewhere massage establishments are sometimes visited by women who seek sexual gratification by massage of the genital regions by the masseuse. Footnotes: Dyson's Munditium corporis ac vestidus animi s immunditium, St. Jerome, ad Eustachium virginum. With regard to the physiological mechanism by which bathing produces its tonic and stimulating effects, Woods Hutchinson has an interesting discussion, Chapter 7, in his studies in human and comparative pathology. Thus, among the young women admitted to the Chicago Normal School to be trained as teachers, Miss Laura Sanborn, the director of physical training, states, Doctor's Magazine, December, 1900, that a bath once a fortnight is found to be not unusual. V. Summary: fundamental importance of touch: the skin, the mother of all the other senses. The sense of touch is so universally diffused over the whole skin, and in so many various degrees and modifications, and it is, moreover, so truly the alpha and the omega of affection, that a broken and fragmentary treatment of the subject has been inevitable. The skin is the archaeological field of human and prehuman experience, the foundation on which all forms of sensory perception have grown up, and as sexual sensibility is among the most ancient of all forms of sensibility, the sexual instinct is necessarily, in the main, a comparatively slightly modified form of general touch sensibility. This primitive character of the great region of tactile sensation, its vagueness and diffusion, the comparatively unintellectual as well as unesthetic nature of the mental conceptions which arise on the tactile basis, make it difficult to deal precisely with the psychology of touch. The very same qualities, however, serve greatly to heighten the emotional intensity of skin sensations. So that, of all the great sensory fields, the field of touch is at once the least intellectual and the most massively emotional. These qualities, as well as its intimate and primitive association with the apparatus of tumescence and detumescence, make touch the readiest and most powerful channel by which the sexual sphere may be reached. In disentangling the phenomena of tactile sensibility, ticklishness has been selected for special consideration as a kind of sensation, founded on reflexes developing even before birth, which is very closely related to sexual phenomena. It is, as it were, a play of tumescence, on which laughter supervenes as a play of detumescence. It leads on to the more serious phenomena of tumescence, and it tends to die out after adolescence, at the period during which sexual relationships normally begin. Such a view of ticklishness, as a kind of modesty of the skin, existing merely to be destroyed, need only be regarded as one of its aspects. Ticklishness certainly arose from a non-sexual starting point and may well have protective uses in the young animal. The readiness with which tactile sensibility takes on a sexual character and forms reflex channels of communication with the sexual sphere proper is illustrated by the existence of certain secondary sexual foci only inferior in sexual excitability to the genital region. We have seen that the chief of these normal foci are situated in the orificial regions where skin and mucous membrane meet, and that the contact of any two orificial regions between two persons of different sex brought together under favorable conditions is apt, when prolonged, to produce a very intense degree of sexual erethism. This is a normal phenomenon insofar as it is a part of tumescence, and not a method of obtaining detumescence. The kiss is a typical example of these contacts, while the nipple is of special interest in this connection, because we are thereby enabled to bring the psychology of lactation into intimate relationship with the psychology of sexual love. The extreme sensitiveness of the skin, the readiness with which its stimulation reverberates into the sexual sphere, clearly brought out by the present study, enable us to understand better a very ancient contest, the moral struggle around the bath. There has always been a tendency for the extreme cultivation of physical purity to lead on to the excessive stimulation of the sexual sphere, so that the Christian ascetics were entirely justified, on their premises, in fighting against the bath and in directly or indirectly fostering a cult of physical uncleanliness. While, however, in the past there has clearly been a general tendency for the cult of physical purity to be associated with moral licentiousness, and there are sufficient grounds for such an association, it is important to remember that it is not an inevitable and fatal association. A scrupulously clean person is by no means necessarily impelled to licentiousness. A physically unclean person is by no means necessarily morally pure. When we have eliminated certain forms of the bath which must be regarded as luxuries rather than hygienic necessities, though they occasionally possess therapeutic virtues, we have eliminated the most violent appeals of the bath to the sexual impulse. So imperative are the demands of physical purity now becoming, in general opinion, that such small risks to moral purity as may still remain are constantly and wisely disregarded, and the immoral traditions of the bath now, for the most part, belong to the past. Smell. The primitiveness of smell, the anatomical seat of the olfactory center's predominance of smell, among the lower mammals its diminished importance in man the attention paid to odors by savages. The first more highly organized sense to arise on the diffuse tactile sensitivity of the skin is, in most cases, without doubt that of smell. At first, indeed, olfactory sensibility is not clearly differentiated from general tactile sensibility. The pit of thickened and ciliated epithelium, or the highly mobile antennae, which in many lower animals are sensitive to odorous stimuli, are also extremely sensitive to tactile stimuli. This is, for instance, the case with the snail, in whom at the same time olfactive sensibility seems to be spread over the whole body. The sense of smell is gradually specialized, and when taste also begins to develop a kind of chemical sense, is constituted. The organ of smell, however, speedily begins to rise in importance as we ascend the zoological scale. In the lower vertebrates, when they began to adopt a life on dry land, the sense of smell seems to have been that part of their sensory equipment which proved most useful under the new conditions, and it developed with astonishing rapidity. Edinger finds that in the brain of reptiles the area olfactoria is of enormous extent, covering, indeed, the greater part of the cortex, though it may be quite true, as Herrick remarks, that while smell is preponderant, it is perhaps not correct to attribute an exclusively olfactory tone to the cerebral activities of the Sauropsida or even the Ichthyopsida. Among most mammals, however, in any case, smell is certainly the most highly developed of the senses. It gives the first information of remote objects that concern them. It gives the most precise information concerning the near objects that concern them. It is the sense in terms of which most of their mental operations must be conducted and their emotional impulses reach consciousness. Among the apes, it has greatly lost importance, and in man it has become almost rudimentary, giving place to the supremacy of vision. Prof. J. Elliott Smith, a leading authority on the brain, has well summarized the facts concerning the predominance of the olfactory region in the mammal brain, and his conclusions may be quoted. It should be premised that Elliott Smith divides the brain into rhinencephalon and neopallium. Rhinencephalon designates the regions which are preeminently olfactory in function. The olfactory bulb, its peduncle, the tuberculum olfactorium and locus perforatus, the piriform lobe, the paraderminal body, and the whole hippocampal formation. The neopallium is the dorsal cap of the brain, with frontal, parietal, and occipital areas comprehending all that part of the brain which is the seat of the higher associative activities, reaching its fullest development in man. In the early mammals, the olfactory areas form by far the greater part of the cerebral hemisphere, which is not surprising when it is recalled that the forebrain is, in the primitive brain, essentially an appendage, so to speak, of the smell apparatus. When the cerebral hemisphere comes to occupy such a dominant position in the brain, it is perhaps not unnatural to find that the sense of smell is the most influential and the chief source of information to the animal. Or, perhaps, it would be more accurate to say that the olfactory sense, which conveys general information to the animal such as no other sense can bring concerning its prey, whether near or far, hidden or exposed, is much the most serviceable of all the avenues of information to the lowly mammal leading a terrestrial life, and therefore becomes predominant, and its particular domain, the forebrain, becomes the ruling portion of the nervous system. This early predominance of the sense of smell persists in most mammals, unless an aquatic mode of life interferes and deposes it. Compare the Cetacea, Sirenia, and Pinnipedia, for example. Even though a large neopallium develops to receive visual, auditory, tactile, and other impressions pouring into the forebrain. In the Anthropoidea alone of non-aquatic mammals, the olfactory regions undergo an absolute, and not only relative, as in the carnivora and ungulata, dwindling, which is equally shared by the human brain, in common with those of the other Simiidae, the Cercopithecidae, and the Cebidae. But all the parts of the rhinencephalon, which are so distinct in macrosmatic mammals, can also be recognized in the human brain. The small ellipsoidal olfactory bulb is moored, so to speak, on the cribriform plate of the ethmoid bone by the olfactory nerves, so that, as the place of attachment of the olfactory peduncle to the expanding cerebral hemisphere becomes removed, as a result of the forward extension of the hemisphere, progressively farther and farther backward, the peduncle becomes greatly stretched and elongated. And as this stretching involves the gray matter without lessening the number of nerve fibers in the olfactory tract, the peduncle becomes practically what it is usually called, i.e., the olfactory tract. The tuberculum olfactorium becomes greatly reduced and at the same time flattened, so that it is not easy to draw a line of demarcation between it and the anterior perforated space. The anterior rhinal fissure, which is present in the early human fetus, vanishes almost, if not altogether, in the adult. Part of the posterior rhinal fissure is always present in the incisura temporalis, and sometimes, especially in some of the non-European races, the whole of the posterior rhinal fissure is retained in that typical form which we find in the anthropoid apes. G. Elliott Smith, in Descriptive and Illustrated Catalogue of the Physiological Series of Comparative Anatomy, contained in the Museum of the Royal College of Surgeons of England, 2nd edition, volume Roman II. A full statement of Elliott Smith's investigations, with diagrams, is given by Bullen, Journal of Mental Science, July, 1899. It may be added that the whole subject of the olfactory centers has been thoroughly studied by Elliott Smith, as well as by Edinger, Mayer, and C.L. Herrick. In the Journal of Comparative Neurology, edited by the last named, numerous discussions and summaries bearing on the subject will be found from 1896 onward. Regarding the primitive sense organs of smell in the various invertebrate groups, some information will be found in A.B. Griffith's Physiology of the Invertebrata, Chapter 11. The predominance of the olfactory area in the nervous system of the vertebrates generally has inevitably involved intimate psychic associations between olfactory stimuli and the sexual impulse. For most mammals, not only are all sexual associations mainly olfactory, but the impressions received by this sense suffice to dominate all others. An animal not only receives adequate sexual excitement from olfactory stimuli, but those stimuli often suffice to counterbalance all the evidence of the other senses. We may observe this very well in the case of the dog. Thus, a young dog, well known to me, who had never had connection with a bitch, but was always in the society of its father, once met the latter directly after the elder dog had been with a bitch. He immediately endeavored to behave toward the elder dog, in spite of angry repulses, exactly as a dog behaves toward a bitch in heat. The messages received by the sense of smell were sufficiently urgent not only to set the sexual mechanism in action, but to overcome the experiences of a lifetime. There is an interesting chapter on the sense of smell in the mental life of the dog in Giesler's Psychologie des Geraches, 1894, Chapter 11. Passy, in the appendix to his memoir on olfaction L'année psychologique, 1895, gives the result of some interesting experiments as to the effects of perfume on dogs. Civet and castoreum were found to have the most powerfully exciting effect. The influences of smell are equally omnipotent in the sexual life of many insects. Thus, Fear has found that in cockchafers sexual coupling failed to take place when the antennae, which are the organs of smell, were removed. He also found that males, after they had coupled with females, proved sexually attractive to other males. Comptes rendus de la Société de Biologie, May 21. Fear similarly found that, in a species of bomyx, males after contact with females sometimes proved attractive to other males, although no abnormal relationships followed. Zosch. De Bial, July 30, 1898. With the advent of the higher apes, and especially of man, all this has been changed. The sense of smell, indeed, still persists universally, and it is still also exceedingly delicate, though often neglected. It is, moreover, a useful auxiliary in the exploration of the external world. For, in contrast to the very few sensations furnished to us by touch and by taste, we are acquainted with a vast number of smells, though the information they give us is frequently vague. An experienced perfumer, says Peace, will have 200 odors in his laboratory and can distinguish them all. To a sensitive nose, nearly everything smells. Passy goes so far as to state that he has never met with any object that is really inodorous when one pays attention to it, not even excepting glass. And though we can scarcely accept this statement absolutely, especially in view of the careful experiments of Ayrton, which show that, contrary to a common belief, metals when perfectly clean and free from traces of contact with the skin, or with salt solutions, have no smell odor is still extremely widely diffused. This is especially the case in hot countries, and the experiments of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition on the sense of smell of the Papuans were considerably impeded by the fact that at Torres Straits everything, even water, seemed to have a smell. Savages are often accused more or less justly of indifference to bad odors. They are very often, however, keenly alive to the significance of smells and their varieties, though it does not appear that the sense of smell is notably more developed in savage than in civilized peoples. Odors also continue to play a part in the emotional life of man, more especially in hot countries. Nevertheless, both in practical life and in emotional life, in science and in art, smell is, at the best, under normal conditions, merely an auxiliary. If the sense of smell were abolished altogether, the life of mankind would continue as before, with little or no sensible modification, though the pleasures of life, and especially of eating and drinking, would be to some extent diminished. In New Ireland, Duffield remarks, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 1886, p. 118, the natives have a very keen sense of smell. Unusual odors are repulsive to them, and carbolic acid drove them wild. The New Caledonians, according to Foley, Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie, November 6, 1879, only like the smells of meat and fish which are becoming, high, like Papoya, which smells of foul manure, and kava of rotten eggs. Fruits and vegetables which are beginning to go bad seem the best to them, while the fresh and natural odors which we prefer seem merely to say to them, "We are not yet eatable." A taste for putrefying food, common among savages, by no means necessarily involves a distaste for agreeable scents, and even among Europeans, there is a widespread taste for offensively smelling and putrid foods, especially cheese and game. The natives of Torres Straits were carefully examined by Dr. C.S. Myers with regard to their olfactory acuteness and olfactory preferences. It was found that acuteness was, if anything, slightly greater than among Europeans. This appeared to be largely due to the careful attention they pay to odors. The resemblances which they detected among different odorous substances were frequently found to rest on real chemical affinities. The odors they were observed to dislike most frequently were asafoetida, valerianic acid, and civet, the last being regarded as most repulsive of all on account of its resemblance to fecal odor, which these people regard with intense disgust. Their favorite odors were musk, thyme, and especially violet. Report of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, Volume Roman II, Part 2, 1903. In Australia, Lumholtz, Among Cannibals, p. 115, found that the blacks had a keener sense of smell than he possessed. In New Zealand, the Maoris, as W. Colenso shows, possessed, formerly at all events, a very keen sense of smell or else were very attentive to smell. And their taste as regarded agreeable and disagreeable odors corresponded very closely to European taste, although it must be added that some of their common articles of food possessed a very offensive odor. They are not only sensitive to European perfumes, but possessed various perfumes of their own, derived from plants and possessing a pleasant, powerful, and lasting odor. The choicest and rarest was the gum of the Terramia acifila colensoi, which was gathered by virgins after the use of prayers and charms. Sir Joseph Banks noted that Maori chiefs wore little bundles of perfumes around their necks, and Cook made the same observation concerning the young women. References to the 4 chief Maori perfumes are contained in a stanza which is still often hummed to express satisfaction, and sung by a mother to her child. My little neck satchel of sweet-scented moss, my little neck satchel of fragrant fern, my little neck satchel of odoriferous gum, my sweet-smelling neck locket of sharp-pointed Terramia. In the summer season, the sleeping houses of Maori chiefs were often strewed with a large, sweet-scented, flowering grass of powerful odor. W. Colenso, Transactions of the New Zealand Institute, Volume Roman 24, reprinted in Nature, November 10, 1892. Javanese women rub themselves with a mixture of chalk and strong essence, which, when rubbed off, leaves a distinct perfume on the body. Strats die Frankleidung, p. 84. The Samoans, Friedlander states, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, p. 52, are very fond of fragrant and aromatic odors. He gives a list of some 20 odorous plants which they use, more especially as garlands for the head and neck, including ylang-ylang and gardenia. He remarks that of one of these plants, cordyline, he could not himself detect the odor. The Nicobarese, Mann Remarks, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 1889, p. 377, like the natives of New Zealand, particularly dislike the smell of carbolic acid. Both young men and women are very partial to scents. The former say they find their use a certain passport to the favor of their wives, and they bring home from the jungle the scented leaves of a certain creeper to their sweethearts and wives. Swahili women devote much attention to perfuming themselves. When a woman wishes to make herself desirable, she anoints herself all over with fragrant ointments, sprinkles herself with rose water, puts perfume into her clothes, strews jasmine flowers on her bed as well as binding them round her neck and waist, and smokes udi, the perfumed wood of the aloe. Every man is glad when his wife smells of udi. Velten, sitten un Gebrach der Suaheli, pp. 212-14. Footnotes. Emile Young, Licenz olfactif de l'escargot, Helix pomada, Archives de Psychologie, November 1903. The sensitiveness of smell in man generally exceeds that of chemical reaction or even of spectral analysis. See Passy, L'année psychologique, 2nd year, 1895, p. 380. Roman II. Rise of the study of olfaction Cloquet's Wardemaker the theory of smell the classification of odors the special characteristics of olfactory sensation in man-smell, as the sense of imagination odors, as nervous stimulants vasomotor, and muscular effects odorous substances as drugs. During the 18th century, a great impetus was given to the physiological and psychological study of the senses by the philosophical doctrines of Locke and the English school generally, which then prevailed in Europe. These thinkers had emphasized the immense importance of the information derived through the senses in building up the intellect, so that the study of all the sensory channels assumed a significance which it had never possessed before. The olfactory sense fully shared in the impetus, thus given to sensory investigation. At the beginning of the 19th century, a distinguished French physician, Hippolyte Cloquet, a disciple of Cabanis, devoted himself more especially to this subject. After publishing in 1815 a preliminary work, he issued in 1821 his Ausphysiologie, au trait des odeurs, du sens et des organes de l'olfaction, a complete monograph on the anatomy, physiology, psychology, and pathology of the olfactory organ and its functions, and a work that may still be consulted with profit, if indeed it can even yet be said to be at every point superseded. After Cloquet's time, the study of the sense of smell seems to have fallen into some degree of discredit. For more than half a century, no important progress was made in this field. Serious investigators seem to have become shy of the primitive senses generally, and the subject of smell was mainly left to those interested in curious subjects. Many interesting observations were, however, incidentally made. Thus Laycock, who was a pioneer in so many bypaths of psychology and anthropology, showed a special interest in the olfactory sense and frequently touched on it in his Nervous Diseases of Women and elsewhere. The writer, who more than any other has in recent years restored the study of the sense of smell from a bypath to its proper position as a highway for investigation, is without doubt Professor Zwaardemaker of Utrecht. The invention of his first olfactometer in 1888 and the appearance in 1895 of his great work Die Physiologie des Geruchs have served to give the physiology of the sense of smell an assured status, and to open the way anew for much fruitful investigation, while a number of inquirers in many countries have had their attention directed to the elucidation of this sense. Notwithstanding, however, the amount of work which has been done in this field during recent years, it cannot be said that the body of assured conclusions so far reached is large. The most fundamental principles of olfactory physiology and psychology are still somewhat vague and uncertain. Although sensations of smell are numerous and varied, in this respect approaching the sensations of vision and hearing, smell still remains close to touch in the vagueness of its messages. While the most sensitive of the senses, remarks Passy, it is the least precise. The difficulty of classifying them, the impossibility of so controlling them as to found upon them any art. It seems better, therefore, not to attempt to force the present study of a special aspect of olfaction into any general scheme which may possibly not be really valid. The earliest and most general tendency in regard to the theory of smell was to regard it as a kind of chemical sense directly stimulated by minute particles of solid substance. A vibratory theory of smell, however, making it somewhat analogous to hearing, easily presents itself. When I first began the study of physiology in 1881, a speculation of this kind presented itself to my mind. Long before Philip von Walther, a professor at Landshut, had put forward a dynamic theory of olfaction, Physiologie des Menschen, 18078, volume Roman 2, p. 278. It is a purely dynamic operation of the odorous substance in the olfactory organ, he stated. Odor is conveyed by the air, he believed, in the same way as heat. It must be added that his reasons for this theory will not always bear examination. More recently, a similar theory has been seriously put forward in various quarters. Sir William Ramsay tentatively suggested such a theory, Nature, volume Roman 25, p. 187, in analogy with light and sound. Haycraft, Proceedings of the Royal Society of Edinburgh 87, and Brain, 1887-88, largely starting from Mendeleeff's law of periodicity, similarly sought to bring smell into line with the higher senses, arguing that molecules with the same vibration have the same smell. Rutherford Nature, August 1892, p. 343, attaching importance to the evidence brought forward by von Brunn, showing that the olfactory cells terminate in very delicate short hairs, also stated his belief that the different qualities of smell result from differences in the frequency and form of the vibrations initiated by the action of the chemical molecules on these olfactory cells, though he admitted that such a conception involved a very subtle conception of molecular vibration. Vasquide and Van Mel, Paris Academy of Sciences, December 26, 1899, have again argued that smell is produced by rays of short wavelengths, analogous to light rays, Roentgen rays, etc. Chemical action is, however, a very important factor in the production of odors. This has been well shown by Ayrton Nature, September 8, 1898. We seem to be forced in the direction of a chemico-vibratory theory, as pointed out by Southern Nature, March 26, 1903, the olfactory cells being directly stimulated, not by the ordinary vibrations of the molecules, but by the agitations accompanying chemical changes. The vibratory hypothesis of the action of odors has had some influence on the recent physiologists who have chiefly occupied themselves with olfaction. It is probable, Zwaardemaker writes, L'année psychologique, 1898, that aroma is a physico-chemical attribute of the molecules. He points out that there is an intimate analogy between color and odor, and remarks that this analogy leads us to suppose in an aroma ether vibrations of which the period is determined by the structure of the molecule. Since the physiology of olfaction is yet so obscure, it is not surprising that we have no thoroughly scientific classification of smells, notwithstanding various ambitious attempts to reach a classification. The classification adopted by Zwaardemaker is founded on the ancient scheme of Linnaeus, and may here be reproduced. I. Ethereal odors, chiefly esters, Rimmel's fruity series. Roman 2. Aromatic odors, terpenes, camphors, and the spicy, herbaceous, rosaceous, and almond series. The chemical types are well determined. Cineol, eugenol, anethol, geraniol, benzaldehyde. Roman 3. The balsamic odors, chiefly aldehydes, Rimmel's jasmine violet and balsamic series with the chemical types, terpenol, ionon, vanillin. Roman 4. The ambrosiacal odors, ambergris and musk. V. The alliaceous odors with the cacadylic group, asafoetida ichthyol, etc. Roman 6. Empyromatic odors. Roman 7. Valerianaceous odors, Linnaeus's odors Hercini, the capril group, largely composed of sexual odors. Roman 8. Narcotic odors, Linnaeus's odors tetri. Roman 9. Stenches. A valuable and interesting memoir, Revue Générale sur les sensations olfactives, by J. Passy, the chief French authority on this subject, will be found in the second volume of L'année psychologique, 1895. In the fifth issue of the same yearbook, for 1898, Zwaardemaker presents a full summary of his work and views, Les sensations olfactives, leurs combinaisons et leurs compensations. A convenient, but less authoritative, summary of the facts of normal and pathological olfaction will be found in a little volume of the Actualites Medicals series by Dr. Collett, L'odorat et ses troubles, 1904. In a little book entitled Wegweiser zu einer Psychologie des Geräusches, 1894, Giesler has sought to outline a psychology of smell, but his sketch can only be regarded as tentative and provisional. At the outset, nevertheless, it seems desirable that we should at least have some conception of the special characteristics, which mark the great and varied mass of sensations reaching the brain through the channel of the olfactory organ. The main special character of olfactory images seems to be conditioned by the fact that they are intermediate in character between those of touch or taste and those of sight or sound, that they have much of the vagueness of the first and something of the richness and variety of the second. Aesthetically, also, they occupy an intermediate position between the higher and the lower senses. They are, at the same time, less practically useful than either the lower or the higher senses. They furnish us with a great mass of what we may call by sensations, which are of little practical use, but inevitably become intimately mixed with the experiences of life by association, and thus acquire an emotional significance which is often very considerable. Their emotional force, it may well be, is connected with the fact that their anatomical seat is the most ancient part of the brain. They lie in a remote, almost disused storehouse of our minds, and show the fascination or the repulsiveness of all vague and remote things. It is for this reason that they are to an extent that is remarkable when we consider that they are much more precise than touch sensations subject to the influence of emotional associations. The very same odor may be at one moment highly pleasant, at the next moment highly unpleasant, in accordance with the emotional attitude resulting from its associations. Visual images have no such extreme flexibility. They are too definite to be so easily influenced. Our feelings about the beauty of a flower cannot oscillate so easily or so far as may our feelings about the agreeableness of its odor. Our olfactory experiences thus institute a more or less continuous series of bisensations accompanying us through life, of no great practical significance, but of considerable emotional significance from their variety, their intimacy, their associational facility, their remote ancestral reverberations through our brains. It is the existence of these characteristics at once so vague and so specific, so useless and so intimate, which led various writers to describe the sense of smell as, above all others, the sense of imagination. No sense has so strong a power of suggestion, the power of calling up ancient memories with a wider and deeper emotional reverberation, while at the same time no sense furnishes impressions which so easily change emotional color and tone, in harmony with the recipient's general attitude. Odors are thus specially apt both to control the emotional life and to become its slaves. With the use of incense, religions have utilized the imaginative and symbolical virtues of fragrance. All the legends of the saints have insisted on the odor of sanctity that exhales from the bodies of holy persons, especially at the moment of death. Under the conditions of civilization, these primitive emotional associations of odor tend to be dispersed. But on the other hand, the imaginative side of the olfactory sense becomes accentuated, and personal idiosyncrasies of all kinds tend to manifest themselves in the sphere of smell. Rousseau in Émile Biquet. Roman, too, regarded smell as the sense of the imagination. So also, at an earlier period, it was termed, according to Claquet by Cardano. Claquet frequently insisted on the qualities of odors which cause them to appeal to the imagination, on their irregular and inconstant character, on their power of intoxicating the mind on some occasions, on the curious individual and racial preferences in the matter of odors. He remarked on the fact that the Persians employed asafoetida as a seasoning, while valerian was accounted a perfume in antiquity. Claquet, Os Physiology pp. 28, 45, 71, 112. It may be added, as a curious example familiar to most people of the dependence of the emotional tone of a smell on its associations, that, while the exhalations of other people's bodies are ordinarily disagreeable to us, such is not the case with our own. This is expressed in the crude and vigorous dictum of the Elizabethan poet Marston: "Every man's dung smells sweet I his own nose." There are doubtless many implications, moral as well as psychological, in that statement. The modern authorities on olfaction, Passy and Zwaardemaker, both alike insist on the same characteristics of the sense of smell, its extreme acuity and yet its vagueness. We live in a world of odor, Zwaardemaker remarks, L'année psychologique, 1898 p., as we live in a world of light and of sound. But smell yields us no distinct ideas grouped in regular order, still less that are fixed in the memory as a grammatical discipline. Olfactory sensations awake vague and half-understood perceptions, which are accompanied by very strong emotion. The emotion dominates us, but the sensation which was the cause of it remains unperceived. Even in the same individual, there are wide variations in the sensitiveness to odors at different times, more especially as regards faint odors. Passy, L'année psychologique, 1895 p. 387, brings forward some observations on this point. Maudsley noted the peculiarly suggestive power of odors. "There are certain smells," he remarked, "which never fail to bring back to me instantly and visibly scenes of my boyhood. Many of us could probably say the same." Another writer, E. Dillon, A Neglected Sense, 19th century, April 1894, remarks that no sense has a stronger power of suggestion. Ribot has made an interesting investigation as to the prevalence and nature of the emotional memory of odors, Psychology of the Emotions, Chapter 11. By emotional memory is meant the spontaneous or voluntary revivability of the image, olfactory or other. For the general question, see an article by F. Pillin, La mémoire affective, Son importance théorique et pratique, Revue philosophique, February 1901, also Paulhan, Sur la mémoire affective, Revue philosophique, December 1902 and January 1903. Ribot found that 40% of persons are unable to revive any such images of taste or smell. 48% could revive some. 12% declared themselves capable of reviving all, or nearly all, at pleasure. In some persons, there is no necessary accompanying revival of visual or tactile representations, but in the majority, the revived odor ultimately excites a corresponding visual image. The odors most frequently recalled were pinks, musk, violets, heliotrope, carbolic acid, the smell of the country, of grass, etc. Piron. Revue philosophique, December 1902, has described the special power possessed by vague odors in his own case of evoking ancient impressions. Dr. J.N. Mackenzie, American Journal of the Medical Sciences, January 1886, considers that civilization exerts an influence in heightening or encouraging the influence of olfaction as it affects our emotions and judgment. And that, in the same way, as we ascend the social scale, the more readily our minds are influenced and perhaps perverted by impressions received through the sense of smell. Odors are powerful stimulants to the whole nervous system, causing, like other stimulants, an increase of energy which, if excessive or prolonged, leads to nervous exhaustion. Thus, it is well recognized in medicine that the aromatics containing volatile oils, such as anise, cinnamon, cardamoms, cloves, coriander, and peppermint, are antispasmodics and anesthetics, and that they stimulate digestion, circulation, and the nervous system in large doses, producing depression. The carefully arranged plethysmographic experiments of Shields at the Johns Hopkins University have shown that olfactory sensations, by their action on the vasomotor system, cause an increase of blood in the brain and sometimes in addition stimulation of the heart. Musk, wintergreen, wood violet, and especially heliotrope were found to act strongly in these ways. Fear's experiments with the dynamometer and the ergograph have greatly contributed to illustrate the stimulating effects of odors. Thus, he found that smelling musk suffices to double muscular effort. With a number of odorous substances, he has found that muscular work is temporarily heightened. When taste stimulation was added, the increase of energy, notably when using lemon, was colossal. A kind of sensorial intoxication could be produced by the inhalation of odors, and the whole system stimulated to greater activity. The visual acuity was increased, and electric and general excitability heightened. Such effects may be obtained in perfectly healthy persons, though both Shields and Fear have found that in highly nervous persons the effects are liable to be much greater. It is doubtless on this account that it is among civilized peoples that attention is chiefly directed to perfumes, and that under the conditions of modern life, the interest in olfaction and its study has been revived. It is the genuinely stimulant qualities of odorous substances which led to the widespread use of the more potent among them by ancient physicians, and has led a few modern physicians to employ them still. Thus, vanilla, according to Alloy, deserves to be much more frequently used therapeutically than it is, on account of its excitomotor properties. He states that its qualities as an excitant of sexual desire have long been recognized, and that Fonsegraves used to prescribe it for sexual frigidity. Footnotes: the opinions of psychologists concerning the aesthetic significance of smell, not on the whole very favorable, are brought together and discussed by J.V. Volkelt, Der Ästhetische Wert der niederen Sinn, Zeitschrift für Psychologie und Physiologie der Sinnesorgan, 1902, HT. 3. TA. Shields the effect of odors, etc., upon the blood flow. Journal of Experimental Medicine, Volume I, November, 1896. In France, O. Henry and Tardif have made somewhat similar experiments on respiration and circulation. See the latter's Les odeurs et les parfums, Chapter 3. Fear, Sensation et Movement, Chapter 6. Ib. Comptes rendus de la Société de Biologie, November 3, December 15 and 22, 1900. Eloy Art. Vanel, Dictionnaire encyclopédique des sciences médicales. Roman 3. The specific body odors of various peoples the Negro, etc. The European the ability to distinguish individuals by smell the odor of sanctity the odor, of death the odors, of different parts of the body the appearance of specific odors, at puberty the odors of sexual excitement the odors of menstruation body odors. As a secondary sexual character the custom of salutation, by smell the kiss sexual selection, by smell the alleged association between size of nose and sexual vigor the probably intimate relationship between the olfactory and genital spheres reflex influences from the nose reflex influences from the genital sphere olfactory hallucinations in insanity as related to sexual states the olfactive type the sense of smell in neurasthenic and allied states in certain poets and novelists olfactory fetishism the part played by olfaction in normal sexual attraction in the East, etc. In modern Europe the odor of the armpit and its variations as a sexual and general stimulant body odors in civilization tend to cause sexual antipathy unless some degree of tumescence is already present. The question whether men or women are more liable to feel olfactory influences. Women, usually more attentive to odors. The special interest in odors felt by sexual inverts. In approaching the specifically sexual aspect of odor in the human species, we may start from the fundamental fact of fact. We seek so far as possible to disguise in our ordinary social relations that all men and women are odorous. This is marked among all races. The powerful odor of many, though not all, Negroes is well known. It is by no means due to uncleanly habits, and Jost remarks that it is even increased by cleanliness, which opens the pores of the skin. According to Sir H. Johnston, it is most marked in the armpits and is stronger in men than in women. Pruner Bay describes it as ammoniacal and rancid. It is like the odor of the he-goat. The odor varies not only individually, but according to the tribe. Castellani states that the negress of the Congo has merely a slight gout de noisette, which is agreeable rather than otherwise. Monbatu women, according to Park, have a strong gorgonzola perfume, and Emin told Park that he could distinguish the members of different tribes by their characteristic odor. In the same way, the Nicobarese, according to Mann, can distinguish a member of each of the 6 tribes of the archipelago by smell. The odor of Australian blacks is less strong than that of Negroes and has been described as of a phosphoric character. The South American Indians, D'Orbigny stated, have an odor stronger than that of Europeans, though not as strong as most Negroes. It is marked, Lacham states, even among those who, like the Aracanos, bathe constantly. The Chinese have a musky odor. The odor of many peoples is described as being of garlic. A South Sea Islander, we are told by Charles de Varigny, on coming to Sydney and seeing the ladies walking about the streets and apparently doing nothing, expressed much astonishment, adding with a gesture of contempt, "And they have no smell." It is by no means true, however, that Europeans are odorless. They are, indeed, considerably more odorous than are many other races. For instance, the Japanese, and there is doubtless some association between the greater hairiness of Europeans and their marked odor, since the sebaceous glands are part of the hair apparatus. A Japanese anthropologist, Adachi, has published an interesting study on the odor of Europeans, which he describes as a strong and pungent smell, sometimes sweet, sometimes bitter, of varying strength in different individuals, absent in children and the aged, and having its chief focus in the armpits, which, however carefully they are washed, immediately become odorous again. Adachi has found that the sweat glands are larger in Europeans than in the Japanese, among whom a strong personal odor is so uncommon that armpit stink is a disqualification for the army. It is certainly true that the white races smell less strongly than most of the dark races, odor seeming to be correlated to some extent with intensity of pigmentation, as well as with hairiness. But even the most scrupulously clean Europeans all smell. This fact may not always be obvious to human nostrils, apart from intimate contact, but it is well known to dogs, to whom their masters are recognizable by smell. When Hugh traveled in Tibet in Chinese disguise, he was not detected by the natives, but the dogs recognized him as a foreigner by his smell and barked at him. Many Chinese can tell by smell when a European has been in a room. There are, however, some Europeans who can recognize and distinguish their friends by smell. The case has been recorded of a man who with bandaged eyes could recognize his acquaintances at the distance of several paces, the moment they entered the room. In another case, a deaf and blind mute woman in Massachusetts knew all her acquaintances by smell, and could sort linen after it came from the wash by the odor alone. Governesses have been known to be able, when blindfolded, to recognize the ownership of their pupils' garments by smell. Such a case is known to me. Such odor is usually described as being agreeable, but not one person in 50, it is stated, is able to distinguish it with sufficient precision to use it as a method of recognition. Among some races, however, this aptitude would appear to be better developed. Dr. C.S. Myers at Sarawak noted that his Malay boy sorted the clean linen according to the skin odor of the wearer. Chinese servants are said to do the same, as well as Australians and natives of Luzon. Although the distinctively individual odor of most persons is not sufficiently marked to be generally perceptible, there are cases in which it is more distinct to all nostrils. The most famous case of this kind is that of Alexander the Great, who, according to Plutarch, exhaled so sweet an odor that his tunics were soaked with aromatic perfume, convivalium disputationum, lib. I quest. 6. Malherbe, Cujas, and Haller are said to have diffused a musky odor. The agreeable odor of Walt Whitman has been remarked by Kennedy and others. The perfume exhaled by many holy men and women, so often noted by ancient writers, discussed by Goras in the second volume of his Chryslich Mystic, and which has entered into current phraseology as a merely metaphorical odor of sanctity, was doubtless due, as Hammond first pointed out, to abnormal nervous conditions, for it is well known that such conditions affect the odor, and in insanity, for instance. The presence is noted of bodily odors, which have sometimes even been considered of diagnostic importance. J. Bay. Friedreich Allgemeine Diagnostik der psychischen Krankheiten, 2nd edition, 1832, pp. 910, quotes passages from various authors on this point, which he accepts. Various writers of more recent date have made similar observations. The odor of sanctity was specially noted at death, and was doubtless confused with the odor mortis, which frequently precedes death and by some is regarded as an almost certain indication of its approach. In the British Medical Journal, for May and June 1898, will be found letters from several correspondents substantiating this point. One of these correspondents, Dr. Tuckey, of Tywardreath, Cornwall, mentions that he has in Cornwall often seen ravens flying over houses in which persons lay dying, evidently attracted by a characteristic odor. It must be borne in mind, however, that, while every person has, to a sensitive nose, a distinguishing odor, we must regard that odor either as but one of the various sensations given off by the body, or else as a combination of two or more of these emanations. The body, in reality, gives off a number of different odors. The most important of these are 1. The general skin odor, a faint but agreeable fragrance often to be detected on the skin even immediately after washing. 2. The smell of the hair and scalp. 3. The odor of the breath. 4. The odor of the armpit. 5. The odor of the feet. 6. The perineal odor. 7. In men, the odor of the preputial smegma. 8. In women, the odor of the mons veneris, that of vulvar smegma, that of vaginal mucus, and the menstrual odor. All these are odors which may usually be detected, though sometimes only in a very faint degree, in healthy and well-washed persons under normal conditions. It is unnecessary here to take into account the special odors of various secretions and excretions. It is a significant fact, both as regards the ancestral sexual connections of the body odors and their actual sexual associations today, that, as Hippocrates long ago noted, it is not until puberty that they assume their adult characteristics. The infant, the adult, the aged person, each has his own kind of smell. And, as Monin remarks, it might be possible, within certain limits, to discover the age of a person by his odor. Jorg in 1832 pointed out that in girls the appearance of a specific smell of the excreta indicates the establishment of puberty. And Kahn, in his Psychopathia Sexualis, remarked that at puberty, the sweat gives out a more acrid odor resembling musk. In both sexes' puberty, adolescence, early manhood and womanhood are marked by a gradual development of the adult odor of skin and excreta, in general harmony with the secondary sexual development of hair and pigment. Venturi, indeed, has, not without reason, described the odor of the body as a secondary sexual character. It may be added that, as is the case with the pigment in various parts of the body in women, some of these odors tend to become exaggerated in sympathy with sexual and other emotional states. The odor of the infant is said to be of butyric acid, that of old people to resemble dry leaves. Continent young men have been said by many ancient writers to smell more strongly than the unchaste, and some writers have described as seminal odor, an odor resembling that of animals in heat, faintly recalling that of the he-goat, according to Venturi the exhalations of the skin at such times. During sexual excitement, as women can testify, a man very frequently, if not normally, gives out an odor which, as usually described, proceeds from the skin, the breath, or both. Grimaldi states that it is as of rancid butter. Others say it resembles chloroform. It is said to be sometimes perceptible for a distance of several feet, and to last for several hours after coitus. Various quotations are given by Good and Pyle, Anomalies and Curiosities of Medicine, section on Human Odors, pp. 397-3. St. Philip Neri is said to have been able to recognize a chaste man by smell. During menstruation, girls and young women frequently give off an odor which is quite distinct from that of the menstrual fluid, and is specially marked in the breath, which may smell of chloroform or violets. Pouchet, confirmed by Raciborski, Trait de la Menstruation, 1868 p. 74, stated that about a day before the onset of menstruation, a characteristic smell is exuded. Menstruating girls are also said sometimes to give off a smell of leather. Aubert of Lyon, as quoted by Galopin, describes the odor of the skin of a woman during menstruation as an agreeable aromatic or acidulous perfume of chloroform character. By some this is described as emanating especially from the armpits. Sandras, quoted by Raciborski, knew a lady who could always tell by a sensation of faintness and malaise apparently due to a sensation of smell when she was in contact with a menstruating woman. I am acquainted with a man, having strong olfactory sympathies and antipathies, who detects the presence of menstruation by smell. It is said that Hortense Baer, who accompanied her lover, the botanist Commerson, to the Pacific disguised as a man, was recognized by the natives as a woman by means of smell. Women, like men, frequently give out an odor during coitus or strong sexual excitement. This odor may be entirely different from that normally emanating from the woman, of an acid or hircine character, and sufficiently strong to remain in a room for a considerable period. Many of the ancient medical writers, as quoted by Chirigius, Parthenologia, p. 286, described the goaty smell produced by venery, especially in women. They regarded it as specially marked in harlots and in the newly married, and sometimes even considered it a certain sign of defloration. The case has been recorded of a woman who emitted a rose odor for 2 days after coitus, McBride, quoted by Kiernan in an interesting summary, Odor in Pathology, Doctor's Magazine, December, 1900. There was, it is said, Journal des Savants 1684 p. 39, quoting from the journal d'Angleterre, a monk in Prague who could recognize by smell the chastity of the women who approached him. This monk, it is added when he died, was composing a new science of odors. Gustav Klein, as quoted by Adler, Die Mangelhaft Geschlecht Empfindungen des Weibes, p. 25, argues that the special function of the glands at the vulvar orifice, the glandulae vestibulars, majors is to give out an odorous secretion to act as an attraction to the male. This relic of sexual periodicity no longer, however, playing an important part in the human species. The vulvar secretion, however, it may be added, still has a more aromatic odor than the vaginal secretion, with its simple mucus odor, very clearly perceived during parturition. It may be added that we still know extremely little concerning the sexual odors of women among primitive peoples. Ploss and Bartels are only able to bring forward des Weib, 1901, BD. 1p. 218, a statement concerning the women of New Caledonia, who, according to Monsellin, when young and ardent, give out during coitus a powerful odor which no ablution will remove. In abnormal states of sexual excitement, such odor may be persistent, and, according to an ancient observation, a nymphomaniac, whose periods of sexual excitement lasted all through the springtime, at these periods always emitted a goat-like odor. It has been said, G. Towards art. Aphrodisy, Dictionnaire Encyclopédique des Sciences Médicales, that the erotic temperament is characterized by a special odor. If the body odors tend to develop at puberty, to be maintained during sexual life, especially in sympathy with conditions of sexual disturbance, and to become diminished in old age, being thus a kind of secondary sexual character, we should expect them to be less marked in those cases in which the primary sexual characters are less marked. It is possible that this is actually the case. Hagen, in his Sexual Physiology, quotes from Raubaud's Trait de l'impuissance the statement that the body odor of the castrated differs from that of normal individuals. Burdach had previously stated that the odor of the eunuch is less marked than that of the normal man. It is thus possible that defective sexual development tends to be associated with corresponding olfactory defect. Heschel has reported a case in which absence of both olfactory nerves coincided with defective development of the sexual organs. Fear remarks that the impotent show a repugnance for sexual odors. Dr. Kiernan informs me that in women after oophorectomy, he has noted a tendency to diminished, and occasionally increased, sense of smell. These questions, however, await more careful and extended observation. A very significant transition from the phenomena of personal odor to those of sexual attraction by personal odor is to be found in the fact that among the peoples inhabiting a large part of the world's surface, the ordinary salutation between friends is by mutual smelling of the person. In some form or another, the method of salutation by applying the nose to the nose, face, or hand of a friend in greeting is found throughout a large part of the Pacific, among the Papuans, the Eskimo, the hill tribes of India, in Africa, and elsewhere. Thus, among a certain hill tribe in India, according to Lewin, they smell a friend's cheek. In their language, they do not say, "Give me a kiss," but they say, "Smell me." And on the Gambia, according to F. More, when the men salute the women, they, instead of shaking their hands, put it up to their noses and smell twice to the back of it. Here we have very clearly a recognition of the emotional value of personal odor widely prevailing throughout the world. The salutation on an olfactory basis may, indeed, be said to be more general than the salutation on a tactile basis on which European handshaking rests, each form involving one of the two most intimate and emotional senses. The kiss may be said to be a development proceeding both from the olfactory and the tactile bases, with perhaps some other elements as well, and is too complex to be regarded as a phenomenon of either purely tactile or purely olfactory origin. As the sole factor in sexual selection, olfaction must be rare. It is said that Asiatic princes have sometimes caused a number of the ladies to race in the seraglio garden until they were heated. Their garments have then been brought to the prince, who has selected one of them solely by the odor. There was here a sexual selection, mainly by odor. Any exclusive efficacy of the olfactory sense is rare, not so much because the impressions of this sense are inoperative, but because agreeable personal odors are not sufficiently powerful, and the olfactory organ is too obtuse to enable smell to take precedence of sight. Nevertheless, in many people, it is probable that certain odors, especially those that are correlated with a healthy and sexually desirable person, tend to be agreeable. They are fortified by their association with the loved person, sometimes to an irresistible degree. And their potency is doubtless increased by the fact, to which reference has already been made, that many odors, including some bodily odors, are nervous stimulants. It is possible that the sexual associations of odors have been still further fortified by a tendency to correlation between a high development of the olfactory organ and a high development of the sexual apparatus. An association between a large nose and a large male organ is a very ancient observation and has been verified occasionally in recent times. There is normally at puberty a great increase in the septum of the nose, and it is quite conceivable, in view of the sympathy, which, as we shall see, certainly exists between the olfactory and sexual region, that the two regions may develop together under a common influence. The Romans firmly believed in the connection between a large nose and a large penis. Nascitur e naso quanta sit haste viro, stated Ovid. This belief continued to prevail, especially in Italy, through the Middle Ages. The physiognomists made much of it, and licentious women, like Joanna of Naples, were, it appears, accustomed to bear it in mind, although disappointment is recorded often to have followed. C.A.G., the quotations and references given by J.N. Mackenzie, Physiological and Pathological Relations Between the Nose and the Sexual Apparatus in Man. Johns Hopkins Hospital Bulletin, No. 82, January. Also Hagen, Sexual Physiology, pp. 1519. A similar belief as to the association between the sexual impulse in women and a long nose was evidently common in England in the 16th century, for in Massinger's Emperor of the East, Act 2, Scene 1, we read, "Her nose, which by its length assures me of storms at midnight, if I fail to pay her the tribute she expects." At the present day, a proverb of the Venetian people still embodies the belief in the connection between a large nose and a large sexual member. The probability that such an association tends in many cases to prevail is indicated not only by the beliefs of antiquity, when more careful attention was paid to these matters, but by the testimony of various modern observers, although it does not appear that any series of exact observations have yet been made. It may be noted that Marot, in his careful anthropological study of criminals, I Caratteri dei Delinquenti, found no class of criminals with so large a proportion alike of anomalies of the nose and anomalies of the genital organs as sexual offenders. However this may be, it is less doubtful that there is a very intimate relation both in men and women between the olfactory mucous membrane of the nose and the whole genital apparatus, that they frequently show a sympathetic action, that influences acting on the genital sphere will affect the nose, and occasionally, it is probable, influences acting on the nose reflexly affect the genital sphere. To discuss these relationships would here be out of place, since specialists are not altogether in agreement concerning the matter. A few are inclined to regard the association as extremely intimate, so that each region is sensitive even to slight stimuli applied to the other region, while, on the other hand, many authorities ignore altogether the question of the relationship. It would appear, however, that there really is, in a considerable number of people at all events, a reflex connection of this kind. It has especially been noted that in many cases congestion of the nose precedes menstruation. Bleeding of the nose is specially apt to occur at puberty and during adolescence, while in women it may take the place of menstruation and is sometimes more apt to occur at the menstrual periods. Disorders of the nose have also been found to be aggravated at these periods. It has even been possible to control bleeding of the nose, both in men and women, by applying ice to the sexual regions. In both men and women, again, cases have been recorded in which sexual excitement, whether of coitus or masturbation, has been followed by bleeding of the nose. In numerous cases, it is followed by slight congestive conditions of the nasal passages and especially by sneezing. Various authors have referred to this phenomenon. I am acquainted with a lady in whom it is fairly constant. Fear records the case of a lady, a nervous subject, who began to experience intense spontaneous sexual excitement shortly after marriage, accompanied by much secretion from the nose. J.N. Mackenzie is acquainted with a number of such cases, and he considers that the popular expression, bride's cold, indicates that this effect of strong sexual excitement is widely recognized. The late Professor Hack, of Freiburg, in 1884, called general medical attention to the intimate connection between the nose and states of nervous hyperexcitability in various parts of the body, although such a connection had been recognized for many centuries in medical literature. While Hack and his disciples thus gave prominence to this association, they undoubtedly greatly exaggerated its importance and significance. Sir Felix Semin, British Medical Journal, November 9, 1901. Even many workers who have more recently further added to our knowledge have also, as sometimes happens with enthusiasts, unduly strained their own data. Starting from the fact that in women during menstruation examination of the nose reveals a degree of congestion not found during the rest of the month. Fleece, die Besihungen zwischen Nace und weiblichen Geschlechtsorganen, 1897, with the help of a number of elaborate and prolonged observations, has reached conclusions which, while they seem to be hazardous at some points, have certainly contributed to build up our knowledge of this obscure subject. Skiff Wiener Klinische Wochenschrift, p. 58, summarized in British Medical Journal, February, 1901, starting from a skeptical standpoint, has confirmed some of Fleece's results, and in a large number of cases controlled painful menstruation by painting with cocaine the so-called genital spots in the nose, all possibility of suggestion being avoided. Rise of Chicago has been similarly successful with the method of Fleece, American Gynecology, Volume Roman 3 No. 4, 1903. Benedict Wiener Medizinische Wochenschrift No. 8, 1901, summarized in Journal of Medical Science, October. While pointing out that the nose is not the only organ in sympathetic relation with the sexual sphere, suggests that the mechanism of the relationship is involved in the larger problem of the harmony in growth and in nutrition of the different parts of the organism. In this way, probably, we may attach considerable significance to the existence of a kind of erectile tissue in the nose. An interesting example of a reflex influence from the nose affecting the genital sphere has been brought forward by Dr. E.S. Talbot of Chicago. A 56-year-old man was operated on September 1, 1903, for the removal of the left cartilage of the septum of the nose owing to a previous traumatic fracture at the 16th year. No pain was experienced until 2 years ago, when a continual soreness occurred at the apical end of the fracture during the winter months. The operation was decided upon fearing more serious complications. The parts were cocainized. No pain was experienced in the operation, except at one point at the lower posterior portion, near the floor of the nose. A profound shock to the general system followed. The reflex influence of the pain upon the genital organs caused semen to flow continually for 3 weeks. Treatment of general motor irritability with camphor monobromate and canium, on consultation with Dr. Kiernan, checked the flow. The discharge produced spinal neurasthenia. The legs and feet felt heavy. Erythromelalgia caused uneasiness. The patient walked with difficulty. The tired feeling in the feet and limbs was quite noticeable 4 months after the operation, although the pain had, to a great extent, diminished. Chicago Academy of Medicine, January, 1904, and private letter. J.N. Mackenzie has brought together a great many original observations, together with interesting quotations from old medical literature, in his 2 papers. The Pathological Nasal Reflex, New York Medical Journal, August 20, 1887, and The Physiological and Pathological Relations Between the Nose and the Sexual Apparatus of Man, Johns Hopkins Hospital Bulletin, January 1, 1898. A number of cases have also been brought together from the literature by G. Endres in his inaugural dissertation, Die Bischerreichen Beobachtungen von physiologischen und pathologischen Besihungen der oberen Luftwege zu den Sexualorganen, Tale. Roman 2, Wurzburg, 1892. The intimate association between the sexual centers and the olfactory tract is well illustrated by the fact that this primitive and ancient association tends to come to the surface in insanity. It is recognized by many alienists that insanity of a sexual character is specially liable to be associated with hallucinations of smell. Many eminent alienists in various countries are very decidedly of the opinion that there is a special tendency to the association of olfactory hallucinations with sexual manifestations. And, although one or two authorities have expressed doubt on the matter, the available evidence clearly indicates such an association. Hallucinations of smell are comparatively rare as compared to hallucinations of sight and hearing. They are commoner in women than in men, and they not infrequently occur at periods of sexual disturbance, at adolescence, in puerperal fever, at the change of life, in women with ovarian troubles, and in old people troubled with sexual desires or remorse for such desires. They have often been noted as specially frequent in cases of excessive masturbation. Krafft-Ebing, who found olfactory hallucinations common in various sexual states, considers that they are directly dependent on sexual excitement. Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, BD. 34 HT. 4, 1877. Connolly Norman believes in a distinct and frequent association between olfactory hallucinations and sexual disturbance. Journal of Mental Science, July, 1899, p. 532. Savage is also impressed by the close association between sexual disturbance or changes in the reproductive organs and hallucinations of smell, as well as of touch. He has found that persistent hallucinations of smell disappeared when a diseased ovary was removed, although the patient remained insane. He considers that such hallucinations of smell are allied to reversions. G.H. Savage Smell Hallucinations of Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine, cf. The same author's Manual of Insanity and Allied Neuroses. Maddosh, while not finding olfactory hallucinations common at the climacteric, states that when they are present they are connected with uterine trouble and sexual craving. He finds them more common in young women. Maddosh, der Einfluss des Climacterium offenschung und Form der Geistesstörung. Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, Volume Roman 46, HT. 4. Fear has related a significant case of a young man in whom hallucinations of smell accompanied the sexual orgasm. He subsequently developed epilepsy, to which the hallucination then constituted the aura. Comptes Rendus de la Société de Biologie, December, 1896. The prevalence of a sexual element in olfactory hallucinations has been investigated by Bullen, who examined into 95 cases of hallucinations of smell among the patients in several asylums. In a few cases, there were reasons for believing that peripheral conditions existed which would render these hallucinations more strictly illusions. Of these, 64 were women. 16 of the women were climacteric cases, and 3 of them had sexual hallucinations or delusions. 14 other women, chiefly cases of chronic delusional insanity, had sexual delusions. Altogether, 31 men and women had sexual delusions. This is a large proportion. Bullen is not, however, inclined to admit any direct connection between the reproductive system and the sense of smell. He finds that other hallucinations are very frequently associated with the olfactory hallucinations, and considers that the coexistence of olfactory and sexual troubles simply indicates a very deep and widespread nervous disturbance. F. St. John Bullen, Olfactory Hallucinations in the Insane, Journal of Mental Science, July. In order to elucidate the matter fully, we require further precise inquiries on the lines Bullen has laid down. It may be of interest to note, in this connection, that smell and taste hallucinations appear to be specially frequent in forms of religious insanity. Thus, Dr. Zurcher, in her inaugural dissertation on Joan of Arc, Jeanne d'Arc, Leipzig, 1895, p. estimates that on the average in such insanity nearly 50% of the hallucinations affect smell and taste. She refers also to the olfactory hallucinations of great religious leaders, Francis of Assisi, Katharina Emmerich, Lazaretti, and the Anabaptists. It may well be, as Zwaardemaker has suggested in his Physiologie des Gerechts, that the nasal congestion at menstruation and similar phenomena are connected with that association of smell and sexuality, which is observable throughout the whole animal world, and that the congestion brings about a temporary increase of olfactory sensitiveness during the stage of sexual excitation. Careful investigation of olfactory acuteness would reveal the existence of such menstrual heightening of its acuity. In a few exceptional, but still quite healthy people, smell would appear to possess an emotional predominance which it cannot be said to possess in the average person. These exceptional people are of what Binet in his study of sexual fetishism calls olfactive type. Such persons form a group which, though of smaller size and less importance, is fairly comparable to the well-known groups of visual type, of auditory type, and of psychomotor type. Such people would be more attentive to odors, more moved by olfactory sympathies and antipathies than are ordinary people. For these, it may well be, the supremacy accorded to olfactory influences in Jaeger's Entdeckung der Seele, though extravagantly incorrect for ordinary persons, may appear quite reasonable. It is certain also that a great many neurasthenic people, and particularly those who are sexually neurasthenic, are peculiarly susceptible to olfactory influences. A number of eminent poets and novelists especially, it would appear, in France seem to be in this case. Baudelaire, of all great poets, has most persistently and most elaborately emphasized the imaginative and emotional significance of odor. The Fleurs du Mal and many of the Petty's poems and prose are, from this point of view, of great interest. There can be no doubt that in Baudelaire's own imaginative and emotional life, the sense of smell played a highly important part, and that, in his own words, odor was to him what music is to others. Throughout Zola's novels and perhaps more especially in La Faute de l'Elbe, Murat, there is an extreme insistence on odors of every kind. Prof. Leopold Bernard wrote an elaborate study of this aspect of Zola's work. He believed that underlying Zola's interest in odors, there was an abnormally keen olfactory sensibility and large development of the olfactory region of the brain. Such a supposition is, however, unnecessary, and, as a matter of fact, a careful examination of Zola's olfactory sensibility, conducted by M. Passy, showed that it was somewhat below normal. At the same time, it was shown that Zola was really a person of olfactory psychic type, with a special attention to odors and a special memory for them. As is frequently the case with perfumers with less than normal olfactory acuity, he possessed a more than normal power of discriminating odors. It is possible that in early life his olfactory acuity may also have been above normal. In the same way, Nietzsche, in his writings, shows a marked sensibility, and especially antipathy, as regards odors, which has by some been regarded as an index to a real physical sensibility of abnormal keenness. According to Mobius, however, there was no reason for supposing this to be the case. Huysmans, who throughout his books reveals a very intense preoccupation with the exact shades of many kinds of sensory impressions, and an apparently abnormally keen sensibility to them, has shown a great interest in odors, more especially in an oft-quoted passage in a Rebers. The blind Milton of Paradise Lost, as the late Mr. Grant Allen once remarked to me, dwells much on sense. In this case, it is doubtless to the blindness, and not to any special organic predisposition, that we must attribute this direction of sensory attention. Among our older English poets, also, Herrick displays a special interest in odors with a definite realization of their sexual attractiveness. Shelley, who was alive to so many of the unusual aesthetic aspects of things, often shows an enthusiastic delight in odors, more especially those of flowers. It may, indeed, be said that most poets, though to a less degree than those I have mentioned, devote a special attention to odors, and, since it has been possible to describe smell as the sense of imagination, this need not surprise us. That Shakespeare, for instance, ranked this sense very high indeed is shown by various passages in his works, and notably by Sonnet Live. Oh, how much more doth beauty beauteous seem? In which he implicitly places the attraction of odor on at least as high a level as that of vision. A neurasthenic sensitiveness to odors, especially sexual odors, is frequently accompanied by lack of sexual vigor. In this way, we may account for the numerous cases in which old men, in whom sexual desire survives the loss of virile powers, probably somewhat abnormal persons at the outset find satisfaction in sexual odors. Here also, we have the basis for olfactory fetishism. In such fetishism, the odor of the woman alone, whoever she may be and however unattractive she may be, suffices to furnish complete sexual satisfaction. In many, although not all, of those cases in which articles of women's clothing become the object of fetichistic attraction, there is certainly an olfactory element due to the personal odor attaching to the garments. Olfactory influences play a certain part in various sexually abnormal tendencies and practices, which do not proceed from an exclusively olfactory fascination. Thus, cunnilingus and fellatio derive part of their attraction, more especially in some individuals, from a predilection for the odors of the sexual parts. See e.g. mal, Untersuchungen über die Libido sexualis, BD. 1p. 134. In many cases, smell plays no part in the attraction. I enjoy cunnilingus if I like the girl very much, a correspondent writes, in spite of the smell. We may associate this impulse with the prevalence of these practices among sexual inverts, in whom olfactory attractions are often specially marked. Those individuals also who are sexually affected by the urinary and alvean excretions, renifleurs, stereorares, etc., are largely, though not necessarily altogether, moved by olfactory impressions. The attraction was, however, exclusively olfactory in the case of the young woman recorded by Moraglia, Archivio di Psichiatria, 1892, p. 267, who was irresistibly excited by the odor of the fermented urine of men, and possibly also in the case narrated to Moraglia by Prof. L. Bianchi Ib. p. 568, in which a wife required flatus from her husband. The sexual pleasure derived from partial strangulation, discussed in the study of love and pain in a previous volume, may be associated with heightened olfactory sexual excitation. Dr. Kiernan, who points this out to me, has investigated a few neuropathic patients who like to have their necks squeezed, as they express it, and finds that in the majority the olfactory sensibility is thus intensified. Even in ordinary normal persons, however, there can be no doubt that personal odor tends to play a not inconsiderable part in sexual attractions and sexual repulsions. As a sexual excitant, indeed, it comes far behind the stimuli received through the sense of sight. The comparative bluntness of the sense of smell in man makes it difficult for olfactory influence to be felt, as a rule, until the preliminaries of courtship are already over, so that it is impossible for smell ever to possess the same significance in sexual attraction in man that it possesses in the lower animals. With that reservation, there can be no doubt that odor has a certain favorable or unfavorable influence in sexual relationships in all human races from the lowest to the highest. The Polynesians spoke with contempt of those women of European race who have no smell. And in view of the pronounced personal odor of so many savage peoples, as well as of the careful attention which they so often pay to odors, we may certainly assume, even in the absence of much definite evidence, that smell counts for much in their sexual relationships. This is confirmed by such practices as that found among some primitive peoples as, it is stated, in the Philippines of lovers exchanging their garments to have the smell of the loved one about them. In the barbaric stages of society, this element becomes self-conscious and is clearly avowed. Personal odors are constantly described with complacency, sometimes as mingled with the lavish use of artificial perfumes, in much of the erotic literature produced in the highest stages of barbarism, especially by Eastern peoples living in hot climates. It is only necessary to refer to the Song of Songs, the Arabian Nights, and the Indian treatises on love. Even in some parts of Europe, the same influence is recognized in the crudest animal form, and Cross states that among the southern Slavs it is sometimes customary to leave the sexual parts unwashed, because a strong odor of these parts is regarded as a sexual stimulant. Under the usual conditions of life in Europe, personal odor has sunk into the background. This has been so equally under the conditions of classic, medieval, and modern life. personal odor has been generally regarded as unaesthetic. It has, for the most part, only been mentioned to be reprobated, and even those poets and others who during recent centuries have shown a sensitive delight and interest in odors Herrick, Shelley, Baudelaire, Zola, and Huysmans have seldom ventured to insist that a purely natural and personal odor can be agreeable. The fact that it may be so, and that for most people such odors cannot be a matter of indifference in the most intimate of all relationships, is usually only to be learned casually and incidentally. There can be no doubt, however, that, as Kiernan points out, the extent to which olfaction influences the sexual sphere in civilized man has been much underestimated. We need not, therefore, be surprised at the greater interest which has recently been taken in this subject. As usually happens, indeed, there has been in some writers a tendency to run to the opposite extreme, and we cannot, with Gustav Jaeger, regard the sexual instinct as mainly or altogether an olfactory matter. Of the Padmini, the perfect woman, the lotus woman, Hindu writers say that her sweat has the odor of musk, while the vulgar woman, they say, smells of fish, Kama Sutra of Vatsyayana. Ploss and Bartels, Des Weib, 1901 p. 218, bring forward a passage from the Tamil Kakagam, minutely describing various kinds of sexual odor in women, which they regard as resting on sound observation. 4 things in a woman, says the Arab, should be perfumed: the mouth, the armpits, the pudenda, and the nose. The Persian poets, in describing the body, delighted to use metaphors involving odor. Not only the hair and the down on the face, but the chin, the mouth, the beauty spots, the neck, all suggested odorous images. The epithets applied to the hair frequently refer to musk, ambergris, and civet. Anissa Latschek translated by Huart, Bibliothèque de l'École des Hautes Études, Fasc. 25. The Hebrew Song of Songs furnishes a typical example of a very beautiful Eastern love poem, in which the importance of the appeal to the sense of smell is throughout emphasized. There are in this short poem as many as 24 fairly definite references to odors, personal odors, perfumes, and flowers, while numerous other references to flowers, etc., seem to point to olfactory associations. Both the lover and his sweetheart express pleasure in each other's personal odor. "My beloved is unto me," she sings, "as a bag of myrrh that lieth between my breasts. My beloved is unto me as a cluster of henna flowers in the vineyard of En-Gedi." And again, "His cheeks are as a bed of spices, as banks of sweet herbs." While of her he says, "The smell of thy breath is like apples." Greek and Roman antiquity, which has so largely influenced the traditions of modern Europe, was lavish in the use of perfumes, but showed no sympathy with personal odors. For the Roman satirists, like Martial, a personal odor is nearly always an unpleasant odor, though there are a few allusions in classic literature recognizing bodily smell as a sexual attraction. Ovid, in his Ars Amandi, Book 3, says it is scarcely necessary to remind a lady that she must not keep a goat in her armpits. Ni trux caper eirt in a lass. Mulier tum beni alit ubi nile alit is an ancient dictum, and in the 16th century Montaigne still repeated the same saying with complete approval. A different current of feeling began to appear with the new emotional movement during the 18th century. Rousseau called attention to the importance of the olfactory sense, and in his educational work, Émile Biquet. Roman II, he referred to the odor of a woman's cabinet de toilette as not so feeble a snare as is commonly supposed. In the same century, Casanova wrote still more emphatically concerning the same point. In the preface to his memoirs he states, "I have always found sweet the odor of the women I have loved." And elsewhere, "There is something in the air of the bedroom of the woman one loves, something so intimate, so balsamic, such voluptuous emanations, that if a lover had to choose between heaven and this place of delight, his hesitation would not last for a moment." Memoirs, Volume Roman 3. In the previous century, in England, Sir Kenelm Digby, in his interesting and remarkable private memoirs, when describing a visit to Lady Venetia Stanley, afterward his wife, touches on personal odor as an element of attraction. He had found her asleep in bed, and on her breasts did glisten a few drops of sweat-like diamond sparks, and had a more fragrant odor than the violets or primroses whose season was newly past. In 1821, Cadet de Vaux published, in the Revue Encyclopédique, a study entitled De l'atmosphère de la femme et de sa puissance, which attracted a great deal of attention in Germany as well as in France. He considered that the exhalations of the feminine body are of the first importance in sexual attraction. Prof. A. Galopin in 1886 wrote a semi-scientific book, Le Parfum de la Femme, in which the sexual significance of personal odor is developed to its fullest. He writes with enthusiasm concerning the sweet and health-giving character of the natural perfume of a beloved woman, and the mischief done both to health and love by the use of artificial perfumes. The purest marriage that can be contracted between a man and a woman, he asserts, p. 157, is that engendered by olfaction and sanctioned by a common assimilation in the brain of the animated molecules due to the secretion and evaporation of two bodies in contact and sympathy. In a book written during the first half of the 19th century, which contains various subtle observations on love, we read, with reference to the sweet odor which poets have found in the breath of women. In reality, many women have an intoxicatingly agreeable breath, which plays no small part in the love-compelling atmosphere which they spread around them. Eros oder Wörterbuch über die Physiologie, 1849, BD. 1p. 45s. Most of the writers on the psychology of love at this period, however, seem to have passed over the olfactory element in sexual attraction, regarding it probably as too unaesthetic. It receives no emphasis either in Seneca's De l'Amour, or Stendhal's De l'Amour, or Michelet's L'Amour. The poets within recent times have frequently referred to odors, personal and other, but the novelists have more rarely done so. Zola and Huysmans, the two novelists who have most elaborately and insistently developed the olfactory side of life, have dwelt more on odors that are repulsive than on those that are agreeable. It is therefore of interest to note that in a few remarkable novels of recent times, the attractiveness of personal odor has been emphasized. This is notably so in Tolstoy's War and Peace, in which Count Peter suddenly resolves to marry Princess Helena after inhaling her odor at a ball. In D'Annunzio's Trionfo della Morte, the seductive and consoling odor of the beloved woman's skin is described in several passages. Thus, when Giorgio kissed Ippolita's arms and shoulders, we are told, he perceived the sharp and yet delicate perfume of her, the perfume of the skin that in the hour of joy became intoxicating as that of the tuberose, and a terrible lash to desire. When we are dealing with the sexual significance of personal odors in man, there is at the outset an important difference to be noticed in comparison with the lower mammals. Not only is the significance of odor altogether very much less, but the focus of olfactory attractiveness has been displaced. The center of olfactory attractiveness is not, as usually among animals, in the sexual region, but is transferred to the upper part of the body. In this respect, the sexual olfactory allurement in man resembles what we find in the sphere of vision, for neither the sexual organs of man nor of woman are usually beautiful in the eyes of the opposite sex, and their exhibition is not among us regarded as a necessary stage in courtship. The odor of the body, like its beauty, in so far as it can be regarded as a possible sexual allurement, has in the course of development been transferred to the upper parts. The careful concealment of the sexual region has doubtless favored this transfer. It has thus happened that when personal odor acts as a sexual allurement, it is the armpit, in any case normally the chief focus of odor in the body, which mainly comes into play, together with the skin and the hair. Aubert of Lyon noted that during menstruation the odor of the armpits may become more powerful, and describes it as being at this time an aromatic odor of acidulous or chloroform character. Galopin remarks that, while some women's armpits smell of sheep in rut, others, when exposed to the air, have a fragrance of ambergris or violet. Dark persons, according to Good and Pyle, are said sometimes to exhale a prussic acid odor, and blondes more frequently musk. Galopin associates the ambergris odor more especially with blondes. While some European poets have faintly indicated the woman's armpit as a center of sexual attraction, it is among Eastern poets that we may find the idea more directly and naturally expressed. Thus, in a Chinese drama, The transmigration of Yochow, Mercure de France, no. 8, 1901, we find a learned young doctor addressing the following poem to his betrothed. When I have climbed to the bushy summit of Mount Kao, I have still not reached to the level of your odorous armpit. I must needs mount to the sky before the breeze brings to me the perfume of that embalsamed nest. This poet seems, however, to have been carried to a pitch of enthusiasm unusual even in China, for his future mother-in-law, after expressing her admiration for the poem, remarks, "But who would have thought one could find so many beautiful things under my daughter's armpit?" The odor of the armpit is the most powerful in the body, sufficiently powerful to act as a muscular stimulant even in the absence of any direct sexual association. This is indicated by an observation made by Fear, who noticed, when living opposite a laundry, that an old woman who worked near the window would, toward the close of the day, introduce her right hand under the sleeve of the other to the armpit and then hold it to her nose. This she would do about every 5 minutes. It was evident that the odor acted as a stimulant to her failing energies. Fear has been informed by others who have had occasion to frequent workrooms that this proceeding is by no means uncommon among persons of both sexes. Fear, Instinct Sexual, 2nd edition, p. 135. I have myself noticed the same gesture very deliberately made in the street by a young English woman of the working class, under circumstances which suggested that it acted as an immediate stimulant in fatigue. Huysmans, who in his novels has insisted on odors, both those of a personal kind and perfumes, with great precision has devoted one of the sketches, Le Gausset, in his Croquis Parisiens, 1880, to the varying odors of women's armpits. I have followed this fragrance in the country, he remarks, behind a group of women gleaners under the bright sun. It was excessive and terrible. It stung your nostrils like an unstoppered bottle of alkali. It seized you, irritating your mucous membrane with a rough odor which had in it something of the relish of wild duck cooked with olives and the sharp odor of the shallot. On the whole, it was not a vile or repugnant emanation. It united, as an anticipated thing, with the formidable odors of the landscape. It was the pure note, completing with the human animal's cry of heat the odorous melody of beasts and woods. He goes on to speak of the perfume of feminine arms in the ballroom. There the aroma is of ammoniated valerian, of chlorinated urine brutally accentuated sometimes, even with a slight scent of prussic acid about it, a faint whiff of overripe peaches. These spice boxes, however, Huysmans continues, are more seductive when their perfume is filtered through the garments. The appeal of the balsam of their arms is then less insolent, less cynical, than at the ball where they are more naked, but it more easily uncages the animal in man. Various as the color of the hair, the odor of the armpit is infinitely divisible. Its gamut covers the whole keyboard of odors, reaching the obstinate scents of syringa and elder, and sometimes recalling the sweet perfume of the rubbed fingers that have held a cigarette. Audacious and sometimes fatiguing in the brunette and the black woman, sharp and fierce in the red woman, the armpit is heady as some sugared wines in the blondes. It will be noted that this very exact description corresponds at various points with the remarks of more scientific observers. Sometimes the odor of the armpit may even become a kind of fetish which is craved for its own sake, and in itself suffices to give pleasure. Fear has recorded such a case in a friend of his own, a man of 60, with whom at one time he used to hunt, of robust health and belonging to a healthy family. On these hunting expeditions, he used to tease the girls and women he met, sometimes even rather old women, in a surprising manner, when he came upon them walking in the fields with their short-sleeved chemises exposed. When he had succeeded in introducing his hand into the woman's armpit, he went away satisfied, and frequently held the hand to his nose with evident pleasure. After long hesitation, Fear asked for an explanation, which was frankly given. As a child he had liked the odor, without knowing why. As a young man, women with strong odors had stimulated him to extraordinary sexual exploits, and now they were the only women who had any influence on him. He professed to be able to recognize continence by the odor, as well as the most favorable moment for approaching a woman. Throughout life, A cold in the head had always been accompanied by persistent general excitement. Fear, Elinstinct Sexual, 1902 p. 134. We not only have to recognize that in the course of evolution, the specific odors of the sexual region have sunk into the background as a source of sexual allurements. We have further to recognize the significant fact that even those personal odors which are chiefly liable under normal circumstances to come occasionally within the conscious sexual sphere, and indeed purely personal odors of all kinds, fail to exert any attraction, but rather tend to cause antipathy, unless some degree of tumescence has already been attained. That is to say, our olfactory experiences of the human body approximate rather to our tactile experiences of it than to our visual experiences. Sight is our most intellectual sense, and we trust ourselves to it with comparative boldness without any undue dread that its messages will hurt us by their personal intimacy. We even court its experiences, for it is the chief organ of our curiosity, as smell is of a dog's. But smell with us has ceased to be a leading channel of intellectual curiosity. Personal odors do not, as vision does, give us information that is very largely intellectual. They make an appeal that is mainly of an intimate, emotional, imaginative character. They thus tend, when we are in our normal condition, to arouse what James calls the antisexual instinct. "I cannot understand how people do not see how the senses are connected," said Jenny Lind to J.A. Simmons, Horatio Brown, J.A. Simmons, Volume IP. 207. What I have suffered from my sense of smell. My youth was misery from my acuteness of sensibility. Mantegazza discusses the strength of olfactory antipathies, Physiologia del Odio, p. 101, and mentions that once when ill in Paraguay he was nursed by an Indian girl of 16, who was fresh as a peach and extremely clean, but whose odor, a mixture of wild beasts' lair and decayed onions, caused nausea and almost made him faint. Mal Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis, BD. IP. 135, records the case of a neuropathic man who was constantly rendered impotent by his antipathy to personal body odors. It had very frequently happened to him to be attracted by the face and appearance of a girl, but at the last moment, potency was inhibited by the perception of personal odor. In the case of a man of distinguished ability known to me, belonging to a somewhat neuropathic family, there is extreme sensitiveness to the smell of a woman, which is frequently the most obvious thing to him about her. He has seldom known a woman whose natural perfume entirely suits him, and his olfactory impressions have frequently been the immediate cause of a rupture of relationships. It was formerly discussed whether strong personal odor constituted adequate ground for divorce. Hagen, who brings forward references on this point, Sexual Osphrysiology, pp. -83, considers that the body odors are normally and naturally repulsive because they are closely associated with the capryl group of odors, which are those of many of the excretions. Olfactory antipathies are, however, often strictly subordinated to the individual's general emotional attitude toward the object from which they emanate. This is illustrated in the case, known to me, of a man who on a hot day entering a steamboat with a woman to whom he was attached, seated himself between her and a man, a stranger. He soon became conscious of an axillary odor which he concluded to come from the man, and which he felt as disagreeable. But a little later he realized that it proceeded from his own companion, and with this discovery the odor at once lost its disagreeable character. In this respect, a personal odor resembles a personal touch. Two intimate touches of the hand, though of precisely similar physical quality, may in their emotional effects be separated by an immeasurable interval, in dependence on our attitude toward the person from whom they proceed. Personal odor, in order to make its allurement felt, and not to arouse antipathy, must, in normal persons, have been preceded by conditions which have inhibited the play of the antisexual instinct. A certain degree of tumescence must already have been attained. It is even possible, when we bear in mind the intimate sympathy between the sexual sphere and the nose, that the olfactory organ needs to have its sensibility modified in a form receptive to sexual messages, though such an assumption is by no means necessary. It is when such a faint preliminary degree of tumescence has been attained. However, it may have been attained for the methods of tumescence, as we know, are innumerable that a sympathetic personal odor is enabled to make its appeal. If we analyze the cases in which olfactory perceptions have proved potent in love, we shall nearly always find that they have been experienced under circumstances favorable for the occurrence of tumescence. When this is not the case, we may reasonably suspect the presence of some degree of perversion. In the oft-quoted case of the Austrian peasant who found that he was aided in seducing young women by dancing with them, and then wiping their faces with a handkerchief he had kept in his armpit, we may doubtless regard the preliminary excitement of the dance as an essential factor in the influence produced. In the same way, I am acquainted with the ease of a lady not usually sensitive to simple body odors, though affected by perfumes and flowers, who on one occasion, when already in a state of sexual erethism, was highly excited when perceiving the odor of her lover's axilla. The same influence of preliminary excitement may be seen in another instance known to me, that of a gentleman who, when traveling abroad, fell in with 3 charming young ladies during a long railway journey. He was conscious of a pleasurable excitement caused by the prolonged intimacy of the journey, but this only became definitely sexual when the youngest of the ladies, stretching before him to look out of the window and holding onto the rack above, accidentally brought her axilla into close proximity with his face, whereupon erection was caused, although he himself regards personal odors, at all events when emanating from strangers, as indifferent or repulsive. A medical correspondent, referring to the fact that with many men, indeed women also, sexual excitement occurs after dancing for a considerable time, remarks that he considers the odor of the woman's sweat is here a considerable factor. The characteristics of olfaction, which our investigation has so far revealed, have not, on the whole, been favorable to the influence of personal odors as a sexual attraction in civilized men. It is a primitive sense which had its flowering time before men arose. It is a comparatively unesthetic sense. It is a somewhat obtuse sense which among Europeans is usually incapable of perceiving the odor of the human flower, to use Goethe's phrase except on very close contact, and on account of the fact that it is a predominantly emotional sense, personal odors in ordinary social intercourse are less likely to arouse the sexual instinct than the antisexual instinct. If a certain degree of tumescence is required before a personal odor can exert an attractive influence, a powerful personal odor, strong enough to be perceived before any degree of tumescence is attained, will tend to cause repulsion, and in so doing tend, consciously or unconsciously, to excite prejudice against personal odor altogether. This is actually the case in civilization, and most people, it would appear, view with more or less antipathy the personal odors of those persons to whom they are not sexually attracted, while their attitude is neutral in this respect toward the individuals to whom they are sexually attracted. The following statement by a correspondent seems to me to express the experience of the majority of men in this respect. I do not notice that different people have different smells. Certain women I have known have been in the habit of using particular scents, but no associations could be aroused if I were to smell the same scent now, for I should not identify it. As a boy I was very fond of scent, and I associate this with my marked sexual proclivities. I like a woman to use a little scent. It rouses my sexual feelings, but not to any large extent. I dislike the smell of a woman's vagina. While the last statement seems to express the feeling of many if not most men, it may be proper to add that there seems no natural reason why the vulvar odor of a clean and healthy woman should be other than agreeable to a normal man who is her lover. In literature, it is the natural odor of women rather than men which receives attention. We should expect this to be the case, since literature is chiefly produced by men. The question as to whether men or women are really more apt to be sexually influenced in this way cannot thus be decided. Among animals, it seems probable, both sexes are alike influenced by odors, for, while it is usually the male whose sexual regions are furnished with special scent glands, when such occur, the peculiar odor of the female during the sexual season is certainly not less efficacious as an allurement to the male. If we compare the general susceptibility of men and women to agreeable odors, apart from the question of sexual allurement, there can be little doubt that it is most marked among women. As Gruz points out, even among children, little girls are more interested in scents than boys, and the investigations of various workers, especially Garbini, have shown that there is actually a greater power of discriminating odors among girls than among boys. Marot has gone further, and in an extended series of observations on girls before and after the establishment of puberty, which is of considerable interest from the point of view of the sexual significance of olfaction, he has shown reason to believe that girls acquire an increased susceptibility to odors when sexual life begins, although they show no such increased powers as regards the other senses. On the whole, it would appear that, while women are not apt to be seriously affected, in the absence of any preliminary excitation, by crude body odors, they are by no means insusceptible to the sexual influence of olfactory impressions. It is probable, indeed, that they are more affected, and more frequently affected, in this way than are men. Edouard de Goncourt, in his novel Chérie, The Intimate History of a Young Girl, founded, he states, on much personal observation describes, Chapter 85, the delight with which sensuous, but chaste young girls often take in strong perfumes. Perfume and love, he remarks, impart delights which are closely allied. In an earlier chapter, Roman 44, he writes of his heroine at the age of 15. The intimately happy emotion which the young girl experienced in reading Paul et Virginie and other honestly amorous books she sought to make more complete and intense and penetrating by soaking the book with scent, and the love story reached her senses and imagination through pages moist with liquid perfume. Carbini, Archivio per l'Antropologia, 1896, Fasc. 3, in a very thorough investigation of a large number of children, found that the earliest osmogustative sensations occurred in the 4th week in girls, the 5th week in boys. The first real and definite olfactory sensations appeared in the 15th month in girls, in the 16th in boys, while experiments on several hundred children between the ages of 3 and 6 years showed the girls slightly, but distinctly, superior to the boys. It may, of course, be argued that these results merely show a somewhat greater precocity of girls. I have summarized the main investigations into this question in Man and Woman, revised and enlarged edition, 1904, pp. 130–138. On the whole, they seem to indicate greater olfactory acuteness on the part of women, but the evidence is by no means altogether concordant in this sense. Popular and general scientific opinion is also by no means always in harmony. Thus, Tardif, in his book on odors in relation to the sexual instinct, throughout assumes, as a matter of course, that the sense of smell is most keen in men. While, on the other hand, I note that in a pamphlet by Mr. Martin Pearls, a manufacturing perfumer, it is stated with equal confidence that it is a well-known fact that ladies have, even without a practice of long standing, a keener sense of smell than men. And on this account, he employs a staff of young ladies for testing perfumes by smell in the laboratory by the glazed paper test. It is sometimes said that the use of strong perfumes by women indicates a dulled olfactory organ. On the other hand, it is said that the use of tobacco deadens the sensitiveness of the masculine nose. Both these statements seem to be without foundation. The use of a large amount of perfume is rather a question of taste than a question of sensory acuteness, not to mention that those who live in an atmosphere of perfume are, of course, only faintly conscious of it, and the chemist-perfumer in his laboratory surrounded by strong odors can distinguish them all with great delicacy. As regards tobacco, in Spain the cigueras are women and girls who live perpetually in an atmosphere of tobacco, and Senora Pardo Bazin, who knows them well, remarks in her novel, La Tribuna, which deals with life in a tobacco factory, that the acuity of the sense of smell of the cigueras is notable, and it would seem that instead of blunting the nasal membrane, the tobacco makes the olfactory nerves keener. It was the same as if I was in a sweet apple garden, from the sweetness that came to me when the light wind passed over them and stirred their clothes. A woman is represented as saying concerning a troop of handsome men in the Irish sagas, Cuchulainn of Muirthemne, p. 161. the pleasure and excitement experienced by a woman in the odor of her lover is usually felt concerning a vague and mixed odor which may be characteristic, but is not definitely traceable to any specific bodily sexual odor. The general odor of the man she loves, one woman states, is highly, sometimes even overwhelmingly, attractive to her. But the specific odor of the male's sexual organs, which she describes as fishy, has no attraction. A man writes that in his relations with women, he has never been able to detect that they were influenced by the axillary or other specific odors. A woman writes, "To me, any personal odor, as that of perspiration, is very disagreeable, and the healthy naked human body is very free from any odor. Fresh perspiration has no disagreeable smell. It is only by retention in the clothing that it becomes objectionable. The faint smell of smoke, which lingers round men who smoke much, is rather exciting to me, but only when it is very faint. If at all strong, it becomes disagreeable. As most of the men who have attracted me have been great smokers, there is doubtless a direct association of ideas. It has only once occurred to me that an indifferent, unpleasant smell became attractive in connection with some particular person. In this case, it was the scent of stale tobacco, such as comes from the end of a cold cigar or cigarette. It was, and is now, very disagreeable to me, but, for the time and in connection with a particular person, it seemed to me more delightful and exciting than the most delicious perfume. I think, however, only a very strong attraction could overcome a dislike of this sort, and I doubt if I could experience such a twist round if it had been a personal odor. Stale tobacco, though nasty, conveys no mentally disagreeable idea. I mean, it does not suggest dirt or unhealthiness. It is probably significant of the somewhat considerable part which, in one way or another, odors and perfumes play in the emotional life of women. That, of the 4 women whose sexual histories are recorded in Appendix B of Volume III of these studies, all are liable to experience sexual effects from olfactory stimuli, 3 of them from personal odors, though this fact is not in every case brought out in the histories as recorded. While of the 8 men, not one has considered his olfactory experiences, in this respect, as worthy of mention. The very marked sexual fascination, which odor, associated with the men they love, exerts on women has easily passed unperceived, since women have not felt called upon to proclaim it. In sexual inversion, however, when the woman takes a more active and outspoken part than in normal love, it may very clearly be traced. Here, indeed, it is often exaggerated, in consequence of the common tendency for neurotic and neurasthenic persons to be more than normally susceptible to the influence of odors. In the majority of inverted women, it may safely be said, the odor of the beloved person plays a very considerable part. Thus, one inverted woman asks the woman she loves to send her some of her hair that she may intoxicate herself in solitude with its perfume. Archivio di Sicipedi Sexuali, Volume I, Fasc. 3 p. 36. Again, a young girl with some homosexual tendencies was apt to experience sexual emotions when in ordinary contact with schoolfellows whose body odor was marked. Fear, L-instinct sexual, p. 260. Such examples are fairly typical. That the body odor of men may in a large number of cases be highly agreeable and sexually attractive is shown by the testimony of male sexual inverts. There is abundant evidence to this effect. Rafalovich, Elurnismi at Elunaischolite, p. 126, insists on the importance of body odors as a sexual attraction to the male invert, and is inclined to think that the increased odor of the man's own body during sexual excitement may have an autoaphrodisiacal effect, which is reflected on the body of the loved person. The odor of peasants, of men who work in the open air, is specially apt to be found attractive. Moll mentions the case of an inverted man who found the forest, moss-like odor of a schoolfellow irresistibly attractive. The following passage from a letter written by an Italian marquis has been sent to me. Bonifacio stripped one evening to give me pleasure. He has the full, rounded flesh and amber coloring, which painters of the Giorgione school gave to their S. Sebastians. When he began to dress, I took up an old fascia or girdle of netted silk, which was lying under his breeches, and which still preserved the warmth of his body. I buried my face in it, and was half inebriated by its exquisite aroma of young manhood and fresh hay. He told me he had worn it for 2 years. No wonder it was redolent of him. I asked him to let me keep it as a souvenir. He smiled and said, "You like it because it has lain so long upon my pannier." "Yes, just so," I replied. "Whenever I kiss it thus and thus, it will bring you back to me. Sometimes I tie it round my naked waist before I go to bed. The smell of it is enough to cause a powerful erection, and the contact of its fringes with my testicles and phallus has once or twice produced an involuntary emission." I may here reproduce a communication which has reached me concerning the attractiveness of the odor of peasants. One predominant attraction of these men is that they are pure and clean, their bodies in a state of healthy normal function. Then they possess, if they are temperate, what the Greek poet Straton called the phytochare krotos, a quality which, according to this authority, is never found in women. This natural fair perfume of the flesh is a peculiar attribute of young men who live in the open air and deal with natural objects. Even their perspiration has an odor very different from that of girls in ballrooms, more refined, ethereal, pervasive, delicate, and difficult to seize. When they have handled hay in the time of hay harvest, or in winter, when they bring hay down from mountain huts, the youthful peasants carry about with them the smell of a field the Lord hath blessed. Their bodies and their clothes exhale an indefinable fragrance of purity and sex combined. Every gland of the robust frame seems to have accumulated scent from herbs and grasses, which slowly exudes from the cool, fresh skin of the lad. You do not perceive it in a room. You must take the young man's hands and bury your face in them, or be covered with him under the same blanket in one bed, to feel this aroma. No sensual impression on the nerves of smell is more poignantly impregnated with spiritual poetry, the poetry of adolescence, and early hours upon the hills, and labor cheerfully accomplished, and the harvest of God's gifts to man brought home by human industry. It is worth mentioning that Aristophanes, in his description of the perfect Athenian ephebus, dwells upon his being redolent of natural perfumes. In a passage in the second part of Faust Goethe, who appears to have felt considerable interest in the psychology of smell, makes 3 women speak concerning the ambrosiacal odor of young men. In this connection also, I note a passage in a poem, Appleton House, by our own English poet Marvell, which it is of interest to quote. "And now the careless victors play, dancing the triumphs of the hay, when every mower's wholesome heat smells like an Alexander's sweat. Their females fragrant as the mead which they in fairy circles tread, when at their dances and they kiss, their new-mown hay not sweeter is." Footnotes R. André Valkergeruch, in Ethnographisch Parallelen, Neufalge, 1889 pp. 213-22, brings together many passages describing the odors of various peoples. Hagen, Sexualphysiology, pp. 166 et seq., has a chapter on the subject. Jost, Supplement to International Archive für Ethnographie, 1893 p. 53, has an interesting passage on the smells of various races, as also Waite's Introduction to Anthropology, p. 103. Cf. Sir H. Johnston, British Central Africa, p. 395, th. Park Experiences in Equatorial Africa, p. 409, eh. Mann, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 1889 p. 391, Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, Volume I, p. 7, D'Orbigny, Elham Americain, Volume IP. 87, etc. B. Adachi Gerich der Europäer, Globus, 1903 no. 1. Hagen quotes testimonies on this point, Sexualphysiology, p. 173. The Negro, Castellani states, considers that Europeans have a smell of death. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition, Volume Roman II, p. 181. Waite's Introduction to Anthropology, p. 103. Monin, Les Odeurs du Corps Humain, 2nd edition, Paris, 1886, discusses briefly but comprehensively the normal and more especially the pathological odors of the body and of its secretions and excretions. Venturi, De Generazione Psychosexuale, p. 417. Quoted by Fear, L'instinct sexuel, 1902, p. 133. A. Lingroth on Salutations, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, November, 1889. See Appendix I, The Origins of the Kiss. C.e.g., passage quoted by I. Bloch, Beiträge zur Ideologie der Psychopathia Sexualis, Teil Roman 2, p. 205. It must at the same time be remembered that the more or less degree of exposure involved by sexual intercourse is itself a cause of nasal congestion and sneezing. Fear, Pathology des Emotions, p. 81. J.N. Mackenzie similarly suggests, Johns Hopkins Hospital Bulletin No. 82, 1898, that irritation and congestion of the nasal mucous membrane precede, or are the excitants of, the olfactory impression that forms the connecting link between the sense of smell and erethism of the reproductive organs exhibited in the lower animals. Les Odeurs dans les Romans de Zola, Montpellier, 1889. Toulouse, Émile Zola pp. 160-3165, 170-3175. P.J. Mobius des Pathologische bei Nietzsche. Moll has a passage on the sense of smell in the blind, more especially in sexual respects, Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis, BD. 1 pp. 137 et seq. See, for instance, his poem Love Perfumes All Parts, in which he declares that hands and thighs and legs are all richly aromatical. And compare the lyrics entitled A Song to the Maskers, On Julia's Breath, Upon Julia's Unlacing Herself, Upon Julia's Sweat, and to Mistress Anne Soame. There are various indications that Goethe was attentive to the attraction of personal odors, and that he experienced this attraction himself is shown by the fact that, as he confessed, when he once had to leave Weimar on an official journey for 2 days, he took a bodice of Frau von Stein's away in order to carry the scent of her body with him. Hagen has brought together from the literature of the subject a number of typical cases of olfactory fetishism. Sexual Ausphresiology, 1901, pp. 82 et seq. Moll's inquiries among normal persons have also shown that few people are conscious of odor as a sexual attraction. Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis. BD. IP. 133. Maro La Puberta, 1898, Chapter 2. Tardif found in boys that perfumes exerted little or no influence on circulation and respiration before puberty, though his observations on this point were too few to carry weight. Roman 4. The influence of perfumes, their aboriginal relationship to sexual body odors. This, true even of the fragrance of flowers, the synthetic manufacture of perfumes, the sexual effects of perfumes, perhaps originally used to heighten the body, odors, the special significance of the musk, odor, its wide natural diffusion in plants and animals, and man musk, a powerful stimulant, its widespread use as a perfume, peau d'Espagne, the smell of leather, and its occasional sexual effects, the sexual influence. Of the odors of flowers, the identity of many plant odors, with certain normal and abnormal body odors, the smell of semen in this connection. So far we have been mainly concerned with purely personal odors. It is, however, no longer possible to confine the discussion of the sexual significance of odor within the purely animal limit. The various characteristics of personal odor which have been noted, alike those which tend to make it repulsive and those which tend to make it attractive, have led to the use of artificial perfumes, to heighten the natural odor when it is regarded as attractive, to disguise it when it is regarded as repellent, while at the same time, happily covering both of these impulses, has developed the pure delight in perfume for its own agreeableness, the aesthetic side of olfaction. In this way, although in a much less constant and less elaborate manner, the body became adorned to the sense of smell, just as by clothing and ornament it is adorned to the sense of sight. But and this is a point of great significance from our present standpoint, we do not really leave the sexual sphere by introducing artificial perfumes. The perfumes which we extract from natural products, or, as is now frequently the case, produced by chemical synthesis, are themselves either actually animal sexual odors or allied in character or composition to the personal odors they are used to heighten or disguise. Musk is the product of glands of the male Moschus mosciferus, which correspond to preputial sebaceous glands. Castoreum is the product of similar sexual glands in the beaver, and civet likewise from the civet. Ambergris is an intestinal calculus found in the rectum of the cachalot. Not only, however, are nearly all the perfumes of animal origin, in use by civilized man, odors which have a specially sexual object among the animals from which they are derived, but even the perfumes of flowers may be said to be of sexual character. They are given out at the reproductive period in the lives of plants, and they clearly have very largely as their object an appeal to the insects who secure plant fertilization. Such appeal having as its basis the fact that among insects themselves olfactory sensibility has in many cases been developed in their own mating. There is, for example, a moth in which both sexes are similarly and inconspicuously marked, but the males diffuse an agreeable odor, said to be like pineapple, which attracts the females. If, therefore, the odors of flowers have developed, because they proved useful to the plant by attracting insects or other living creatures, it is obvious that the advantage would lie with those plants, which could put forth an animal sexual odor of agreeable character, since such an odor would prove fascinating to animal creatures. We here have a very simple explanation of the fundamental identity of odors in the animal and vegetable worlds. It thus comes about that from a psychological point of view, we are not really entering a new field when we begin to discuss the influence of perfumes other than those of the animal body. We are merely concerned with somewhat more complex or somewhat more refined sexual odors. They are not specifically different from the human odors, and they mingle with them harmoniously. Popular language bears witness to the truth of this statement, and the normal and abnormal human odors, as we have already seen, are constantly compared to artificial, animal, and plant odors, to chloroform, to musk, to violet, to mention only those similitudes which seem to occur most frequently. The methods now employed for obtaining the perfumes universally used in civilized lands are three. 1. The extraction of odoriferous compounds from the neutral products in which they occur. 2. The artificial preparation of naturally occurring odoriferous compounds by synthetic processes. 3. The manufacture of materials which yield odors resembling those of pleasant-smelling natural objects. See, e.g., Natural and Artificial Perfumes, Nature, December 27, 1900. The essential principles of most of our perfumes belong to the complex class of organic compounds known as terpenes. During recent years, a number of the essential elements of natural perfumes have been studied. In many cases, the methods of preparing them artificially discovered, and they are largely replacing the use of natural perfumes not only for soaps, etc., but for scent essences, though it appears to be very difficult to imitate exactly the delicate fragrance achieved by nature. Artificial musk was discovered accidentally by Bauer Wen studying the butyl toluenes contained in a resin extractive. Vanillin, the odoriferous principle of the vanilla bean, is an aldehyde which was first artificially prepared by Timon and Harmon in 1874 by oxidizing coniferin, a glucoside contained in the sap of various coniferae, but it now appears to be usually manufactured from eugenol, a phenol contained in oil of cloves. Pipronyl, an aldehyde closely allied to vanillin, is used in perfumery under the name of heliotropin and is prepared from oil of sassafras and oil of camphor. Coumarine, the material to which tonka bean, sweet woodruff, and new mown hay owe their characteristic odors, was synthetically prepared by W.H. Parkin in 1868 by heating sodiazolycylic aldehyde with acetic anhydride, though now more cheaply prepared from an herb growing in Florida. Iron, which has the perfume of violets, was isolated in 1893 from a ketone contained in orris root. And ionon, another ketone which has a very closely similar odor of fresh violets and was isolated after some years' further work, is largely used in the preparation of violet perfume. Iron and ionon are closely similar in composition to oil of turpentine, which when taken into the body is partly converted into perfume and gives a strong odor of violets to the urine. Little has yet been accomplished toward ascertaining the relation between the odor and the chemical constitution of substances in general. Hydrocarbons as a class possess considerable similarity in odor, so also do the organic sulfides and, to a much smaller extent, the ketones. The subject waits for someone to correlate its various physiological, psychological, and physical aspects, in the same way that Helmholtz did for sound. It seems, as yet, impossible to assign any probable reason to the fact that many substances have a pleasant odor. It may, however, be worth suggesting that certain compounds, such as the volatile sulfides and the indoles, have very unpleasant odors because they are normal constituents of mammalian excreta and of putrefied animal products. The repulsive odors may be simply necessary results of evolutionary processes. Locke. Cit. Nature, December 27. Many of the perfumes in use are really combinations of a great many different odors in varying proportions, such as oil of rose, lavender oil, ylang ylang, etc. The most highly appreciated perfumes are often made up of elements which in stronger proportion would be regarded as highly unpleasant. In the study and manufacture of perfumes, Germany and France have taken the lead in recent times. The industry is one of great importance. In France alone, the trade in perfumes amounts to £4 million. It is doubtless largely owing to the essential and fundamental identity of odors to the chemical resemblances even of odors from the most widely remote sources that we find that perfumes in many cases have the same sexual effects as are primitively possessed by the body odors. In northern countries, where the use of perfumes is chiefly cultivated by women, it is by women that this sexual influence is most liable to be felt. In the South and in the East, it appears to be at least equally often experienced by men. Thus, in Italy, Mantegazza remarks that many men of strong sexual temperament cannot visit with impunity a laboratory of essences and perfumes. In the East, we find it stated in the Islamic book entitled The Perfumed Garden of Sheikh Nefsiawi that the use of perfumes by women, as well as by men, excites to the generative act. It is largely in reliance on this fact that in many parts of the world, especially among Eastern peoples and occasionally among ourselves in Europe, women have been accustomed to perfume the body and especially the vulva. It seems highly probable that, as has been especially emphasized by Hagen, perfumes were primitively used by women, not as is sometimes the case in civilization, with the idea of disguising any possible natural odor, but with the object of heightening and fortifying the natural odor. If the primitive man was inclined to disparage a woman whose odor was slight or imperceptible, turning away from her with contempt, as the Polynesian turned away from the ladies of Sydney, they have no smell, women would inevitably seek to supplement any natural defects in this respect, and to accentuate their odorous qualities in the same way as by corsets and bustles, even in civilization, they have sought to accentuate the sexual saliencies of their bodies. In this way we may, as Hagen suggests, explain the fact that until recent times the odors preferred by women have not been the most delicate or exquisite, but the strongest, the most animal, the most sexual: musk, castoreum, civet, and ambergris. In that interesting novel dealing with the adventures of a Jewish maiden at the Persian court of Xerxes, which, under the title of Esther, has found its way into the Old Testament, we are told that it was customary in the royal harem at Shushan to submit the women to a very prolonged course of perfuming before they were admitted to the king. 6 months with oil of myrrh and 6 months with sweet odors. Esther, chapter 2, v. 12. In the Arabian Nights, there are many allusions to the use of perfumes by women, with a more or less definitely stated aphrodisiacal intent. Thus we read in the story of Camaralzaman, "With fine incense I will perfume my breasts, my belly, my whole body, so that my skin may melt more sweetly in thy mouth, O apple of my eye." Even among savages, the perfuming of the body is sometimes practiced, with the object of inducing love in the partner. Shellong states that the Papuans of Kaiser Wilhelm's land rub various fragrant plants into their bodies for this purpose. Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1899, ht. IP. 19. The significance of this practice is more fully revealed by Haddon when studying the Papuans of Torres Straits, among whom the initiative in courtship is taken by the women. It was by scenting himself with a pungent, odorous substance that a young man indicated that he was ready to be sued by the girls. A man would wear this scent at the back of his neck during a dance in order to attract the attention of a particular girl. It was believed to act with magical certainty, after the manner of a charm. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, Volume V, pp. 211, 222, and 328. The perfume, which is of all perfumes, the most interesting from the present point of view, is certainly musk. With ambergris, musk is the chief member of Linnaeus's group of odors ambrosiaceae, a group which in sexual significances, as Zwaardemaker remarks, ranks besides the capryl group of odors. It is a perfume of ancient origin. Its name is Persian, indicating doubtless the channel whence it reached Europe, and ultimately derived from the Sanskrit word for testicle in allusion to the fact that it was contained in a pouch removed from the sexual parts of the male musk deer. Musk odors, however, often of considerable strength, are very widely distributed in nature, alike among animals and plants. This is indicated by the frequency with which the word musk forms part of the names of animals and plants, which are by no means always nearly related. We have the muskox, the musky mole, several species called muskrat, the musk duck, the musk beetle. While among plants which have received their names from a real or supposed musky odor are, besides several that are called musk plant, the musk rose, the musk hyacinth, the musk mallow, the musk orchid, the musk melon, the musk cherry, the musk pear, the musk plum, muscat and muscatels, musk seed, musk tree, muskwood, etc. But a musky odor is not merely widespread in nature among plants and the lower animals, it is peculiarly associated with man. Incidentally, we have already seen how it is regarded as characteristic of some races of man, especially the Chinese. Moreover, the smell of the negress is said to be musky in character, and among Europeans, a musky odor is said to be characteristic of blondes. Laycock, in his Nervous Diseases of Women, stated his opinion that the musk odor is certainly the sexual odor of man. And Fear states that the musk odor is that among natural perfumes most nearly approaching the odor of the sexual secretions. We have seen that the Chinese poet vaunts the musky odor of his mistress's armpits, while another Oriental saying concerning the attractive woman is that her navel is filled with musk. Persian literature contains many references to musk as an attractive body odor, and Firdusi speaks of a woman's hair as a crown of musk, while the Arabian poet Matanabi says of his mistress that her hyacinthine hair smells sweeter than Scythian musk. Galopin stated that he knew women whose natural odor of musk, and less frequently of ambergris, was sufficiently strong to impart to a bath in less than an hour a perfume due entirely to the exhalations of the musky body. It must be added that Galopin was an enthusiast in this matter. The special significance of musk from our present point of view lies not only in the fact that we here have a perfume, widely scattered throughout nature and often in an agreeable form, which is at the same time a very frequent personal odor in man. Musk is the odor which not only in the animals to which it has given a name, but in many others is a specifically sexual odor, chiefly emitted during the sexual season. The sexual odors, indeed, of most animals seem to be modifications of musk. The sphinx moth has a musky odor which is confined to the male and is doubtless sexual. Some lizards have a musky odor which is heightened at the sexual season. Crocodiles during the pairing season emit from their submaxillary glands a musky odor which pervades their haunts. In the same way, elephants emit a musky odor from their facial glands during the rutting season. The odor of the musk duck is chiefly confined to the breeding season. The musky odor of the negress is said to be heightened during sexual excitement. The predominance of musk as a sexual odor is associated with the fact that its actual nervous influence, apart from the presence of sexual association, is very considerable. Fear found it to be a powerful muscular stimulant. In former times, musk enjoyed a high reputation as a cardiac stimulant. It fell into disuse, but in recent years, its use in asthenic states has been revived, and excellent results, it has been claimed, have followed its administration in cases of collapse from Asiatic cholera. For sexual torpor in women, it still has, like vanilla and sandal, a certain degree of reputation, though it is not often used, and some of the old Arabian physicians, especially Avicenna, recommended it with castoreum and myrrh for amenorrhea. Its powerful action is indicated by the experience of Esquirol, who stated that he had seen cases in which sensory stimulation by musk in women during lactation had produced mania. It has always had the reputation, more especially in the Mohammedan East, of being a sexual stimulant to men. The noblest of perfumes, it is called in al-Kitab, and that which most provokes to venery. It is doubtless a fact significant of the special sexual effects of musk that, as Laycock remarked, in cases of special idiosyncrasy to odors, musk appears to be that odor which is most liked or disliked. Thus, the Old English physician Witt remarked that several delicate women who could easily bear the stronger smell of tobacco have been thrown into fits by musk, ambergris, or a pale rose. It may be remarked that in the perfumed garden of Sheikh Nefsiawi, it is stated that it is by their sexual effects that perfumes tend to throw women into a kind of swoon, and Lucretius remarks that a woman who smells castoreum, another animal's sexual perfume, at the time of her menstrual period may swoon. Not only is musk the most cherished perfume of the Islamic world, and the special favorite of the Prophet himself, who greatly delighted in perfumes, "I love your world," he is reported to have said in old age, for its women and its perfumes. It is the only perfume generally used by the women of a land in which the refinements of life have been carried so far as Japan, and they received it from the Chinese. Moreover, musk is still the most popular of European perfumes. It is the perfumes containing musk, Peace states in his well-known book on the art of perfumery, which sell best. It is certainly true that in its simple form the odor of musk is not nowadays highly considered in Europe. This fact is connected with the ever-growing refinement, in accordance with which the specific odors of the sexual regions in human beings tend to lose their primitive attractiveness, and bodily odors generally become mingled with artificial perfumes, and so disguised. But although musk in its simple form, and under its ancient name, has lost its hold in Europe, it is an interesting and significant fact that it is still the perfumes which contain musk that are the most widely popular. Peau d'Espagne may be mentioned as a highly complex and luxurious perfume, often the favorite scent of sensuous persons, which really owes a large part of its potency to the presence of the crude animal sexual odors of musk and civet. It consists of wash leather steeped in ottos of neroli, rose, santal, lavender, verbena, bergamot, cloves, and cinnamon, subsequently smeared with civet and musk. It is said by some, probably with a certain degree of truth, that Peau d'Espagne is of all perfumes that which most nearly approaches the odor of a woman's skin. Whether it also suggests the odor of leather is not so clear. There is, however, no doubt that the smell of leather has a curiously stimulating sexual influence on many men and women. It is an odor which seems to occupy an intermediate place between the natural body odors and the artificial perfumes for which it sometimes serves as a basis. Possibly it is to this fact that its occasional sexual influence is owing, for, as we have already seen, there is a tendency for sexual allurement to attach to odors which are not the specific personal body odors, but yet are related to them. Moll considers, no doubt rightly, that shoe fetishism, perhaps the most frequent of sexual fetichistic perversions, is greatly favored, if indeed it does not owe its origin to the associated odor of the feet and of the shoes. He narrates a case of shoe fetishism in a man in which the perversion began at the age of 6, when for the first time he wore new shoes, having previously used only the left-off shoes of his elder brother. He felt and smelt these new shoes with sensations of unmeasured pleasure, and a few years later began to use shoes as a method of masturbation. Naki has also recorded the case of a shoe fetishist who declared that the sexual attraction of shoes, usually his wife's, lay largely in the odor of the leather. Krafft-Ebing, again, brings forward a case of shoe fetishism in which the significant fact is mentioned that the subject bought a pair of leather cuffs to smell while masturbating. Restif de la Bretonne, who is somewhat of a shoe fetishist, appears to have enjoyed smelling shoes. It is not probable that the odor of leather explains the whole of shoe fetishism, as we shall see when, in another study, this question comes before us, and in many cases it cannot be said to enter at all. It is, however, one of the factors. Such a conclusion is further supported by the fact that by many the odor of new shoes is sometimes desired as an adjuvant to coitus. It is in the experience of prostitutes that such a device is not infrequent. Naki mentions that a colleague of his was informed by a prostitute that several of her clients desired the odor of new shoes in the room, and that she was accustomed to obtain the desired perfume by holding her shoes for a moment over the flame of a spirit lamp. The direct sexual influence of the odor of leather is, however, more conclusively proved by those instances in which it exists apart from shoes or other objects having any connection with the human body. I have elsewhere in these studies recorded the case of a lady, entirely normal in sexual and other respects, who is conscious of a considerable degree of pleasurable sexual excitement in the presence of the smell of leather objects, more especially of leather-bound ledgers and in shops where leather objects are sold. She thinks this dates from the period when, as a child of 9, she was sometimes left alone for a time on a high stool in an office. A possible explanation in this case lies in the supposition that on one of these early occasions sexual excitement was produced by the contact with the stool, in a way that is not infrequent in young girls, and that the accidentally associated odor of leather permanently affected the nervous system, while the really significant contact left no permanent impression. Even on such a supposition it might, however, still be maintained that a real potency of the leather odor is illustrated by this case. And this is likewise suggested by the fact that the same subject is also sexually affected by various perfumes and odorous flowers not recalling leather. It has been suggested to me by a lady that the odor of leather suggests that of the sexual organs. The same suggestion is made by Hagen, and I find it stated by Good and Pyle that menstruating girls sometimes smell of leather. The secret of its influence may thus be not altogether obscure, in the fact that leather is animal skin, and that it may thus vaguely stir the olfactory sensibilities which had been ancestrally affected by the sexual stimulus of the skin odor lies the probable foundation of the mystery. In the absence of all suggestion of personal or animal odors, in its most exquisite forms in the fragrance of flowers, olfactory sensations are still very frequently of a voluptuous character. Mantegazza has remarked that it is a proof of the close connection between the sense of smell and the sexual organs that the expression of pleasure produced by olfaction resembles the expression of sexual pleasures. Make the chastest woman smell the flowers she likes best, he remarks, and she will close her eyes, breathe deeply, and, if very sensitive, tremble all over, presenting an intimate picture which otherwise she never shows, except perhaps to her lover. He mentions a lady who said, "I sometimes feel such pleasure in smelling flowers that I seem to be committing a sin." It is really the case that in many persons usually, if not exclusively, women the odor of flowers produces not only a highly pleasurable, but a distinctly and specifically sexual effect. I have met with numerous cases in which this effect was well marked. It is usually white flowers with heavy penetrating odors which exert this influence. Thus, one lady, who is similarly affected by various perfumes, forget-me-nots, ylang-ylang, etc., finds that a number of flowers produce on her a definite sexual effect, with moistening of the pudenda. This effect is especially produced by white flowers like the gardenia, tuberose, etc. Another lady, who lives in India, has a similar experience with flowers. She writes, "A scent to cause me sexual excitement must be somewhat heavy and penetrating. Nearly all white flowers so affect me, and many Indian flowers with heavy, almost pungent scents. All the flower scents are quite unconnected with me with any individual. Tuberose, lilies of the valley, and frangipani flowers have an almost intoxicating effect on me. Violets, roses, mignonette, and many others, though very delicious, give me no sexual feeling at all. For this reason the line, 'The lilies and languors of virtue for the roses and raptures of vice,' seems all wrong to me. The lily seems to me a very sensual flower, while the rose and its scent seem very good and countrified and virtuous. Shelley's description of the lily of the valley, whom youth makes so fair and passion so pale, falls in much more with my ideas. I can quite understand, she adds, that leather, especially of books, might have an exciting effect, as the smell has this penetrating quality, but I do not think it produces any special feeling in me. This more sensuous character of white flowers is fairly obvious to many persons who do not experience from them any specifically sexual effects. To some people, lilies have an odor which they describe as sexual, although these persons may be quite unaware that Hindu authors long since described the vulvar secretion of the Padmini, or perfect woman, during coitus, as perfumed like the lily that has newly burst. It is noteworthy that it was more especially the white flowers lily, tuberose, etc., which were long ago noted by Cloquet as liable to cause various unpleasant nervous effects, cardiac oppression, and syncope. When we are concerned with the fragrances of flowers, it would seem that we are far removed from the human sexual field, and that their sexual effects are inexplicable. It is not so. The animal and vegetable odors, as indeed we have already seen, are very closely connected. The recorded cases are very numerous in which human persons have exhaled from their skins sometimes in a very pronounced degree the odors of plants and flowers, of violets, of roses, of pineapple, of vanilla. On the other hand, there are various plant odors which distinctly recall, not merely the general odor of the human body, but even the specifically sexual odors. A rare garden weed, the stinking goosefoot, Chenopodium vulvaria, it is well known, possesses a herring brine or putrid fish odor due, it appears, to propylamin, which is also found in the flowers of the common white thorn or mayflower, Crataegus oxyacantha, and many others of the Rosaceae, which recalls the odor of the animal and human sexual regions. The reason is that both plant and animal odors belong chemically to the same group of capril odors, Linnaeus's odors Hercini, so called from the goat, the most important group of odors from the sexual point of view. Caproic and capril acid are contained not only in the odor of the goat and in human sweat, and in animal products as many cheeses, but also in various plants, such as herb Robert, Geranium robertianum, and the stinking St. John's worts, Hypericum hircinum, as well as the Chenopodium. Zwaardemaker considers it probable that the odor of the vagina belongs to the same group, as well as the odor of semen, which Haller called odor aphrodisiacus, which last odor is also found, as Cloquet pointed out, in the flowers of the common berberry, Berberis vulgaris, and in the chestnut. A very remarkable and significant example of the same odor seems to occur in the case of the flowers of the henna plant, the white-flowered Lawsonia, Lawsonia inermis, so widely used in some Mohammedan lands for dyeing the nails and other parts of the body. These flowers diffuse the sweetest odor, wrote Sinini in Egypt a century ago. The women delight to wear them, to adorn their houses with them, to carry them to the baths, to hold them in their hands, and to perfume their bosoms with them. They cannot patiently endure that Christian and Jewish women shall share the privilege with them. It is very remarkable that the perfume of the henna flowers, when closely inhaled, is almost entirely lost in a very decided spermatic odor. If the flowers are crushed between the fingers, this odor prevails and is, indeed, the only one perceptible. It is not surprising that so delicious a flower has furnished Oriental poetry with many charming traits and amorous similes. Such a simile Sinini finds in the Song of Songs, I. 1314. The odor of semen has not been investigated, but, according to Zwaardemaker, artificially produced odors, like cadaverin, resemble it. The odor of the leguminous fenugreek, a botanical friend considers, closely approaches the odor given off in some cases by the armpit in women. It is noteworthy that fenugreek contains coumarine, which imparts its fragrance to new-mown hay and to various flowers of somewhat similar odor. On some persons, these have a sexually exciting effect, and it is of considerable interest to observe that they recall to many the odor of semen. It seems very natural, a lady writes, that flowers, etc., should have an exciting effect, as the original and by far the pleasantest way of lovemaking was in the open among flowers and fields. But a more purely physical reason may, I think, be found in the exact resemblance between the scent of semen and that of the pollen of flowering grasses. The first time I became aware of this resemblance, it came on me with a rush that here was the explanation of the very exciting effect of a field of flowering grasses, and perhaps through them, of the scents of other flowers. If I am right, I suppose flower scents should affect women more powerfully than men in a sexual way. I do not think anyone would be likely to notice the odor of semen in this connection unless they had been greatly struck by the exciting effects of the pollen of grasses. I had often noticed it and puzzled over it. As pollen is the male sexual element of flowers, its occasionally stimulating effect in this direction is perhaps but an accidental result of a unity running through the organic world, though it may be perhaps more simply explained as a special form of that nasal irritation which is felt by so many persons in a hayfield. Another correspondent, this time a man, tells me that he has noted the resemblance of the odor of semen to that of crushed grasses. A scientific friend who has done much work in the field of organic chemistry tells me he associates the odor of semen with that produced by diastasic action on mixing flour and water, which he regards as sexual in character. This again brings us to the starchy products of the leguminous plants. It is evident that, subtle and obscure as many questions in the physiology and psychology of olfaction still remain, we cannot easily escape from their sexual associations. Footnotes. A. Beauregard Matière médicale zoologique, Histoire des drogues d'origine animate, 1901. Professor Plateau, of Ghent, has for many years carried on a series of experiments which would even tend to show that insects are scarcely attracted by the colors of flowers at all, but mainly influenced by a sense which would appear to be smell. His experiments have been recorded during recent years, from 1887, in the Bulletins de l'Académie Royale de Belgique, and have from time to time been summarized in Nature, e.g., February 5, 1903. David Sharp, Cambridge Natural History, Insects, Part 2, p. 398. Mantegazza, Physiologia dell'amore, 1873, p. 176. Mantegazza, L'Amour d'Anzel Humanite, p. 94, refers to various peoples who practice this last custom. Egypt was a great center of the practice more than 3,000 years ago. Hagen, Sexualphysiology, 1901, p. 226. It has been suggested to me by a medical correspondent that one of the primitive objects of the hair, alike on head, mons veneris and axilla, was to collect sweat and heighten its odor to sexual ends. The names of all our chief perfumes are Arabic or Persian: civet musk, ambergris, attar, camphor, etc. Claque os Physiology pp. 73-76 has an interesting passage on the prevalence of the musk odor in animals, plants, and even mineral substances. Laycock brings together various instances of the sexual odors of animals, insisting on their musky character, nervous diseases of women, section, odors. See also a section in The Descent of Man, Part 2, Chapter 18, in which Darwin argues that the most odoriferous males are the most successful in winning the females. Distant also has an interesting paper on this subject, Biological Suggestions, Zoologist, May 1902. He points out the significant fact that musky odors are usually confined to the male, and argues that animal odors generally are more often attractive than protective. R. Witt Works, 1768, p. 543. Lucretius, Roman 6, 795. Mohammed, said Aisha, was very fond of perfumes, especially men's scents, musk and ambergris. He used also to burn camphor on odoriferous wood and enjoy the fragrant smell, while he never refused perfumes when offered them as a present. The things he cared for most, said Aisha, were women, scents, and foods. Muir, Life of Mahomet, Volume Roman 3, p. 297. A. Tenkate, International Centralblatt für Anthropologie, H.T. 6, 1902. This author, who made observations on Japanese with Zwaardemaker's olfactometer, found that, contrary to an opinion sometimes stated, they have a somewhat defective sense of smell. He remarks that there are no really native Japanese perfumes. Moll, Die Contraire Sexualempfindung, 3rd edition, 1890, p. 306. Mal, Libido Sexualis, BD. 1 p. 284. p. Naki, Un cas de fétichisme de Soliers, Bulletin de la Société de Médecine Mentale de Belgique, 1894. Psychopathia Sexualis, English edition, p. 167. Philip Salmuth, Observations Medici, Century Roman II no. 63, in the 17th century, recorded a case in which a young girl of noble birth, whose sister was fond of eating chalk, cinnamon, and cloves, experienced extreme pleasure in smelling old books. It would appear, however, that in this case the fascination lay not so much in the odor of the leather as in the moldy odor of worm-eaten books. Feeder veterum liborum, ablatis et tinis exissorum, siduc porsis corruptorum, are Salmuth's words. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume Roman 3, Appendix B, History Roman 8. Sexualis Physiology, p. 106. Mantegazza, Physiologia dell'amore, p. 176. In this connection, I may quote the remark of the writer of a thoughtful article in the Journal of Psychological Medicine, 1851. The use of scents, especially those allied to the musky, is one of the luxuries of women, and in some constitutions cannot be indulged without some danger to the morals, by the excitement to the ovaria which results. And although less potent as aphrodisiacs in their action on the sexual system of women than of men, we have reason to think that they cannot be used to excess with impunity by most. Kama Sutra Vatsyayana, 1883, p. 5. Claque as Physiology, p. 95. In Normandy the chenopodium, it is said, is called canio, and in Italy herba canina, canis, on account of its vulvar odor. The attraction of dogs to this plant has been noted. In the same way, cats are irresistibly attracted to preparations of valerian, because their own urine contains valerianic acid. Cennini, Voyage d'Anslot at Basse Egypt, 1799, Volume I. p. 298. v. The evil effects of excessive olfactory stimulation, the symptoms of vanalism, the occasional dangerous results of the odors of flowers, effects of flowers on the voice. The reality of the olfactory influences with which we have been concerned, however slight they may sometimes appear, is shown by the fact that odors, both agreeable and disagreeable, are stimulants, obeying the laws which hold good for stimulants generally. They whip up the nervous energies momentarily, but in the end, if the excitation is excessive and prolonged, they produce fatigue and exhaustion. This is clearly shown by Fear's elaborate experiments on the influences of odors, as compared with other sensory stimulants, on the amount of muscular work performed with the ergograph. Commenting on the remark of Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, that man uses perfumes to impart energy to his passion, Fear remarks, but perfumes cannot keep up the fires which they light. Their prolonged use involves fatigue, which is not different from that produced by excessive work, and reproduces all the bodily and psychic accompaniments of excessive work. It is well known that workers in perfumes are apt to suffer from the inhalation of the odors amid which they live. Dealers in musk are said to be specially liable to precocious dementia. The symptoms generally experienced by the men and women who work in vanilla factories, where the crude fruit is prepared for commerce, have often been studied and are well known. They are due to the inhalation of the scent, which has all the properties of the aromatic aldehydes and includes skin eruptions, general excitement, sleeplessness, headache, excessive menstruation, and irritable bladder. There is nearly always sexual excitement, which may be very pronounced. We are here in the presence, it may be insisted, not of a nervous influence only, but of a direct effect of odor on the vital processes. The experiments of Tardif on the influence of perfumes on frogs and rabbits showed that a poisonous effect was exerted, while Fear, by incubating fowls' eggs in the presence of musk, found repeatedly that many abnormalities occurred, and that development was retarded even in the embryos that remained normal. While he obtained somewhat similar results by using essences of lavender, cloves, etc., the influence of odors is thus deeper than is indicated by their nervous effects. They act directly on nutrition. We are led, as Passy remarks, to regard odors as very intimately related to the physiological properties of organic substances, and the sense of smell as a detached fragment of generally sensibility, reacting to the same stimuli as general sensibility, but highly specialized in view of its protective function. The reality and subtlety of the influence of odors is further shown by the cases in which very intense effects are produced even by the temporary inhalation of flowers or perfumes or other odors. Such cases of idiosyncrasy, in which a person frequently of somewhat neurotic temperament becomes acutely sensitive to some odor or odors, have been recorded in medical literature for many centuries. In these cases, the obnoxious odor produces congestion of the respiratory passages, sneezing, headache, fainting, etc. But occasionally it has been recorded even death. Dr. J.N. Mackenzie, in his interesting and learned paper on the production of the so-called rose cold, etc., American Journal of Medical Sciences, January 1886, quotes many cases and gives a number of references to ancient medical authors. See also Layet, Art. Odeur, Dictionnaire Encyclopédique des Sciences Médicales. An interesting phenomenon of the group, though, it is almost too common to be described as an idiosyncrasy is the tendency of the odor of certain flowers to affect the voice, and sometimes even to produce complete loss of voice. The mechanism of the process is not fully understood, but it would appear that congestion and paresis of the larynx is produced and spasm of the bronchial tube. Botelis in 1565 recorded cases in which the scent of flowers brought on difficulty of breathing, and the danger of flowers from this point of view is well recognized by professional singers. Joel has studied this question in an elaborate paper, summarized in the British Medical Journal, March 3, 1895, and Dr. Cabbins has brought together, Figaro, January 20, 1894, the experiences of a number of well-known singers, teachers of singing, and laryngologists. Thus, Madame Renée Richard, of the Paris Opera, has frequently found that when her pupils have arrived with a bunch of violets fastened to the bodice, or even with a violet and iris sachet beneath the corset, the voice has been marked by weakness, and on using the laryngoscope, she has found the vocal cords congested. Madame Cave confirmed this opinion and stated that she was specially sensitive to tuberose and mimosa, and that on one occasion a bouquet of white lilac has caused her, for a time, complete loss of voice. The flowers mentioned are equally dangerous to a number of other singers. The most injurious flower of all is found to be the violet. The rose is seldom mentioned, and artificial perfumes are comparatively harmless, though some singers consider it desirable to be cautious in using them. Footnotes: Fear, Travail et Plaisir, Chapter 13. Travail et Plaisir, p. 175. It is doubtless true of the effects of odors on the sexual sphere. Fear records the case of a neurasthenic lady whose sexual coldness toward her husband only disappeared after the abandonment of a perfume, in which heliotrope was apparently the chief constituent. She had been accustomed to use in excessive amounts. It is perhaps significant that many colors are especially liable to produce skin disorders, especially urticaria. A number of cases have been recorded by Joel, Journal de Médecine, July 10, 1899. Layet, Art. Vanalisme, Dictionnaire Encyclopédique des Sciences Médicales, cf. Audiobook, Revue Médicale de la Suisse Romande, October 20, 1899, summarized in the British Medical Journal, 1899. A. Tardif, Les odeurs et parfums, Chapter 3. Fear, Société de Biologie, March 28, 1896. Roman 6. The place of smell in human sexual selections has given place to the predominance of vision, largely, because in civilized man it fails to act at a distance it still plays a part by contributing to the sympathies or the antipathies of intimate contact. When we survey comprehensively the extensive field we have here rapidly traversed, it seems not impossible to gain a fairly accurate view of the special place which olfactory sensations play in human sexual selection. The special peculiarity of this group of sensations in man, and that which gives them an importance they would not otherwise possess, is due to the fact that we here witness the decadence of a sense which in man's remote ancestors was the very chiefest avenue of sexual allurement. In man, even the most primitive man to some degree, even in the apes it has declined in importance to give place to the predominance of vision. Yet, at that lower threshold of acuity at which it persists in man, it still bathes us in a more or less constant atmosphere of odors, which perpetually move us to sympathy or to antipathy, and which in their finer manifestations we do not neglect, but even cultivate with the increase of our civilization. It thus comes about that the grosser manifestations of sexual allurement by smell belong, so far as man is concerned, to a remote animal past which we have outgrown, and which, on account of the diminished acuity of our olfactory organs, we could not completely recall even if we desired to. The sense of sight inevitably comes into play long before it is possible for close contact to bring into action the sense of smell. But the latent possibilities of sexual allurement by olfaction, which are inevitably embodied in the nervous structure we have inherited from our animal ancestors, still remain ready to be called into play. They emerge prominently from time to time in exceptional and abnormal persons. They tend to play an unusually larger part in the psychic lives of neurasthenic persons, with their sensitive and comparatively unbalanced nervous systems, and this is doubtless the reason why poets and men of letters have insisted on olfactory impressions so frequently and to so notable a degree. For the same reason sexual inverts are peculiarly susceptible to odors. For a different reason, warmer climates, which heighten all odors and also favor the growth of powerfully odorous plants, lead to a heightened susceptibility to the sexual and other attractions of smell, even among normal persons. Thus, we find a general tendency to delight in odors throughout the East, notably in India, among the ancient Hebrews, and in Mohammedan lands. Among the ordinary civilized population in Europe, the sexual influences of smell play a smaller, and yet not altogether negligible part. The diminished prominence of odors only enables them to come into action, as sexual influences, on close contact, when, in some persons at all events, personal odors may have a distinct influence in heightening sympathy or arousing antipathy. The range of variation among individuals is in this matter considerable. In a few persons, olfactory sympathy or antipathy is so pronounced that it exerts a decisive influence in their sexual relationships. Such persons are of olfactory type. In other persons, smell has no part in constituting sexual relationships, but it comes into play in the intimate association of love and acts as an additional excitant. When reinforced by association, such olfactory impressions may at times prove irresistible. Other persons, again, are neutral in this respect and remain indifferent either to the sympathetic or antipathetic working of personal odors, unless they happen to be extremely marked. It is probable that the majority of refined and educated people belong to the middle group of those persons who are not of predominantly olfactory type, but are liable from time to time to be influenced in this manner. Women are probably at least as often affected in this manner as men, probably more often. On the whole, it may be said that in the usual life of man, odors play a not inconsiderable part and raise problems which are not without interest, but that their demonstrable part in actual sexual selection, whether in preferential mating or in assortative mating, is comparatively small. Footnotes. Moll has a passage on this subject, Untersuchungen über die Libido sexualis. BD. IPP. 376-381. Hearing. I. The physiological basis of rhythm as a physiological stimulus, the intimate relation of rhythm to movement, the physiological influence of music on muscular action, circulation, respiration, etc. The place of music in sexual selection among the lower animals, its comparatively small place in courtship among mammals, the larynx and voice in man, the significance of the pubertal changes, ancient beliefs concerning the influence of music in morals, education, and medicine, its therapeutic uses, significance of the romantic interest in music at puberty, men comparatively insusceptible to the specifically sexual influence of musicality of sexual perversions, on the basis of the sense of hearing the part of music in primitive human courtship women, notably susceptible to the specifically sexual influence of music and the voice. The sense of rhythm on which it may be said that the sensory exciting effects of hearing, including music, finally rest may probably be regarded as a fundamental quality of neuromuscular tissue. Not only are the chief physiological functions of the body, like the circulation and the respiration, definitely rhythmical, but our senses insist on imparting a rhythmic grouping even to an absolutely uniform succession of sensations. It seems probable, although this view is still liable to be disputed, that this rhythm is the result of kinesthetic sensations, sensations arising from movement or tension, started reflexly in the muscles by the external stimuli impressing themselves on the sensations that are thus grouped. We may thus say, with Wilkes, that music appears to have had its origin in muscular action. Whatever its exact origin may be, rhythm is certainly very deeply impressed on our organisms. The result is that, whatever lends itself to the neuromuscular rhythmical tendency of our organisms, whatever tends still further to heighten and develop that rhythmical tendency, exerts upon us a very decidedly stimulating and exciting influence. All muscular action being stimulated by rhythm, in its simple form or in its more developed form as music, rhythm is a stimulant to work. It has even been argued by Butcher, and by Wundt, that human song had its chief or exclusive origin in rhythmical vocal accompaniments to systematized work. This view cannot, however, be maintained. Systematized work can scarcely be said to exist, even today, among most very primitive races. It is much more probable that rhythmical song arose at a period antecedent to the origin of systematized work, in the primitive military, religious, and erotic dances, such as exist in a highly developed degree among the Australians and other savage races who have not evolved coordinated systematic labor. There can, however, be no doubt that as soon as systematic work appears, the importance of vocal rhythm in stimulating its energy is at once everywhere recognized. Butcher has brought together innumerable examples of this association, and in the march music of soldiers and the heaving and hoisting songs of sailors we have instances that have universally persisted into civilization. Although in civilization the rhythmical stimulation of work, physiologically sound as is its basis, tends to die out. Even in the laboratory, the influence of simple rhythm in increasing the output of work may be demonstrated. And Fear found with the ergograph that a rhythmical grouping of the movements caused an increase of energy, which often more than compensated the loss of time caused by the rhythm. Rhythm is the most primitive element of music, and the most fundamental. Walaschek, in his book on primitive music, and most other writers on the subject are agreed on this point. Rhythm, remarks an American anthropologist, naturally precedes the development of any fine perception of differences in pitch, of time quality, or of tonality. Almost, if not all, Indian songs, he adds, are as strictly developed out of modified repetitions of a motive as are the movements of a Mozart or a Beethoven symphony. In all primitive music, asserts Alice C. Fletcher, rhythm is strongly developed. The pulsations of the drum and the sharp crash of the rattles are thrown against each other and against the voice, so that it would seem that the pleasure derived by the performers lay not so much in the tonality of the song as in the measured sounds arrayed in contesting rhythm, and which by their clash start the nerves and spur the body to action. For the voice which alone carries the tone is often subordinated and treated as an additional instrument. Greuze points out that a melody gives us the essential impression of a voice that dances. It is a translation of spatial movement into sound, and, as we shall see, its physiological action on the organism is a reflection of that which, as we have elsewhere found, dancing itself produces, and thus resembles that produced by the sight of movement. Dancing, music, and poetry were primitively so closely allied as to be almost identical. They were still inseparable among the early Greeks. The refrains in our English ballads indicate the dancer's part in them. The technical use of the word foot in metrical matters still persists to show that a poem is fundamentally a dance. Aristotle seems to have first suggested that rhythm and melodies are motions, as actions are motions, and therefore signs of feeling. All melodies are motions, says Helmholtz. Graceful rapidity, gravel procession, quiet advance, wild leaping, all these different characters of motion and 1,000 others can be represented by successions of tones. And as music expresses these motions, it gives an expression also to those mental conditions which naturally evoke similar motions, whether of the body and the voice, or of the thinking and feeling principle itself. Helmholtz, on the sensations of tone, translated by A. J. Ellis, 1885 p. 250. From another point of view, the motor stimulus of music has been emphasized by Sippels. Music connects with the only sense that can be perfectly manipulated. Its emotional charm has struck men as a great mystery. There appears to be no doubt whatever that it gets all the marvelous effects it has beyond the mere pleasing of the ear, from its random but multitudinous summonses of the efferent activity, which at its vague challenges stirs unceasingly in faintly tumultuous irrelevancy. In this way, music arouses aimlessly, but splendidly, the sheer, as yet unfulfilled potentiality within us. W. Copies The Process of Human Experience, p. 743. The fundamental element of transformed motion in music has been well brought out in a suggestive essay by Goblat, La musique descriptive, Revue philosophique, July 1901. Sung or played, melody figures to the ear a successive design, a moving arabesque. We talk of ascending and descending the gamut, of high notes or low notes. The higher voice of woman is called soprano, or above, the deeper voice of man is called bass. Grave tones were so called by the Greeks because they seemed heavy and to incline downward. Sounds seem to be subject to the action of gravity, so that some rise and others fall. Baudelaire, speaking of the prelude to Lohengrin, remarks, "I felt myself delivered from the bonds of weight." And when Wagner sought to represent, in the highest regions of celestial space, the apparition of the angels bearing the Holy Grail to earth, he uses very high notes and a kind of chorus played exclusively by the violins, divided into 8 parts in the highest notes of their register. The descent to earth of the celestial choir is rendered by lower and lower notes, the progressive disappearance of which represents the reascension to the ethereal regions. Sounds seem to rise and fall, that is a fact. It is difficult to explain it. Some have seen in it a habit derived from the usual notation, by which the height of the note corresponds to its height in the score. But the impression is too deep and general to be explained by so superficial and recent a cause. It has been suggested also that high notes are generally produced by small and light bodies, low notes by heavy bodies. But that is not always true. It has been said, again, that high notes in nature are usually produced by highly placed objects, while low notes arise from caves and low-placed regions. But the thunder is heard in the sky, and the murmur of a spring or the song of a cricket arise from the earth. In the human voice, again, it is said, the low notes seem to resound in the chest, high notes in the head. All this is unsatisfactory. We cannot explain by such coarse analogies an impression which is very precise and more sensible. This fact has its importance, for an interval of half a tone than for an interval of an octave. It is probable that the true explanation is to be found in the still little understood connection between the elements of our nervous apparatus. Nearly all our emotions tend to produce movement. But education renders us economical of our acts. Most of these movements are repressed, especially in the adult and civilized man, as harmful, dangerous, or merely useless. Some are not completed, others are reduced to a faint incitation which externally is scarcely perceptible. Enough remain to constitute all that is expressive in our gestures, physiognomy, and attitudes. Melodic intervals possess in a high degree this property of provoking impulses of movement, which, even when repressed, leave behind internal sensations and motor images. It would be possible to study these facts experimentally if we had at our disposition a human being who, while retaining his sensations and their motor reactions, was by special circumstances rendered entirely spontaneous like a sensitive automaton, whose movements were neither intentionally produced nor intentionally repressed. In this way, melodic intervals in a hypnotized subject might be very instructive. A number of experiments of the kind, desired by Goblot, had already been made by A. de Roches in a book, copiously illustrated by very numerous instantaneous photographs, entitled Les Sentiments, La musique et la geste, 1900. Chapter 3. De Roches experimented on a single subject, Lena, formerly a model, who was placed in a condition of slight hypnosis, when various simple fragments of music were performed. Recitatives, popular airs, and more especially national dances, often from remote parts of the world. The subject's gestures were exceedingly marked and varied, in accordance with the character of the music. It was found that she often imitated with considerable precision the actual gestures of dances she could never have seen. The same music always evoked the same gestures, as was shown by instantaneous photographs. This subject, stated to be a chaste and well-behaved girl, exhibited no indications of definite sexual emotion under the influence of any kind of music. Some account is given in the same volume of other hypnotic experiments with music, which were also negative as regards specific sexual phenomena. It must be noted that, as a physiological stimulus, a single musical note is effective, even apart from rhythm, as is well shown by Fear's experiments with the dynamometer and the ergograph. It is, however, the influence of music on muscular work which has been most frequently investigated, and both on brief efforts with the dynamometer and prolonged work with the ergograph, it has been found to exert a stimulating influence. Thus, Scripture found that, while his own maximum thumb and finger grip with the dynamometer is 8 pounds, when the giant's motive from Wagner's Rheingold is played, it rises to 8 3/4 pounds. With the ergograph, Tarchanoff found that lively music, in nervously sensitive persons, will temporarily cause the disappearance of fatigue, though slow music in a minor key had an opposite effect. The varying influence on work with the ergograph of different musical intervals and different keys has been carefully studied by Fear with many interesting results. There was a very considerable degree of constancy in the results. Discords were depressing, most but not all major keys were stimulating, and most but not all minor keys depressing. In states of fatigue, however, the minor keys were more stimulating than the major, an interesting result in harmony with that stimulating influence of various painful emotions in states of organic fatigue, which we have elsewhere encountered when investigating sadism. Our musical culture, Fear remarks, only renders more perceptible to us the unconscious relationships which exist between musical art and our organisms. Those whom we consider more endowed in this respect have a deeper penetration of the phenomena accomplished within them. They feel more profoundly the marvelous reactions between the organism and the principles of musical art. They experience more strongly that art is within them. Both the higher and the lower muscular processes, the voluntary and the involuntary, are stimulated by music. Darlington and Talbot, in Titchener's laboratory at Cornell University, found that the estimation of relative weights was aided by music. Lombard found, when investigating the normal variations in the knee jerk, that involuntary reflex processes are always reinforced by music. A military band playing a lively march caused the knee jerk to increase at the loud passages and to diminish at the soft passages, while remaining always above the normal level. With this stimulating influence of rhythm and music on the neuromuscular system, which may or may not be direct there, is a concomitant influence on the circulatory and breathing apparatus. During recent years, a great many experiments have been made on man and animals, bearing on the effects of music on the heart and respiration. Perhaps the earliest of these were carried out by the Russian physiologist Dogil in 1880. His methods were perhaps defective and his results, at all events as regards man, uncertain. But in animals, the force and rapidity of the heart were markedly increased. Subsequent investigations have shown very clearly the influence of music on the circulatory and respiratory systems in man as well as in animals. That music has an apparently direct influence on the circulation of the brain is shown by the observations of Patrizi on a youth who had received a severe wound of the head, which had removed a large portion of the skull wall. The stimulus of melody produced an immediate increase in the afflux of blood to the brain. In Germany, the question was investigated at about the same time by Mentz. Observing the pulse with a sphygmograph and Mary Tambor, he found distinct evidence of an effect on the heart. When attention was given to the music, the pulse was quickened. In the absence of attention, it was slowed. Mentz also found that pleasurable sensations tended to slow the pulse and disagreeable ones to quicken it. Binet and Cordier made an elaborate series of experiments on the action of music on the respiration, with the double pneumograph, the heart, and the capillary circulation, with the plethysmograph of Hallion and Kant on a single subject, a man very sensitive to music and himself a cultured musician. Simple musical sounds with no emotional content accelerated the respiration without changing its regularity or amplitude. Musical fragments, mostly sung, usually well known to the subject, and having an emotional effect on him, produced respiratory irregularity either in amplitude or rapidity of breathing in 2/3 of the trials. Exciting music, such as military marches, accelerated the breathing more than sad melodies, but the intensity of the excitation had an effect at least as great as its quality, for intense excitations always produced both quickened and deeper breathing. The heart was quickened in harmony with the quickened breathing. Neither breathing nor heart was ever slowed. As regards the capillary pulsation, an influence was exerted chiefly, if not exclusively, by gay and exciting melodies, which produced a shrinking. Throughout the experiments, it was found that the most profound physiological effects were exerted by those pieces, which the subject found to be most emotional in their influence on him. Gibaud studied the question on a number of subjects, confirming and extending the conclusions of Binet and Cordier. He found that the reactions of different individuals varied, but that for the same individual reactions were constant. Circulatory reaction was more often manifest than respiratory reaction. The latter might be either a simultaneous modification of depth and of rapidity or of either of these. The circulatory reaction was a peripheral vasoconstriction with diminished fullness of pulse and slight acceleration of cardiac rhythm. There was never any distinct slowing of heart under the influence of music. Gibaud remarks that when people say they feel a shudder at some passage of music, this sensation of cold finds its explanation in the production of a peripheral vasoconstriction which may be registered by the plethysmograph. Since music thus directly and powerfully affects the chief vital processes, it is not surprising that it should indirectly influence various viscera and functions. As Tarchanoff and others have demonstrated, it affects the skin, increasing the perspiration. It may produce a tendency to tears. It sometimes produces desire to urinate or even actual urination, as in Scaliger's case of the Gascon gentleman who was always thus affected on hearing the bagpipes. In dogs, it has been shown by Tarchanoff and Wartenoff that auditory stimulation increases the consumption of oxygen 20%, and the elimination of carbonic acid 17%. In addition to the effects of musical sound already mentioned, it may be added that, as Epstein of Bern has shown, the other senses are stimulated under the influence of sound, and notably there is an increase in acuteness of vision which may be experimentally demonstrated. It is probable that this effect of music in heightening the impressions received by the other senses is of considerable significance from our present point of view. Why are musical tones in a certain order and rhythm pleasurable? Ask Darwin in The Descent of Man, and he concluded that the question was insoluble. We see that, in reality, whatever the ultimate answer may be, the immediate reason is quite simple. Pleasure is a condition of slight and diffuse stimulation in which the heart and breathing are faintly excited. The neuromuscular system receives additional tone, the viscera gently stirred, the skin activity increased, and certain combinations of musical notes and intervals act as a physiological stimulus in producing these effects. Among animals of all kinds, from insects upward, this physiological action appears to exist, for among nearly all of them, certain sounds are agreeable and attractive, and other sounds indifferent and disagreeable. It appears that insects of quite different genera show much appreciation of the song of the cicada. birds show intense interest in the singing of good performers, even of other species. Experiments among a variety of animals in the zoological gardens, with performances on various instruments, showed that with the exception of seals, none were indifferent, and all felt a discord as offensive. Many animals showed marked likes and dislikes. Thus, a tiger, who was obviously soothed by the violin, was infuriated by the piccolo. The violin and the flute were preferred by most animals. Most persons have probably had occasion to observe the susceptibility of dogs to music. It may here suffice to give one personal observation. A dog of mixed breed, partly collie, very well known to me, on hearing a nocturne of Chopin, whined and howled, especially at the more pathetic passages, once or twice catching and drawing out the actual note played. He panted, walked about anxiously, and now and then placed his head on the player's lap. When the player proceeded to a more cheerful piece by Grieg, the dog at once became indifferent, sat down, yawned, and scratched himself. But as soon as the player returned once more to the nocturne, the dog at once repeated his accompaniment. There can be no doubt that among a very large number of animals of most various classes, more especially among insects and birds, the attraction of music is supported and developed on the basis of sexual attraction, the musical notes emitted serving as a sexual lure to the other sex. The evidence on this point was carefully investigated by Darwin on a very wide basis. It has been questioned, some writers preferring to adopt the view of Herbert Spencer, that the singing of birds is due to overflow of energy, the relation between courtship and singing being merely a relation of concomitance. This view is no longer tenable, whatever the precise origin of the musical notes of animals may be, and it is not necessary to suppose that sexual attraction had a large part in their first rudimentary beginnings. There can now be little doubt that musical sounds, and, among birds, singing, play a very large part indeed in bringing the male and the female together. Usually, it would appear, it is the performance of the male that attracts the female. It is only among very simple and primitive musicians, like some insects, that the female thus attracts the male. The fact that it is nearly always one sex only that is thus musically gifted should alone have sufficed to throw suspicion on any but a sexual solution of this problem of animal song. It is, however, an exceedingly remarkable fact that, although among insects and lower vertebrates the sexual influence of music is so large, and although among mammals, and predominantly in man, the emotional and aesthetic influence of music is so great, yet neither in man nor any of the higher mammals has music been found to exert a predominant sexual influence, or even in most cases any influence at all. Darwin, while calling attention to the fact that the males of most species of mammals use their vocal powers chiefly, and sometimes exclusively, during the breeding season, adds that it is a surprising fact that we have not as yet any good evidence that these organs are used by male mammals to charm the female. From a very different standpoint, Fear, in studying the pathology of the human sexual instinct in the light of a very full knowledge of the available evidence, states that he knows of no detailed observations showing the existence of any morbid sexual perversions based on the sense of hearing, either in reference to the human voice or to instrumental music. When, however, we consider that not only in the animals most nearly related to man, but in man himself, the larynx and the voice undergo a marked sexual differentiation at puberty, it is difficult not to believe that this change has an influence on sexual selection and sexual psychology. At puberty, there is a slight hyperemia of the larynx, accompanied by rapid development alike of the larynx itself and of the vocal cords, which become larger and thicker, while there is an associated change in the voice, which deepens. All these changes are very slight in girls, but very pronounced in boys, whose voices are said to break and then become lower by at least an octave. The feminine larynx at puberty only increases in the proportion of 5 to 7, but the masculine larynx in the proportion of 5 to 10. The direct dependence of this change on the general sexual development is shown not merely by its occurrence at puberty, but by the fact that in eunuchs in whom the testicles have been removed before puberty, the voice retains its childlike qualities. As a matter of fact, I believe that we may attach a considerable degree of importance to the voice, and to music generally as a method of sexual appeal. On this point, I agree with Moll, who remarks that the sense of hearing here plays a considerable part, and the stimulation received through the ears is much larger than is usually believed. I am not, however, inclined to think that this influence is considerable in its action on men, although Mantegazza remarks, doubtless with a certain truth, that some women's voices cannot be heard with impunity. It is true that the ancients deprecated the sexual, or at all events the effeminating influence of some kinds of music, but they seem to have regarded it as sedative rather than stimulating. The kind of music they approved of as martial and stimulating was the kind most likely to have sexual effects in predisposed persons. The Chinese and the Greeks have more especially insisted on the ethical qualities of music and on its moralizing and demoralizing effects. Some 3,000 years ago, it is stated, a Chinese emperor, believing that only they who understood music are capable of governing distributed administrative functions in accordance with this belief. He acted entirely in accordance with Chinese morality. The texts of Confucianism, see translations in the Sacred Books of the East series, show clearly that music and ceremony, or social ritual in a wide sense, are regarded as the two main guiding influences of life: music as the internal guide, ceremony as the external guide, the former being looked upon as the more important. Among the Greeks, Menander said that to many people music is a powerful stimulant to love. Plato, in the third book of the Republic, discusses what kinds of music should be encouraged in his ideal state. He does not clearly state that music is ever a sexual stimulant, but he appears to associate plaintive music, mixed Lydian and Hypolydian, with drunkenness, effeminacy, and idleness, and considers that such music is useless even to women that are to be virtuously given, not to say to men. He only admits two kinds of music, one violent and suited to war, the other tranquil and suited to prayer or to persuasion. He sets out the ethical qualities of music with a thoroughness which almost approaches the great Chinese philosopher. On these accounts, we attach such importance to a musical education, because rhythm and harmony sink most deeply into the recesses of the soul and take most powerful hold of it, bringing gracefulness in their train and making a man graceful if he be rightly nurtured, leading him to commend beautiful objects and gladly receive them into his soul and feed upon them and grow to be noble and good. Plato is, however, by no means so consistent and thorough as the Chinese moralist, for having thus asserted that it is the influence of music which molds the soul into virtue, he proceeds to destroy his position with the statement that we shall never become truly musical until we know the essential forms of temperance and courage and liberality and munificence, thus moving in a circle. It must be added that the Greek conception of music was very comprehensive and included poetry. Aristotle took a wider view of music than Plato and admitted a greater variety of uses for it. He was less anxious to exclude those uses which were not strictly ethical. He disapproved, indeed, of the Phrygian harmony as the expression of Bacchic excitement. He accepts, however, the function of music as a catharsis of emotion, a notion which is said to have originated with the Pythagoreans. For a discussion of Aristotle's views on music, see W.L. Newman, The Politics of Aristotle, Volume I, pp. -369. Athenaeus, in his frequent allusions to music, attributes to it many intellectual and emotional properties, e.g., Book 14, Chapter 25, and in one place refers to melodies inciting to lawless indulgence. Book 13, Chapter 75. We may gather from the Priapeia, Roman 26, that cymbals and castanets were the special accompaniment in antiquity of wanton songs and dances. Cymbala, cum crotalis, pruriginis arma. The ancient belief in the moralizing influence of music has survived into modern times mainly in a somewhat more scientific form as a belief in its therapeutic effects in disordered nervous and mental conditions. This also is an ancient belief as witnessed by the well-known example of David playing to Saul to dispel his melancholia. In 1729, an apothecary of Oakham, Richard Browne, published a work entitled Medicina Musica, in which he argued that music was beneficial in many maladies. In more recent days, there have been various experiments and cases brought forward showing its efficacy in special conditions. An American physician, W.F. Hutchinson, has shown that anesthesia may be produced with accurately made tuning forks at certain rates of vibration, summarized in the British Medical Journal, June 4, 1898. Ferrand, in a paper read before the Paris Academy of Medicine in September 1895, gives reasons for classing some kinds of music as powerful antispasmodics with beneficial therapeutic action. The case was subsequently reported of a child in whom night terrors were eased by calming music in a minor key. The value of music in lunatic asylums is well recognized. C.E.G. Nacke, Revue de Psychiatrie, October 1897. Vasquide and Verpes, Comptes Rendus de la Société de Biologie, December 13, have recorded the case of a girl of 20, suffering from mental confusion with excitation and central motor disequilibrium, whose muscular equilibrium was restored and movements rendered more coordinated and adaptive under the influence of music. While there has been much extravagance in the ancient doctrine concerning the effects of music, the real effects are still considerable. Not only is this demonstrated by the experiments already referred to p. 118, indicating the efficacy of musical sounds as physiological stimulants, but also by anatomical considerations. The roots of the auditory nerves, McKendrick has pointed out, are probably more widely distributed and have more extensive connections than those of any other nerve. The intricate connections of these nerves are still only being unraveled. This points to an explanation of how music penetrates to the very roots of our being, influencing by associational paths reflex mechanisms, both cerebral and somatic, so that there is scarcely a function of the body that may not be affected by the rhythmical pulsations, melodic progressions, and harmonic combinations of musical tones. Nature, June 15, 1899, p. 164. Just as we are not entitled from the ancient belief in the influence of music on morals, or the modern beliefs in its therapeutic influence even, though this has sometimes gone to the length of advocating its use, in impotence to argue that music has a marked influence in exciting the specifically sexual instincts. Neither are we entitled to find any similar argument in the fact that music is frequently associated with the love feelings of youth. Men are often able to associate many of their earliest ideas of love in boyhood with women singing or playing. But in these cases, it will always be found that the fascination was romantic and sentimental, and not specifically erotic. In adult life, the music which often seems to us to be most definitely sexual in its appeal, such as much of Wagner's Tristan, really produces this effect in part from the association with the story, and in part from the intellectual realization of the composer's effort to translate passion into aesthetic terms. The actual effect of the music is not sexual, and it can well be believed that the results of experiments as regards the sexual influence of the Tristan music on men under the influence of hypnotism have been, as reported, negative. Helmholtz goes so far as to state that the expression of sexual longing in music is identical with that of religious longing. It is quite true, again, that a soft and gentle voice seems to every normal man as to leer, an excellent thing in woman, and that a harsh or shrill voice may seem to deaden or even destroy altogether the attraction of a beautiful face. But the voice is not usually in itself an adequate or powerful method of evoking sexual emotion in a man. Even in its supreme vocal manifestations, the sexual fascination exerted by a great singer, though certainly considerable, cannot be compared with that commonly exerted by the actress. Cases have indeed been recorded chiefly occurring, it is probable, in men of somewhat morbid nervous disposition in which sexual attraction was exerted chiefly through the ear, or in which there was a special sexual sensibility to particular inflections or accents. Fear mentions the case of a young man in hospital with acute arthritis who complained of painful erections whenever he heard through the door the very agreeable voice of the young woman, invisible to him, who superintended the linen. But these phenomena do not appear to be common, or, at all events, very pronounced. So far as my own inquiries go, only a small proportion of men would appear to experience definite sexual feelings on listening to music. and the fact that in woman the voice is so slightly differentiated from that of the child, as well as the very significant fact that among man's immediate or even remote ancestors, the female's voice can seldom have served to attract the male, sufficiently account for the small part played by the voice and by music as a sexual allurement working on men. It is otherwise with women. It may, indeed, be said at the outset that the reasons which make it antecedently improbable that men should be sexually attracted through hearing render it probable that women should be so attracted. The change in the voice at puberty makes the deeper masculine voice a characteristic secondary sexual attribute of man, while the fact that among mammals generally it is the male that is most vocal and that chiefly, or even sometimes exclusively, at the rutting season renders it antecedently likely that among mammals generally, including the human species, there is in the female an actual or latent susceptibility to the sexual significance of the male voice, a susceptibility which, under the conditions of human civilization, may be transferred to music generally. It is noteworthy that in novels written by women, there is a very frequent attentiveness to the qualities of the hero's voice and to its emotional effects on the heroine. We may also note the special and peculiar personal enthusiasm aroused in women by popular musicians, a more pronounced enthusiasm than is evoked in them by popular actors. As an interesting example of the importance attached by women novelists to the effects of the male voice, I may refer to George Eliot's Mill on the Floss, probably the most intimate and personal of George Eliot's works. In Book 6 of this novel, the influence of Stephen Guest, a somewhat commonplace young man over Maggie Tulliver, is ascribed almost exclusively to the effect of his bass voice in singing. We are definitely told of Maggie Tulliver's sensibility to the supreme excitement of music. Thus, on one occasion, all her intentions were lost in the vague state of emotion produced by the inspiring duet emotion that seemed to make her at once strong and weak. Strong for all enjoyment, weak for all resistance. Poor Maggie! She looked very beautiful when her soul was being played on in this way by the inexorable power of sound. You might have seen the slightest perceptible quivering through her whole frame as she leaned a little forward, clasping her hands as if to steady herself, while her eyes dilated and brightened into that witty open, childish expression of wondering delight, which always came back in her happiest moments. George Eliot's novels contain many allusions to the powerful emotional effects of music. It is unnecessary to refer to Tolstoy's Kreutzer Sonata, in which music is regarded as the gelato to bring lovers together, the connecting bond of music, the most refined lust of the senses. In primitive human courtship, music very frequently plays a considerable part, though not usually the sole part, being generally found as the accompaniment of the song and the dance at erotic festivals. The Gilas of New Mexico, among whom courtship consists in a prolonged serenade day after day with the flute, furnish a somewhat exceptional case. Savage women are evidently very attentive to music. Backhouse, as quoted by Lingroth, mentions how a woman belonging to the very primitive and now extinct Tasmanian race, when shown a musical box, listened with intensity. Her ears moved like those of a dog or horse to catch the sound. I have found little evidence to show that music, except in occasional cases, exerts even the slightest specifically sexual effect on men, whether musical or unmusical. But I have ample evidence that it very frequently exerts to a slight but definite extent such an influence on women, even when quite normal. Judging from my own inquiries, it would, indeed, seem likely that the majority of normal educated women are liable to experience some degree of definite sexual excitement from music. One states that orchestral music generally tends to produce this effect. Another finds it chiefly from Wagner's music. Another from military music, etc. Others simply state what, indeed, probably expresses the experience of most persons of either sex that it heightens one's mood. One lady mentions that some of her friends, whose erotic feelings are aroused by music, are especially affected in this way by the choral singing in Roman Catholic churches. In the typical cases just mentioned, all fairly normal and healthy women, the sexual effects of music, though definite, were usually quite slight. In neuropathic subjects, they may occasionally be more pronounced. Thus, a medical correspondent has communicated to me the case of a married lady with one child, a refined, very beautiful, but highly neurotic woman married to a man with whom she has nothing in common. Her tastes lie in the direction of music. She is a splendid pianist, and her highly trained voice would have made a fortune. She confesses to strong sexual feelings and does not understand why intercourse never affords what she knows she wants. But the hearing of beautiful music, or at times the excitement of her own singing, will sometimes cause intense orgasm. Vasquide and Verpes, who emphasize the sexually stimulating effects of music, only bring forward one case in any detail, and it is doubtless significant that this case is a woman. While listening to a piece of music exchanges expression, her eyes become bright, the features are accentuated, a smile begins to form, an expression of pleasure appears, the body becomes more erect, there is a general muscular hypertonicity. X tells us that as she listens to the music, she experiences sensations very like those of normal intercourse. The difference chiefly concerns the local genital apparatus, for there is no flow of vaginal mucus. On the psychic side, the resemblance is marked. Vasquide and Verpes, Du coefficient sexuel de l'impulsion musicale, Archives de Neurology, May, 1904. It is sometimes said, or implied, that a woman or a man sings better under the influence of sexual emotion. The writer of an article already quoted, On Woman in Her Psychological Relations, Journal of Psychological Medicine, 1851, mentions that a young lady remarkable for her musical and poetical talents naively remarked to a friend who complimented her upon her singing, "I never sing half so well as when I've had a love fit." And George Eliot says, "There is no feeling, perhaps, except the extremes of fear and grief, that does not make a man sing or play the better." While, however, it may be admitted that some degree of general emotional exaltation may exercise a favorable influence on the singing voice, it is difficult to believe that definite physical excitement at or immediately before the exercise of the voice can, as a rule, have anything but a deleterious effect on its quality. It is recognized that tenors, whose voices resemble those of women more than basses, who are not called upon to be so careful in this respect, should observe rules of sexual hygiene, and menstruation frequently has a definite influence in impairing the voice. H. Ellis, Man and Woman, 4th edition, p. 290. As the neighborhood of menstruation is also the period when sexual excitement is most likely to be felt, we have here a further indication that sexual emotion is not favorable to singing. I agree with the remarks of a correspondent, a musical amateur, who writes, "Sexual excitement and good singing do not appear to be correlated. A woman's emotional capacity in singing or acting may be remotely associated with hysterical neuroses, but is better evinced for art purposes in the absence of disturbing sexual influences. A woman may, indeed, fancy herself the heroine of a wanton romance, and let herself go a little in singing with improved results. But a memory of sexual ardors will help no woman to make the best of her voice in training. Some women can only sing their best when they think of the other women they are out singing. One girl lets her soul go out into her voice, thinking of Jamrel, another thinking of her lover when she has none, and most, no doubt, when they think of nothing. But no woman is likely to find herself, in an artistic sense, because she has lost herself in another sense not, even if she has done so quite respectably. The reality of the association between the sexual impulse and musicand. Indeed, art generally is shown by the fact that the evolution of puberty tends to be accompanied by a very marked interest in musical and other kinds of art. Lancaster, in a study of this question among a large number of young people, without reference to difference in sex, though they were largely female, found that from 50 to 75% of young people feel an impulse to art about the period of puberty, lasting a few months or at most a year or two. It appears that 464 young people showed an increased and passionate love for music, against only 102 who experienced no change in this respect. The curve culminates at the age of 15 and falls rapidly after 16. Many of these cases were really quite unmusical. Footnotes. This view has been more especially developed by J.B. Minor, Motor, Visual and Applied Rhythms, Psychological Review Monograph Supplements, Volume V No. 4, 1903. Sir S. Wilkes Medical Magazine, January 1894, cf. Clifford Allbutt, Music, Rhythm and Muscle, Nature, February 8, 1894. Butcher, Arbeit und Rhythmus, 3rd edition, 1902. Wundt Völkerpsychologie 1900, Part 1 p. 265. Fear deals fully with the question in his book, Travail et Plaisir, 1904, Chapter 3, Influence du rythme sur le travail. Fillmore, Primitive Scales and Rhythms, Proceedings of the International Congress of Anthropology, Chicago, 1893. Love Songs Among the Omaha Indians, in Proceedings of Same Congress. Greuze Spiel der Menschen p. 33. Analysis of the Sexual Impulse, Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume Roman 3. Fear, Sensation et Movement, Chapter 5. Id, Travail et Plaisir, Chapter 12. Scripture, Thinking, Feeling, Doing p. 85. Tarchanoff, Influence de la musique sur l'homme et sur les animaux, Editels et Congresso Medico International, Rome, 1894, Volume Roman 2, p. 153. Also in Archives Italiens de Biology, 1894. Love and Pain, Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume Roman 3. Fear, Travail et Plaisir, Chapter 12, Action physiologique des sens musicoques. A Practical Treatise on Harmony, Goblet Remarks, Revue Philosophique, July, 1901 p. 61. Ought to tell us in what way such an interval, or such a succession of intervals, affects us. A Theoretical Treatise on Harmony ought to tell us the explanation of these impressions. In a word, musical harmony is a psychological science. He adds that this science is very far from being constituted yet, we have hardly even obtained a glimpse of it. American Journal of Psychology, April, 1898. American Journal of Psychology, November, 1887. The influence of rhythm on the involuntary muscular system is indicated by the occasional effect of music in producing a tendency to contraction of the bladder. Archive für Anatomie und Physiologie, Physiologische Abteilung, 1880 p. 420. ml. Patrizzi, Primi Esperimenti intorno all'influenza della musica sulla circolazione del sangue cervello umano. International Congress for Psychology, Munich, 1897 p. 176. Philosophische Studien, Volume I. Binet and Cordier, La vie émotionnelle, Année psychologique, 3rd year, 1897 pp. 104-125. Gibaud, Contribution à l'étude expérimentale de l'influence de la musique sur la circulation et la respiration. These de Bordeaux, 1898, summarized in Année psychologique, 5th year, 1899 pp. 645-649. International Congress of Physiology, Bern, 1895. The influence of association plays no necessary part in these pleasurable influences, for Fear's experiments show that an unmusical subject responds physiologically, with much precision, to musical intervals he is unable to recognize. R. McDougall also finds that the effective quality of rhythmical sequences does not appear to be dependent on secondary associations. Psychological Review, January, 1903. R.T. Lewis in Nature Notes, August, 1891. Cornish, Orpheus at the Zoo, in Life at the Zoo, pp. 115-138. Descent of Man, chapters Roman 13 and Roman 19. The Origin of Music, 1857, Essays, Volume Roman 2. Anyone who is in doubt on this point, as regards bird song, may consult the little book in which the evidence has been well summarized by Hacker, Der Gesang der Vogel, or the discussion in Greuze's Spiel der Thier, pp. 274 et seq. Thus, mosquitoes are irresistibly attracted by music, and especially by those musical tones which resemble the buzzing of the female. The males alone are thus attracted. Nuttall and Shipley and Sir Hiram Maxim, quoted in Nature, October 31, 1901, p. 655, and in Lancet, February 22, 1902. Descent of Man, 2nd edition, p. 567. Greuze, in his discussion of music, also expresses doubt whether hearing plays a considerable part in the courtship of mammals. Spiel der Menschen, p. 22. Fear Elinstinct Sexual, 2nd edition, p. 137. See Berendt, La Pubert Chapter 4, also Havelock Ellis, Man and Woman, 4th edition, pp. 270-72. Indris, Die Büchereigen Beobachtungen von physiologischen und pathologischen Beziehungen der oberen Luftwege zu den Sexualorganen, Teil Roman 3, brings together various observations on the normal and abnormal relations of the larynx to the sexual sphere. Mal Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis, BD. 1p. 133. J.L. Roger Trait des Effets de la Musique, 1803, pp. 234 and 342. A typical example occurs in the early life of history, I in Appendix B, to Volume Roman 3 of these studies. Vasquide and Verpa's State Archives de Neurology, May, 1904, that in their experience music may facilitate sexual approaches in some cases of satiety, and that in certain pathological cases the sexual act can only be accomplished under the influence of music. Fear Elinstinct Sexual, p. 137. Bloch Beiträge, etc., Volume Roman 2, p. 355. Quote some remarks of Kistemakers concerning the sound of women's garments and the way in which savages and sometimes civilized women cultivate this rustling and clinking. Gutzkow, in his autobiography, said that the frou-frou of a woman's dress was the music of the spheres to him. The voice is doubtless a factor of the first importance in sexual attraction among the blind. On this point, I have no data. The expressiveness of the voice to the blind, and the extent to which their likes and dislikes are founded on vocal qualities, is well shown by an interesting paper written by an American physician, blind from early infancy, James Cock. The Voice as an Index to the Soul, Arena, January, 1894. Long before Darwin had set forth his theory of sexual selection, Laycock had pointed out the influence which the voice of the male, among man and other animals, exerts on the female nervous diseases of women, p. 74. And a few years later, the writer of a suggestive article on Woman in Her Psychological Relations, Journal of Psychological Medicine, 1851, remarked, "The sonorous voice of the male man is exactly analogous in its effect on woman to the neigh and bellow of other animals. This voice will have its effect on an amorous or susceptible organization much in the same way as color and the other visual ovarian stimuli." The writer adds that it exercises a still more important influence when modulated to music. In this respect, man has something in common with insects as well as birds. Greuze refers more than once to the important part played in German novels written by women by what one of them terms the bearded male voice. Various instances are quoted in the third volume of these studies when discussing the general phenomena of courtship and tumescence, an analysis of the sexual impulse. The Tasmanians, p. 20. An early reference to the sexual influence of music on women may perhaps be found in a playful passage in Swift's Martinus Scriblerus, possibly due to his medical collaborator, Arbuthnot. Does not Alien tell how the Libyan mares were excited to horsing by music? Which ought to be a caution to modest women against frequenting operas. Memoirs of Martinus Scriblerus, Book 1, Chapter 6. The reference is to Alien Hist. Animals Lib. Zay Cap. 18 and Lib. Roman 12 Cap. 44. A. Lancaster, Psychology of Adolescence, Pedagogical Seminary, July, 1897. Roman 2. Summary why the influence of music in human sexual selection is comparatively small. We have seen that it is possible to set forth in a brief space the facts at present available concerning the influence on the pairing impulse of stimuli acting through the ear. They are fairly simple and uncomplicated. They suggest few obscure problems which call for analysis. They do not bring before us any remarkable perversions of feeling. At the same time, the stimuli to sexual excitement received through the sense of hearing, although very seldom of exclusive or preponderant influence, are yet somewhat more important than is usually believed. Primarily the voice, and secondarily instrumental music, exert a distinct effect in this direction, an effect representing a specialization of a generally stimulating physiological influence which all musical sounds exercise upon the organism. There is, however, in this respect, a definite difference between the sexes. It is comparatively rare to find that the voice or instrumental music, however powerful its generally emotional influence, has any specifically sexual effect on men. On the other hand, it seems probable that the majority of women, at all events among the educated classes, are liable to show some degree of sexual sensibility to the male voice or to instrumental music. It is not surprising to find that music should have some share in arousing sexual emotion when we bear in mind that in the majority of persons, the development of sexual life is accompanied by a period of special interest in music. It is not unexpected that the specifically sexual effects of the voice and music should be chiefly experienced by women when we remember that not only in the human species is it the male in whom the larynx and voice are chiefly modified at puberty, but that among mammals generally, it is the male who is chiefly or exclusively vocal at the period of sexual activity, so that any sexual sensibility to vocal manifestations must be chiefly or exclusively manifested in female mammals. At the best, however, although aesthetic sensibility to sound is highly developed and emotional sensibility to it profound and widespread, although women may be thrilled by the masculine voice and men charmed by the feminine voice, it cannot be claimed that in the human species hearing is a powerful factor in mating. This sense has here suffered between the lower senses of touch and smell, on the one hand, with their vague and massive appeal, and the higher sense, vision, on the other hand, with its exceedingly specialized appeal. The position of touch as the primary and fundamental sense is assured. Smell, though in normal persons it has no decisive influence on sexual attraction, acts by virtue of its emotional sympathies and antipathies, while, by virtue of the fact that among man's ancestors it was the fundamental channel of sexual sensibility, it furnishes a latent reservoir of impressions to which nervously abnormal persons, and even normal persons under the influence of excitement or of fatigue, are always liable to become sensitive. Hearing, as a sense for receiving distant perceptions, has a wider field than is in man possessed by either touch or smell. But here it comes into competition with vision, and vision is, in man, the supreme and dominant sense. We are always more affected by what we see than by what we hear. Men and women seldom hear each other without speedily seeing each other, and then the chief focus of interest is at once transferred to the visual center. In human sexual selection, therefore, hearing plays a part which is nearly always subordinated to that of vision. Footnotes: Nietzsche has even suggested that among primitive men delicacy of hearing and the evolution of music can only have been produced under conditions which made it difficult for vision to come into play. The ear, the organ of fear, could only have developed, as it has, in the night and in the twilight of dark woods and caves. In the brightness, the ear is less necessary. Hence the character of music as an art of night and twilight. Morgenroth p. 230. At a concert, most people are instinctively anxious to see the performers, thus distracting the purely musical impression, and the reasonable suggestion of Goethe that the performers should be invisible is still seldom carried into practice. Vision. Primacy of vision in man beauty as a sexual allurement, the objective element in beauty ideals of feminine beauty, in various parts of the world savage women, sometimes beautiful from European point of view savages, often admire European beauty, the appeal of beauty, to some extent common even to animals and man. Vision is the main channel by which man receives his impressions. To a large extent, it has slowly superseded all the other senses. Its range is practically infinite. It brings before us remote worlds. It enables us to understand the minute details of our own structure. While apt for the most abstract or the most intimate uses, its intermediate range is of universal service. It furnishes the basis on which a number of arts make their appeal to us, and, while thus the most aesthetic of the senses, it is the sense on which we chiefly rely in exercising the animal function of nutrition. It is not surprising, therefore, that from the point of view of sexual selection, vision should be the supreme sense, and that the love thoughts of men have always been a perpetual meditation of beauty. It would be out of place here to discuss comparatively the origins of our ideas of beauty. That is a question which belongs to aesthetics, not to sexual psychology, and it is a question on which aestheticians are not altogether in agreement. We need not even be concerned to make any definite assertion on the question whether our ideas of sexual beauty have developed under the influence of more general and fundamental laws, or whether sexual ideals themselves underlie our more general conceptions of beauty. Practically, so far as man and his immediate ancestors are concerned, the sexual and the extrasexual factors of beauty have been interwoven from the first. The sexually beautiful object must have appealed to fundamental physiological aptitudes of reaction. The generally beautiful object must have shared in the thrill which the specifically sexual object imparted. There has been an inevitable action and reaction throughout. Just as we found that the sexual and the non-sexual influences of agreeable odors throughout nature are inextricably mingled, so it is with the motives that make an object beautiful to our eyes. The sexual element in the constitution of beauty is well recognized even by those writers who concern themselves exclusively with the aesthetic conception of beauty or with its relation to culture. It is enough to quote 2 or 3 testimonies on this point. The whole sentimental side of our aesthetic sensibility, remarks Santayana, without which it would be perceptive and mathematical rather than aesthetic, is due to our sexual organization remotely stirred. If anyone were desirous to produce a being with a great susceptibility to beauty, he could not invent an instrument better designed for that object than sex. Individuals that need not unite for the birth and rearing of each generation might retain a savage independence. For them it would not be necessary that any vision should fascinate, or that any languor should soften the prying cruelty of the eye. But sex endows the individual with a dumb and powerful instinct, which carries his body and soul continually toward another, makes it one of the dearest enjoyments of his life to select and pursue a companion, and joins to possession the keenest pleasure, to rivalry the fiercest rage, and to solitude an eternal melancholy. What more could be needed to suffuse the world with the deepest meaning and beauty? The attention is fixed upon a well-defined object, and all the effects it produces in the mind are easily regarded as powers or qualities of that object. To a certain extent, this kind of interest will center in the proper object of sexual passion and in the special characteristics of the opposite sex. And we find, accordingly, that woman is the most lovely object to man, and man, if female modesty would confess it, the most interesting to woman. But the effects of so fundamental and primitive a reaction are much more general. Sex is not the only object of sexual passion. When love lacks its specific object, when it does not yet understand itself, or has been sacrificed to some other interest, we see the stifled fire bursting out in various directions. Passion then overflows and visibly floods those neighboring regions which it had always secretly watered. For the same nervous organization which sex involves, with its necessarily wide branchings and associations in the brain, must be partially stimulated by other objects than its specific or ultimate one, especially in man, who, unlike some of the lower animals, has not his instincts clearly distinct and intermittent, but always partially active and never active in isolation. We may say, then, that for man all nature is a secondary object of sexual passion, and that to this fact the beauty of nature is largely due. G. Santayana, The Sense of Beauty, pp. 5962. Not only is the general fact of sexual attraction an essential element of aesthetic contemplation, as Santayana remarks, but we have to recognize also that specific sexual emotion properly comes within the aesthetic field. It is quite erroneous, as Greuze well points out, to assert that sexual emotion has no aesthetic value. On the contrary, it has quite as much value as the emotion of terror or of pity. Such emotion must, however, be duly subordinated to the total aesthetic effect. K. Grus der Aesthetische Genus p. 151. The idea of beauty, Ramai de Guermont says, is not an unmixed idea. It is intimately united with the idea of carnal pleasure. Stendhal obscurely perceived this when he defined beauty as a promise of happiness. Beauty is a woman, and women themselves have carried docility to men so far as to accept this aphorism, which they can only understand in extreme sexual perversion. Beauty is so sexual that the only uncontested works of art are those that simply show the human body in its nudity. By its perseverance in remaining purely sexual, Greek statuary has placed itself forever above all discussion. It is beautiful because it is a beautiful human body, such a one as every man or every woman would desire to unite with in the perpetuation of the race. That which inclines to love seems beautiful, that which seems beautiful inclines to love. This intimate union of art and of love is, indeed, the only explanation of art. Without this genital echo, art would never have been born and never have been perpetuated. There is nothing useless in these deep human depths. Everything which has endured is necessary. Art is the accomplice of love. When love is taken away, there is no art. When art is taken away, love is nothing but a physiological need. Ramai de Guermont, Culture des Idées, 1900 p. 103, and Mercure de France, August 1901, pp. 298 et seq. Beauty as incarnated in the feminine body has to some extent become the symbol of love even for women. Colin Scott finds that it is common among women who are not inverted for female beauty, whether on the stage or in art, to arouse sexual emotion to a greater extent than male beauty. And this is confirmed by some of the histories I have recorded in the appendix to the third volume of these studies. Scott considers that female beauty has come to be regarded as typical of ideal beauty, and thus tends to produce an emotional effect on both sexes alike. It is certainly rare to find any aesthetic admiration of men among women, except in the case of women who have had some training in art. In this matter, it would seem that woman passively accepts the ideals of man. Objects which excite a man's desire, Colin Scott remarks, are often, if not generally, the same as those affecting woman. The female body has a sexually stimulating effect upon both sexes. Statues of female forms are more liable than those of male form to have a stimulating effect upon women as well as men. The evidence of numerous literary expressions seems to show that under the influence of sexual excitement, a woman regards her body as made for man's gratification, and that it is this complex emotion which forms the initial stage, at least, of her own pleasure. Her body is the symbol for her partner, and indirectly for her, through his admiration of it, of their mutual joy and satisfaction. Colin Scott, Sex and Art, American Journal of Psychology, Volume Roman 7 No. 2 p. 206, also private letter. At the same time, it must be remembered that beauty and the conception of beauty have developed on a wider basis than that of the sexual impulse only, and also that our conceptions of the beautiful, even as concerns the human form, are to some extent objective, and may thus be in part reduced to law. Stratz, in his books on feminine beauty, and notably in Die Schönheit des weiblichen Körpers, insists on the objective element in beauty. Papillalt, again, when discussing the laws of growth and the beauty of the face, argues that beauty of line in the face is objective, and not a creation of fancy, since it is associated with the highest human functions, moral and social. He remarks on the contrast between the prehistoric man of Chancelade, delicately made, with elegant face and high forehead, who created the great Magdalenian civilization, and his seemingly much more powerful but less beautiful predecessor, the man of Spy, with enormous muscles and powerful jaws. Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie, 1899, p. 220. The largely objective character of beauty is further indicated by the fact that to a considerable extent beauty is the expression of health. A well and harmoniously developed body, tense muscles, an elastic and finely toned skin, bright eyes, grace and animation of carriage, all these things which are essential to beauty are the conditions of health. It has not been demonstrated that there is any correlation between beauty and longevity, and the proof would not be easy to give, but it is quite probable that such a correlation may exist, and various indications point in this direction. One of the most delightful of Opie's pictures is the portrait of Pleasance Reeve, afterward Lady Smith, at the age of 17. This singularly beautiful and animated brunette lived to the age of 104. Most people are probably acquainted with similar, if less marked, cases of the same tendency. The extreme sexual importance of beauty, so far, at all events, as conscious experience is concerned, is well illustrated by the fact that, although three other senses may and often do play a not inconsiderable part in the constitution of a person's sexual attractiveness, the tactile element being, indeed, fundamental yet in nearly all the most elaborate descriptions of attractive individuals, it is the visible elements that are in most cases chiefly emphasized. Whether among the lowest savages or in the highest civilization, the poet and storyteller who seeks to describe an ideally lovely and desirable woman always insists mainly, and often exclusively, on those characters which appeal to the eye. The richly laden word beauty is a synthesis of complex impressions obtained through a single sense. And so simple, comparatively, and vague are the impressions derived from the other senses that none of them can furnish us with any corresponding word. Before attempting to analyze the conception of beauty, regarded in its sexual appeal to the human mind, it may be well to bring together a few fairly typical descriptions of a beautiful woman as she appears to the men of various nations. In an Australian folklore story taken down from the lips of a native some 60 years ago by W. Dunlop, but evidently not in the native's exact words, we find this description of an Australian beauty. A man took as his wife a beautiful girl who had long, glossy hair hanging around her face and down her shoulders, which were plump and round. Her face was adorned with red clay, and her person wrapped in a fine large opossum rug, fastened by a pin formed from the small bone of the kangaroo's leg, and also by a string attached to a wallet made of rushes, neatly plaited of small strips skinned from their outside, after they had been for some time exposed to the heat of the fire, which being thrown on her back, the string passing under one arm and across her breast, held the soft rug in a fanciful position of considerable elegance. And she knew well how to show to advantage her queen-like figure when she walked with her polished yam stick held in one of her small hands, and her little feet appearing below the edge of the rug. W. Dunlop, Australian Folklore Stories, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, August and November, 1898, p. 27. A Malay description of female beauty is furnished by Skeet. The brow of the Malay Helen for whose sake 1,000 desperate battles are fought in Malay romances is like the one-day-old moon. Her eyebrows resemble pictured clouds, and are arched like the fighting cock's artificial spur. Her cheek resembles the sliced-off cheek of a mango. Her nose, an opening jasmine bud. Her hair, the wavy blossom shoots of the areca palm. Slender is her neck, with a triple row of dimples. Her bosom ripening, her waist lissom as the stalk of a flower, her head of a perfect oval, literally bird's egg shaped, her fingers like the leafy spears of lemongrass or the quills of the porcupine, her eyes like the splendor of the planet Venus, and her lips like the fissure of a pomegranate. W.W. Skeet Malay Magic, 1900 p. 363. In Mitford's Tales of Old Japan, Volume IP. 215, a peerlessly beautiful girl of 16 is thus described. She was neither too fat nor too thin, neither too tall nor too short. Her face was oval like a melon seed, and her complexion fair and white. Her eyes were narrow and bright, her teeth small and even, her nose was aquiline, and her mouth delicately formed, with lovely red lips. Her eyebrows were long and fine. She had a profusion of long black hair. She spoke modestly with a soft, sweet voice, and when she smiled, 2 lovely dimples appeared in her cheeks. In all her movements she was gentle and refined. The Japanese belle of ancient times, Dr. Nagio Sensei remarks, Lancet, February 1890, had a white face, a long, slender throat and neck, a narrow chest, small thighs, and small feet and hands. Baltz also has emphasized the ethereal character of the Japanese ideal of feminine beauty, delicate, pale, and slender, almost uncanny. And Stratz, in his interesting book, Die Körperformen in Kunst und Leben der Japaner, second edition, 1904, has dealt fully with the subject of Japanese beauty. The Sinhalese are great connoisseurs of beauty, and a Candian deeply learned in the matter gave Dr. Davy the following enumeration of a woman's points of beauty. Her hair should be voluminous, like the tail of the peacock, long, reaching to her knees, and terminating in graceful curls. Her eyebrows should resemble the rainbow, her eyes, the blue sapphire, and the petals of the blue manila flower. Her nose should be like the bill of the hawk. Her lips should be bright and red, like coral or the young leaf of the iron tree. Her teeth should be small, regular, and closely set, and like jessamine buds. Her neck should be large and round, resembling the Baragodia. Her chest should be capacious, her breasts firm and conical, like the yellow coconut, and her waist small, almost small enough to be clasped by the hand. Her hips should be wide, her limbs tapering, the soles of her feet without any hollow, and the surface of her body in general soft, delicate, smooth, and rounded, without the asperities of projecting bones and sinews. J. Davy, An Account of the Interior of Ceylon, 1821, p. 110. The Padmini, or lotus woman, is described by Hindu writers as the type of most perfect feminine beauty. She in whom the following signs and symptoms appear is called a Padmini. Her face is pleasing as the full moon. Her body, well clothed with flesh, is as soft as the shiraz or mustard flower. Her skin is fine, tender, and fair as the yellow lotus, never dark-colored. Her eyes are bright and beautiful as the orbs of the fawn, well cut, and with reddish corners. Her bosom is hard, full, and high. She has a good neck. Her nose is straight and lovely, and 3 folds or wrinkles cross her middle about the umbilical region. Her yoni resembles the opening lotus bud, and her love seed is perfumed like the lily that has newly burst. She walks with swan-like gait, and her voice is low and musical as the note of the kikilla bird, the Indian cuckoo. She delights in white raiment, in fine jewels, and in rich dresses. She eats little, sleeps lightly, and being as respectful and religious as she is clever and courteous, she is ever anxious to worship the gods and to enjoy the conversation of Brahmins. Such then is the Padmini or lotus woman. The Kama Sutra of Vatsyayana, 1883, p. 11. The Hebrew ideal of feminine beauty is set forth in various passages of the Song of Songs. The poem is familiar, and it will suffice to quote one passage. How beautiful are thy feet in sandals, O prince's daughter! Thy rounded thighs are like jewels, the work of the hands of a cunning workman. Thy navel is like a rounded goblet, wherein no mingled wine is wanting. Thy belly is like a heap of wheat set about with lilies. Thy 2 breasts are like 2 fawns, they are twins of a roe. Thy neck is like the tower of ivory, thine eyes as the pools in Heshbon, by the gate of Bathrabbim. Thy nose is like the tower of Lebanon that looketh toward Damascus. Thine head upon thee is like Carmel, and the hair of thine head like purple. The king is held captive in the tresses thereof. This thy stature is like to a palm tree, and thy breasts to clusters of grapes, and the smell of thy breath like apples, and thy mouth like the best wine. And the man is thus described in the same poem. My beloved is fair and ruddy, the chiefest among 10,000. His head is the most fine gold, his locks are bushy or curling, and black as a raven. His eyes are like doves beside the water brooks, washed with milk and fitly set. His cheeks are as a bed of spices, as banks of sweet herbs, his lips are as lilies dropping liquid myrrh. His hands are as rings of gold, set with beryl, his body is as ivory work, overlaid with sapphires. His legs are as pillars of marble, set upon sockets of fine gold. His aspect is like Lebanon, excellent as the cedars. His mouth is most sweet, yea, he is altogether lovely. The maiden whose loveliness inspires the most impassioned expressions in Arabic poetry, Lane states, is celebrated for her slender figure. She is like the cane among plants, and as elegant as a twig of the oriental willow. Her face is like the full moon, presenting the strongest contrast to the color of her hair, which is of the deepest hue of night, and falls to the middle of her back. Arab ladies are extremely fond of full and long hair. A rosy blush overspreads the center of each cheek, and a mole is considered an additional charm. The Arabs, indeed, are particularly extravagant in their admiration of this natural beauty spot, which, according to its place, is compared to a drop of ambergris upon a dish of alabaster or upon the surface of a ruby. The eyes of the Arab beauty are intensely black, large and long, of the form of an almond. They are full of brilliancy, but this is softened by long silken lashes, giving a tender and languid expression that is full of enchantment and scarcely to be improved by the adventitious aid of the black border of kohl. For this, the lovely maiden adds rather for the sake of fashion than necessity, having what the Arabs term natural kohl. The eyebrows are thin and arched, the forehead is wide and fair as ivory, the nose straight, the mouth small, the lips of a brilliant red, and the teeth like pearls set in coral. The forms of the bosom are compared to two pomegranates. The waist is slender, the hips are wide and large, the feet and hands small. The fingers, tapering, and their extremities dyed with the deep orange tint imparted by the leaves of the henna. Lane adds a more minute analysis from an unknown author quoted by Elishaki. 4 things in a woman should be: black the hair of the head, the eyebrows, the eyelashes, and the dark part of the eyes. 4 white the complexion of the skin, the white of the eyes, the teeth, and the legs. 4 red the tongue, the lips, the middle of the cheeks, and the gums. 4 round the head, the neck, the forearms, and the ankles. 4 long the back, the fingers, the arms, and the legs. 4 wide the forehead, the eyes, the bosom, and the hips. 4 fine the eyebrows, the nose, the lips, and the fingers. 4 thick the lower part of the back, the thighs, the calves of the legs, and the knees. 4 small the ears, the breasts, the hands, and the feet. E.W. Lane, Arabian Society in the Middle Ages, pp. 214-16. A Persian treatise on the figurative terms relating to beauty shows that the hair should be black, abundant, and wavy, the eyebrows dark and arched. The eyelashes also must be dark, and like arrows from the bow of the eyebrows. There is, however, no insistence on the blackness of the eyes. We hear of 4 varieties of eye: the dark gray eye or narcissus eye, the narrow, elongated eye of Turkish beauties, the languishing or love-intoxicated eye, and the wine-colored eye. Much stress is laid on the quality of brilliancy. The face is sometimes described as brown, but more especially as white and rosy. There are many references to the down on the lips, which is described as greenish, sometimes bluish, and compared to herbage. This down and that on the cheeks, and the stray hairs near the ears were regarded as very great beauties. A beauty spot on the chin, cheek, or elsewhere was also greatly admired, and evoked many poetic comparisons. The mouth must be very small. In stature, a beautiful woman must be tall and erect, like the cypress or the maritime pine. While the Arabs admired the rosiness of the legs and thighs, the Persians insisted on white legs and compared them to silver and crystal. Anissa Latschek, by Sherifeddin Romi, translated by Huart, Bibliothèque de l'École des Hautes Études, Paris, Fasc. 25, 1875. In the story of Camaralzaman in the Arabian Nights, Elset Budur is thus described. Her hair is so brown that it is blacker than the separation of friends. And when it is arrayed in 3 tresses that reach to her feet, I seem to see 3 nights at once. Her face is as white as the day on which friends meet again. If I look on it at the time of the full moon, I see 2 moons at once. Her cheeks are formed of an anemone divided into 2 corollas. They have the purple tinge of wine, and her nose is straighter and more delicate than the finest sword blade. Her lips are colored agate and coral, her tongue secretes eloquence, her saliva is more desirable than the juice of grapes. But her bosom, blessed be the Creator, is a living seduction. It bears twin breasts of the purest ivory, rounded, and that may be held within the 5 fingers of one hand. Her belly has dimples full of shade, and arranged with the harmony of the Arabic characters on the seal of a Coptic scribe in Egypt. And the belly gives origin to her finely modeled and elastic waist. At the thought of her flanks I shudder, for thence depends a mass so weighty that it obliges its owner to sit down when she has risen and to rise when she lies. Such are her flanks, and from them descend, like white marble, her glorious thighs, solid and straight, united above beneath their crown. Then come the legs and the slender feet, so small that I am astounded they can bear so great a weight. An Egyptian stela in the Louvre sings the praise of a beautiful woman, a queen who died about 700 BC, as follows. The beloved before all women, the king's daughter who is sweet in love, the fairest among women, a maid whose like none has seen. Blacker is her hair than the darkness of night, blacker than the berries of the blackberry bush. Harder are her teeth than the flints on the sickle. A wreath of flowers is each of her breasts, close nestling on her arms. Wiedemann, who quotes this, adds, during the whole classic period of Egyptian history with few exceptions, such, for example, as the reign of that great innovator Amenophes Roman IV, the ideal alike for the male and the female body was a slender and but slightly developed form. Under the Ethiopian rule and during the Ptolemaic period in Egypt itself we find, for the first time, that the goddesses are represented with plump and well-developed outlines. Examination of the mummies shows that the earlier ideal was based upon actual facts, and that in ancient Egypt slender, sinewy forms distinguished both men and women. Intermarriage with other races and harem life may have combined in later times to alter the physical type, and with it to change also the ideal of beauty. A. Wiedemann, Popular Literature in Ancient Egypt, p. 7. Commenting on Plato's ideas of beauty in the Banquetomeric David, gives references from Greek literature showing that the typical Greek beautiful woman must be tall, her body supple, her fingers long, her foot small and light, the eyes clear and moderately large, the eyebrows slightly arched and almost meeting, the nose straight and firm, nearly but not quite aquiline, the breath sweet as honey. Emeric David, Recherches sur l'art statuaire, New Edition, 1863 p. 42. At the end of classic antiquity, probably in the 5th century, Aristaenetus in his first epistle thus described his mistress Lies. Her cheeks are white but mixed in imitation of the splendor of the rose. Her lips are thin by a narrow space separated from the cheeks but more red. Her eyebrows are black and divided in the middle, the nose straight and proportioned to the thin lips, the eyes large and bright with very black pupils, surrounded by the clearest white, each color more brilliant by contrast. Her hair is naturally curled, and, as Homer's saying is, like the hyacinth. The neck is white and proportioned to the face, and though unadorned more conspicuous by its delicacy. But a necklace of gems encircles it, on which her name is written in jewels. She is tall and elegantly dressed in garments fitted to her body and limbs. When dressed her appearance is beautiful, when undressed she is all beauty. Her walk is composed and slow. She looks like a cypress or a palm stirred by the wind. I cannot describe how the swelling, symmetrical breasts raise the constraining vest, nor how delicate and supple her limbs are. And when she speaks, what sweetness in her discourse! Rainier has studied the feminine ideal of the Provençal poets, the troubadours who used the langue d'oc. They avoid any description of the feminine type. The indications refer in great part to the slender, erect, fresh appearance of the body, and to the white and rosy coloring. After the person generally, the eyes receive most praise. They are sweet, amorous, clear, smiling, and bright. The color is never mentioned. The mouth is laughing, and vermilion and smiling sweetly, it reveals the white teeth and calls for the delights of the kiss. The face is clear and fresh, the hand white, and the hair constantly blonde. The troubadours seldom speak of the rest of the body. Père Vidal is an exception, and his reference to the well-raised breasts may be placed beside a reference by Bertrand de Born. The general impression, conveyed by the love lyrics of the Langue d'Oc, is one of great convention. There seemed to be no salvation outside certain phrases and epithets. The Woman of Provence, sung by hundreds of poets, seems to have been composed all of milk and roses, a blonde Nuremberg doll. R. Rainier, Il tipo estetico della donna nel Medioevo, 1885, pp. 124. The conventional ideal of the troubadours is, again, thus described. She is a lady whose skin is white as milk, whiter than the driven snow, of peculiar purity and whiteness. Her cheeks, on which vermilion hues alone appear, are like the rosebud in spring, when it has not yet opened to the full. Her hair, which is nearly always bedecked and adorned with flowers, is invariably of the color of flax, as soft as silk, and shimmering with a sheen of the finest gold. J.F. Robotham, The Troubadours in Courts of Love, p. 228. In the most ancient Spanish romances, Rainier remarks, the definite indications of physical beauty are slight. The hair is of pure gold, or simply fair, rudios, which is equal to blondos, a word of later introduction, the face white and rosy, the hands soft, white, and fragrant. In one place we find a reference to the uncovered breasts, whiter than crystal. But usually, the ancient Castilian romances do not deal with these details. The poet contents himself with the statement that a lady is the sweetest woman in the world, la más linda mujer del mundo. R. Rainier, Il tipo estetico della donna nel Medioevo, pp. 68 et sec. In a detailed and well-documented thesis, Alwyn Schultz describes the characteristics of the beautiful woman as she appealed to the German authors of the 12th and 13th centuries. She must be of medium height and slender. Her hair must be fair like gold, long, bright, and curly. A man's must only reach to his shoulders. Dark hair is seldom mentioned and was not admired. The parting of the hair must be white, but not too broad. The forehead must be white and bright and rounded, without wrinkles. The eyebrows must be darker than the hair, arched, and not too broad, as though drawn with a pencil, the space between them not too broad. The eyes must be bright, clear, and sparkling, not too large or too small. Nothing definite was said of the color, but they were evidently usually blue. The nose must be of medium size, straight, and not curved. The cheeks must be white, tinged with red. If the red was absent by nature, women used rouge. The mouth must be small, the lips full and red. The teeth must be small, white, and even. The chin must be white, rounded, lovable, dimpled, the ears small and beautiful, the neck of medium size, soft, white, and spotless, the arms small, the hands and fingers long, the joints small, the nails white and bright and well cared for. The bosom must be white and large, the breasts high and rounded, like apples or pears, small and soft. The body generally must be slender and active. The lower parts of the body are very seldom mentioned, and many poets are even too modest to mention the breasts. The buttocks must be rounded. One poet indeed mentions, and the thighs soft and white, the maenal mons brown. The legs must be straight and narrow, the calves full, the feet small and narrow with high instep. The color of the skin generally must be clear and of a tempered rosiness. A. Schultz, Quid de perfecta corporis humani, pulchritude Germani sociali Roman 12 et Roman 13 censurant, 1866. A somewhat similar, but shorter account is given by K. Weinhold Die Deutschen Frauen im Mittelalter, 1882, BD. 1 pp. 219 et sec. Weinhold considers that, like the French, the Germans admired the mixed eye, vert or gray. Adam de la Halle, the Artois trouver of the 13th century, in a piece, Les Jus Adan Eau de la Feuille, in which he brings himself forward, thus describes his mistress. Her hair had the brilliance of gold and was twisted into rebellious curls. Her forehead was very regular, white and smooth. Her eyebrows, delicate and even, were two brown arches, which seemed traced with a brush. Her eyes, bright and well cut, seemed to me verres and full of caresses. They were large beneath, and their lids like little sickles, adorned by twin folds, veiled or revealed at her while her loving gaze. Between her eyes descended the pipe of her nose, straight and beautiful, mobile when she was gay. On either side were her rounded, white cheeks, on which laughter impressed two dimples, and which one could see blushing beneath her veil. Beneath the nose opened a mouth with blossoming lips. This mouth, fresh and vermilion as a rose, revealed the white teeth in regular array. Beneath the chin sprang the white neck, descending full and round to the shoulder. The powerful nape, white and without any little wandering hairs, protruded a little over the dress. To her sloping shoulders were attached long arms, large or slender where they so should be. What shall I say of her white hands, with their long fingers, and knuckles without knots, delicately ending in rosy nails attached to the flesh by a clear and single line? I come to her bosom with its firm breasts, but short and high-pointed, revealing the valley of love between them, to her round belly, her arched flanks. Her hips were flat, her legs round, her calf large. She had a slenderer ankle, a lean and arched foot. Such she was as I saw her, and that which her chemise hid was not of less worth. Howd, La Butte des Femmes p. 125, who quotes the original of this passage, considers it the ideal model of the medieval woman. In the 12th century story of Aucassin et Nicolette, Nicolette had fair hair, delicate and curling. Her eyes were gray, vares and smiling, her face admirably modeled. Her nose was high and well placed, her lips small and more vermilion than the cherry or the rose in summer. Her teeth were small and white, her firm little breasts raised her dress as would two walnuts. Her figure was so slender that you could enclose it with your two hands, and the flowers of the marguerite, which her toes broke as she walked with naked feet, seemed black in comparison with her feet and legs, so white was she. Her hair was divided into a double tress, says Elaine of Lille in the 12th century, which was long enough to kiss the ground. The parting, white as the lily and obliquely traced, separated the hair, and this want of symmetry, far from hurting her face, was one of the elements of her beauty. A golden comb maintained that abundant hair whose brilliance rivaled it, so that the fascinated eye could scarce distinguish the gold of the hair from the gold of the comb. The expanded forehead had the whiteness of milk and rivaled the lily. Her bright eyebrows shone like gold, not standing up in a brush, and without being too scanty, orderly arranged. The eyes, serene and brilliant in their friendly light, seemed twin stars, her nostrils embalsamed with the odor of honey, neither too depressed in shape nor too prominent, were of distinguished form. The nard of her mouth offered to the smell a treat of sweet odors, and her half-open lips invited a kiss. The teeth seemed cut in ivory. Her cheeks, like the carnation of the rose, gently illuminated her face and were tempered by the transparent whiteness of her veil. Her chin, more polished than crystal, showed silver reflections, and her slender neck fitly separated her head from the shoulders. The firm rotundity of her breasts attested the full expansion of youth. Her charming arms, advancing toward you, seemed to call for caresses. The regular curve of her flanks, justly proportioned, completed her beauty. All the visible traits of her face and form thus sufficiently told what those charms must be that the bed alone knew. The Latin text is given by Howd, La beauté des femmes du XVIe siècle, p. 119. Robert de Flagy's portrait of Blanchefleur in Sarin-la-Lorraine, written in same century, reveals very similar traits. The young woman appeared with 20 brightly polished daggers and swords. We read in the Irish tane Bo Cuilgny of the bad Banshee who appeared to maid, together with 7 braids for the dead, of bright gold in her right hand. A speckled garment of green ground, fastened by a bodkin at the breast under her fair, ruddy countenance, enveloped her form. Her teeth were so new and bright that they appeared like pearls artistically set in her gums. Like the ripe berry of the mountain ash were her lips. Sweeter was her voice than the notes of the gentle harp strings when touched by the most skillful fingers, and emitting the most enchanting melody. Whiter than the snow of one night was her skin, and beautiful to behold were her garments, which reached to her well-molded, bright-nailed feet. Copious tresses of her tendrilled, glossy, golden hair hung before, while others dangled behind and reached the calf of her leg. Asienio Transactions, Volume Roman 2, p. 107. An ancient Irish hero is thus described. They saw a great hero approaching them, fairest of the heroes of the world, larger and taller than any man, bluer than ice his eye, redder than the fresh rowan berries his lips, whiter than showers of pearl his teeth, fairer than the snow of one night his skin. A protecting shield with a golden border was upon him, 2 battle lances in his hands, a sword with knobs of ivory and ornamented with gold at his side. He had no other accoutrements of a hero besides these. He had golden hair on his head and had a fair, ruddy countenance. The Banquet of Dun na Enged, translated by O'Donovan, Irish Archaeological Society. The feminine ideal of the Italian poets closely resembles that of those north of the Alps. Petrarch's Laura, as described in the Canzoniere, is white as snow. Her eyes indeed are black, but the fairness of her hair is constantly emphasized. Her lips are rosy, her teeth white, her cheeks rosy, her breast youthful, her hands white and slender. Other poets insist on the tall, white, delicate body, the golden or blonde hair, the bright or starry eyes, without mention of color, the brown or black arched eyebrows, the straight nose, the small mouth, the thin vermilion lips, the small and firm breasts. Renier, Il tipo estetico, pp. 87 et seq. Marie de France, a French medieval writer of the 12th century, who spent a large part of her life in England, in The Lie of Lanville thus described a beautiful woman. Her body was beautiful, her hips low, the neck whiter than snow, the eyes gray, Vers, the face white, the mouth beautiful, the nose well-placed, the eyebrows brown, the forehead beautiful, the head curly and blonde. The gleam of gold thread was less bright than her hair beneath the sun. The traits of Boccaccio's ideal of feminine beauty, a voluptuous ideal as compared with the ascetic medieval ideal which had previously prevailed, together with the characteristics of the very beautiful and almost classic garments in which he arrayed women, have been brought together by Hordes. Studi sul oper Latin del Boccaccio, 1879, pp. 70 et seq. Boccaccio admired fair and abundant wavy hair, dark and delicate eyebrows, and brown or even black eyes. It was not until some centuries later, as Hordes remarks, that Boccaccio's ideal woman was embodied by the painter in the canvases of Titian. The first precise description of a famous, beautiful woman was written by Niphus in the 16th century in his De Pulchro et Amore, which is regarded as the first modern treatise on aesthetics. The lady described is Joan of Aragon, the greatest beauty of her time, whose portrait by Raphael, or more probably Giulio Romano, is in the Louvre. Niphus, who was the philosopher of the pontifical court and the friend of Leo X, thus describes this princess, whom, as a physician, he had opportunities of observing accurately. She is of medium stature, straight and elegant, and possesses the grace which can only be imparted by an assemblage of characteristics which are individually faultless. She is neither fat nor bony, but succulent. Her complexion is not pale, but white tinged with rose. Her long hair is golden. Her ears are small and in proportion with the size of her mouth. Her brown eyebrows are semicircular, not too bushy, and the individual hairs short. Her eyes are blue oesius, brighter than stars, radiant with grace and gaiety beneath the dark brown eyelashes, which are well spaced and not too long. The nose, symmetrical and of medium size, descends perpendicularly from between the eyebrows. The little valley separating the nose from the upper lip is divinely proportioned. The mouth, inclined to be rather small, is always stirred by a sweet smile. The rather thick lips are made of honey and coral. The teeth are small, polished as ivory, and symmetrically ranged, and the breath has the odor of the sweetest perfumes. Her voice is that of a goddess. The chin is divided by a dimple. The whole face approximates to a virile rotundity. The straight long neck, white and full, rises gracefully from the shoulders. On the ample bosom, revealing no indication of the bones, arise the rounded breasts, of equal and fitting size, and exhaling the perfume of the peaches they resemble. The rather plump hands, on the back like snow, on the palm like ivory, are exactly the length of the face. The full and rounded fingers are long and terminating in round, curved nails of soft color. The chest as a whole has the form of a pear, reversed, but a little compressed, and the base attached to the neck in a delightfully well-proportioned manner. The belly, the flanks, and the secret parts are worthy of the chest. The hips are large and rounded. The thighs, the legs, and the arms are in just proportion. The breadth of the shoulders is also in the most perfect relation to the dimensions of the other parts of the body. The feet, of medium length, terminate in beautifully arranged toes. Howdoy reproduces this passage in La Butte des Femmes, cf. Also Stratz, Die Schoonheid des weiblichen Körpers, Chapter 3. Gabriel de Minute, who published in 1587 a treatise of no very great importance, De La Butte, also wrote under the title of La Polygraphie a very elaborate description, covering 60 pages, of Paul de Vigier, a Gascon lady of good family and virtuous life living at Toulouse. Minute was her devoted admirer and addressed an affectionate poem to her just before his death. She was 70 years of age when he wrote the elaborate account of her beauty. She had blue eyes and fair hair, though belonging to one of the darkest parts of France. Plas and Bartels, Des Weib B.D. 1 sec. 3 have independently brought together a number of passages from the writers of many countries describing their ideals of beauty. On this collection I have not drawn. When we survey broadly the ideals of feminine beauty set down by the peoples of many lands, it is interesting to note that they all contain many features which appeal to the aesthetic taste of the modern European, and many of them, indeed, contain no features which obviously clash with his canons of taste. It may even be said that the ideals of some savages affect us more sympathetically than some of the ideals of our own medieval ancestors. As a matter of fact, European travelers in all parts of the world have met with women who were gracious and pleasant to look on, and not seldom even in the strict sense beautiful, from the standpoint of European standards. Such individuals have been found even among those races with the greatest notoriety for ugliness. Even among so primitive and remote a people as the Australians, beauty in the European sense is sometimes found. I have on 2 occasions, Lumholt states, seen what might be called beauties among the women of Western Queensland. Their hands were small, their feet neat and well-shaped, with so high an instep that one asked oneself involuntarily where in the world they had acquired this aristocratic mark of beauty. Their figure was above criticism, and their skin, as is usually the case among the young women, was as soft as velvet. When these black daughters of Eve smiled and showed their beautiful white teeth, and when their eyes peeped coquettishly from beneath the curly hair which hung in quite the modern fashion down their foreheads, Lumholtz realized that even here women could exert the influence ascribed by Goethe to women generally. See, Lumholtz among cannibals p. Much has, again, been written about the beauty of the American Indians. See, e.g., an article by Dr. Schufelt, Beauty from an Indian's Point of View, Cosmopolitan Magazine, April. Among the Seminole Indians, especially, it is said that types of handsome and comely women are not uncommon. Clay Macaulay, Seminole Indians of Florida, 5th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, 1883-1884, pp. 493 et seq. There is much even in the negress, which appeals to the European as beautiful. I have met many negresses, remarks Castellani, Les Femmes au Congo p. 2, who could say proudly in the words of the Song of Songs, I am black, but comely. Many of our peasant women have neither the same grace nor the same delicate skin as some natives of Kasai or Songha. As to color, I have seen on the African continent creatures of pale gold or even red copper whose fine and satiny skin rivals the most delicate white skins. One may indeed find beauties among women of the darkest ebony. He adds that, on the whole, there is no comparison with white women, and that the negress soon becomes hideous. The very numerous quotations from travelers concerning the women of all lands, quoted by Ploss and Bartels, Des Weib, 7th edition, B.D. IPP 88106, amply suffice to show how frequently some degree of beauty is found even among the lowest human races. Cf. also Mantegazza's survey of the women of different races from this point of view, Physiologia della Donna, cap. Roman 4. The fact that the modern European, whose culture may be supposed to have made him especially sensitive to aesthetic beauty, is yet able to find beauty among even the women of savage races serves to illustrate the statement already made that, whatever modifying influences may have to be admitted, beauty is to a large extent an objective matter. The existence of this objective element in beauty is confirmed by the fact that it is sometimes found that the men of the lower races admire European women more than women of their own race. There is reason to believe that it is among the more intelligent men of lower race that, is to say those whose aesthetic feelings are more developed that, the admiration for white women is most likely to be found. Mr. Winwood Reade, stated Darwin, who has had ample opportunities for observation, not only with the Negroes of the west coast of Africa, but with those of the interior who have never associated with Europeans, is convinced that their ideas of beauty are, on the whole, the same as ours. And Dr. Rolfs writes to me to the same effect with respect to Bornu and the countries inhabited by the Polo tribes. Mr. Reade found that he agreed with the Negroes in their estimation of the beauty of the native girls, and that their appreciation of the beauty of European women corresponded with ours. The Fuegians, as I have been informed by a missionary who long resided with them, considered European women as extremely beautiful. I should add that a most experienced observer, Captain Burton, believes that a woman whom we consider beautiful is admired throughout the world. Darwin, Descent of Man, Chapter 19. Mantegazza quotes a conversation between a South American chief and an Argentine who had asked him which he preferred, the women of his own people or Christian women. The chief replied that he admired Christian women most, and when asked the reason said that they were whiter and taller, had finer hair and smoother skin. Mantegazza, Physiologia della Donna, Appendix to Cap. Roman 8. Nordenskjold, as quoted by Ploss and Bartels, states that the Eskimo regard their own type as more ugly than that produced by crossing with white persons. And, according to Kropf, the Nosa Kaffirs admire and seek the fairer half-castes in preference to their own women of pure race. Ploss and Bartels, Des Weib, 7th edition, BD. 1p. 78. There is a widespread admiration for fairness, it may be added, among dark peoples. Fair men are admired by the Papuans at Torres Straits. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition, Volume V, p. 327. The common use of powder among the women of dark-skinned peoples bears witness to the existence of the same ideal. Stratz, in his books Die Schoonheid des Weiblichen Körpers and Die Rassenschonheit des Weibs, argues that the ideal of beauty is fundamentally the same throughout the world, and that the finest persons among the lower races admire and struggle to attain the type which is found commonly and in perfection among the white peoples of Europe. When in Japan, he found that among the numerous photographs of Japanese beauties everywhere to be seen, his dragoman, a Japanese of low birth, selected as the most beautiful those which displayed markedly the Japanese type with narrow-slitted eyes and broad nose. When he sought the opinion of a Japanese photographer, who called himself an artist and had some claim to be so considered, the latter selected as most beautiful 3 Japanese girls who in Europe also would have been considered pretty. In Java, also, when selecting from a large number of Javanese girls a few suitable for photographing, Stratz was surprised to find that a Javanese doctor pointed out as most beautiful those which most closely corresponded to the European type. Stratz Die Rassenschonheit des Weibs, 4th edition, p. 3, Ids Die Körperformen der Japaner, 1904, p. 78. Stratz reproduces Rassenschonheit pp. 36 et seq. A representation of Kuan Yin, the Chinese goddess of divine love, and quotes some remarks of Borel's concerning the wide deviation of the representations of the goddess, a type of gracious beauty from the Chinese racial type. Stratz further reproduces the figure of a Buddhistic goddess from Java, now in the Archaeological Museum of Leiden, which represents a type of loveliness corresponding to the most refined and classic European ideal. Not only is there a fundamentally objective element in beauty throughout the human species, but it is probably a significant fact that we may find a similar element throughout the whole animated world. The things that to man are most beautiful throughout nature are those that are intimately associated with, or dependent upon, the sexual process and the sexual instinct. This is the case in the plant world. It is so throughout most of the animal world, and, as Professor Polton, in referring to this often unexplained and indeed unnoticed fact, remarks, the song or plume which excites the mating impulse in the hen is also in a high proportion of cases most pleasing to man himself. And not only this, but in their past history, so far as it has been traced, e.g., in the development of the characteristic markings of the male peacock and Argus pheasant, such features have gradually become more and more pleasing to us as they have acted as stronger and stronger stimuli to the hen. Footnotes. It is likely that all visible parts of the organism, even those with a definite physiological meaning, appeal to the aesthetic sense of the opposite sex, Polton remarks, speaking primarily of insects, in words that apply still more accurately to the human species. A. Polton, The Colors of Animals, 1890, p. 304. The Arabs in general, Lane remarks, entertain a prejudice against blue eyes, a prejudice said to have arisen from the great number of blue-eyed persons among certain of their northern enemies. Nature, April 14, 1898, p. 55.